wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder. Thunder, 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 feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, thunder. Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are?
All right, y'all. Woo! We're starting the day off hot to trot. I am so excited for today. We have so much to get through. I'm going to keep saying that till the last second. But I want to jump right in. Okay? Who is new, though? Real quick, for those of you who are, this is my weird little thing I do. Whenever something resonates, whenever you're having an aha moment, you're just going to give me a little shake, or you can put it in the chat box as well. Aha, what does this mean? What's going on? Oh my gosh, big aha, breakthrough, whatever it is. Cool? Amazing. All right, so we have a lot to go over. We're getting a little heady first thing in the morning. Let's do a meditation first. I know you guys already shook up some energy. Let's do just a super fast, like 20-second grounding. Cool, just to get all of our energy together, kind of create a collective consciousness, really high vibe. Just absorb whatever it is in the highest good of all. Don't judge yourself if you've missed anything. You have been here at the exact right time. Everything is always working in your favor. It's our perceptions of our reality that make us think differently, right? Okay, if you're driving, please don't do this. As always, you guys know my little disclaimer. Do not operate heavy machinery while meditating. But go ahead and close your eyes if you can. Let's take a couple deep breaths. Yeah. And if it feels good to really stretch that breath even more, go for it. If they just need to be soft, gentle breaths, there's no right or wrong here. This is all about you listening to you. A golden light comes from the heavens, opening up, coming down to the top of our head, and filling our body up with golden light. This is unconditional love. Gold is the frequency of love, y'all. And maybe it's like magma, maybe it's like liquid, maybe it's just like smoke, it's an energy, but it moves through your body, getting down to the base of your spine and the soles of your feet. And beautiful golden roots sprout out, shooting into Mother Earth, or perhaps spreading around it, connecting you to every beautiful soul that is on this journey with you, connecting you to everyone who is meant to be on your path, and every soul contract that you have, may it be fulfilled in the highest good of all. And today, even though we're grounding, leave a little bit of space so you can still fly. Don't root yourself so much to the human experience that we forget that it's not an experience. Let your soul be front and center today. Beautiful. A few more deep breaths. Go ahead and come on back. Beautiful. So many tears already this morning, emotions, expression. It's the way it should be. I remember when I really, really understood how important it was to express emotions as soon as they come up, which I'm so excited to talk about emotions today. And it was when my father had passed. And my son, to this day, my oldest son, still goes, "Mom, remember when you went outside and you would just scream?" I was like, oh gosh, maybe I should have done that a little further away. But every time that an emotion comes up in me, I find a way to express it as soon as I can so it doesn't get stuck. So I urge y'all, especially because you're at home, When you're here in person too, I always urge people to do this, and they do it. When they're like, I'm feeling a huge rush of emotion, maybe because they're empathic, maybe because all of a sudden an old trauma resurfaced and it's ready to be healed, whatever it is, they know they must express it because it is not coming up to screw anything up, right? Just like all feedback in life. It's coming up because it's time to be healed and released. It's time to be transmuted in the highest good of all. So today, we're going to start with kind of finishing up the mind. We weren't able to jump into all the goodies yesterday. So we're going to jump into the mind, run into emotions, and then we have a whole bunch of other goodies planned for the day. Sound good? Ooh. Okay, so first thing we're going to do, let's get a little heady, shall we? I'm going to throw a couple things your way. You're going to see this lesson in two different ways today, because it's that important. So I want to make sure that regardless of which one resonates more for you, you still get the root lesson, okay? Now we're jumping into a little bit of trigger management. We're starting to scratch the surface. We'll jump around, we'll come back in. You guys know how crazy I am. If you were here yesterday, I run off on a lot of tangents. I get excited, I'm tapped into y'all, so we take it a lot of different ways, right? So what we're gonna write down here, if you're taking notes, is S-T-R-O. And I know that there's a poll here for those of you, but I think you guys can see it when we switch to the other camera. S-T-R-O. So I noticed, vibrationally speaking, whenever my vibration would dip, it had to do with something, basically everything we're talking about today, of course, but it had to do with S-T-R-O. So S stands for stimuli. Stimuli. Now let's imagine here that we're experiencing something. We use the kind of example of our boss yells at us, right? So our boss yelling at us would be the stimuli. T is thought. So our boss yells at us, and now, sorry, you guys can't really see it on that particular screen, thought. Now a thought has been produced. This is going to get magical in a second here once we really bring this all together in a moment with the roller coaster effect. R, we're just blowing through these really quickly, is reaction. We react to the thought, and the thought was produced by the stimuli, right? And O is outcome. What does our reality now look like? What has it further become? What's happening next? So when something happens, the inception point is something happens. But it is not what gives it power. It is not the stimuli in and of itself that causes us to vibrationally dip. It's this right here. What we tell ourselves about the stimuli is far, far more powerful than the stimuli itself, right? Because again, as we said yesterday, boss can come in and yell at us, and some of us might get angry, some of us might get sad, some of us might quit, some of us might work harder. How is it that one type of stimuli can produce so many different outcomes, so many different reactions, and so many different thoughts? You guys with me so far? Making sense? Let me explain this though. This process here, and again, I'm going to show it to you a couple different ways today. This is everything. If you take like something serious away from today, I want you to take away this trigger management piece that we're talking about here, is you understanding that your reality is created right here. This is where the magic happens, and this is what we're rewiring today, and for the rest of our lives moving forward as we continue to expand. Okay, now sit with this for a moment, okay? We're gonna come back to this. I just wanna implant it, because this is where everyone goes, whoa, Mandy, this is a lot of information. So I've learned through this, we have to keep coming back to it once your subconscious processes a little bit through the next couple seconds. So the cool thing is here, well, let's go back to what we talked about yesterday, right? The 1% rule. For those of you who weren't here yesterday, oh my gosh, it's such a great rule. It's one of our main rules, that we will not get 100% better. We will not judge ourselves, blame ourselves, make things more difficult than it needs to be by saying, well, I better be 100% better by yesterday, right? Or as soon as Mandy gives me the tool, I better do it perfectly. Don't worry, we're going to talk about our rules today. Instead, we just get 1% better. 1% better every day. And how empowering, once you begin to choose a life of growth, that just 1% better every day, that's so doable. And with that 1%, you begin to master yourself regardless. And beautifully so. And honestly, For those of you who are like, I've been on a journey for a really long time, I just haven't figured it out, I bet there's something hidden in there, the perception of, if I have all of this knowledge, or if I know one thing, then I should have been there by now, right? Totally. Should have been there yesterday. But the 1% rule allows for us to move through the true human experience, which in essence is the flow of life, instead of the humanistic perceptions and the, we'll call it logical and rational, but it's really, I call it the monkey mind. It's just going nuts all the time, telling us what we should or shouldn't do, who we should or shouldn't be, where we should be, where we could be, where we would be, and we never make it. Because we've ensured that we run around in a circle. Kind of like that drawing, have you all ever seen this, where you're like, okay, you're trying to get here, right? And you're here. And you keep trying to move here. But instead you do this. Oh, nope, not ready yet. You've seen that before, right? We never get there. What I've noticed is that it should actually look like this. Anyone who comes to the Heartland, they're like, rip off every piece. It drives me nuts if there's a little piece left over. So instead, our intention is, here we are. Here's the version of us that we want to be, or at least maybe the next version of us, right? We expand. We grow again. We heal our triggers. And boop, oh my gosh, I just met that version of me. I'm still here. I'm still authentic. This is still a part of me. This is part of my human story. I take it with me as I expand into my divine story. And then you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't even know that a greater version even existed. And I just keep expanding because growth and 1% every day is my desire. And I keep meeting more of me. It's so beautiful because we are ever expanding like the universe. So it just becomes this very natural flow. Let's just pretend like it's a universal law. It's not about us moving away from what we are right now. It is about truly accepting and loving where we're at right now, seeing it for the divinity in which it is, but taking it like a sponge and wringing it out and saying, whether it's painful or it's weird or it's crazy or it's all these things, but what could it be? What's the feedback? I'm curious again. I'm not emotional. I'm not judging myself for not being there, but I am really curious as to why this is it right now and why I reject this. Because there's nothing wrong with this. It's just not all of me, so it doesn't feel authentic because I've forgotten that there's more parts of me. I just have yet to meet them. So something that I've seen quite a bit, good, ahas, fantastical. Look, it is a little solar system, right? We're literally expanding like the universe. I didn't even catch that. Thank you very much. I'm using that. So can we really change? Let's just jump into some super simple neuroscience for my left brainers here. So I remember when I think I was probably about 12 years old. And as I shared yesterday in my story, I grew up in an alcoholic household. And there was an individual I always want to protect. They've changed, they've grown. When we change, sometimes the people around us do too, and they heal as well. I was blessed enough to have that with a good few people in my life. And I remember when I was 12, I asked this person, because they had a drinking problem, I said, I'll go to AA with you. Please just get help. This isn't good. This isn't, whatever I said at 12 years old. But I said, I'll go to AA with you if that'll make you go. And this person said to me, Mandy, I am 40-something years old. I am who I am. I'm not going to change. This is me. This is who I am. Thank God that person was completely wrong. And there's a lot of reasons that we can change. Now, the reason that I want to talk about this from a neuroscientific level is because it really does fall into everything that y'all are learning yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Can we truly change? Yes. It's a choice, right? It takes 10 years to make the choice to change. But the change happens pretty much instantaneously, right? And so I want to talk about brain pruning for a moment. Does anyone know what brain pruning is? No, okay, maybe a little bit. But sometimes I have a lot of scientists that actually enjoy my work. So they're like, oh, she actually knows what she's talking about. Sometimes a little bit. I'm no expert per se. My friends are scientists, so I always call them. I'm like, this is what I think. Is this legit? Is this right? And they're like, yeah, actually, that's completely correct. How do you know that? And I'm like, I don't know. I think my brain just works that way sometimes. So anyways, brain pruning. I learned about it from a friend of mine. Brain pruning, in essence, and I'm going to really dumb it down just for the parts that we need based on can we change, right? So brain pruning is this process the brain does where maybe every 90 days, at least that's what I've always been told, the brain will scan itself. it will scan itself in such a way that it is testing for or finding new neurological pathways, and it will strengthen those new neurological pathways, and it will also prune old neurological pathways, ones that aren't having as much electricity or activity, if you will. So again, let's keep this really simple. I remember at an event years ago, this was back when we were still living in Laguna Beach, and this woman came in and she was extremely suicidal. She had just a rap sheet of trauma, and she was in the muck of it. She was like, I would rather just kill myself. And so her plan, and this happens sometimes at our events, that after that event, if it didn't work, that she would go ahead and commit suicide. And so, it's literally do or die in that moment. And so I'm like, okay, she was good for the next couple days. She had a roommate, all that stuff. So we knew, all right, we've got till the end of, I think it was a 2-day event, maybe a 3-day event. And so we got to the end of the 3 days on this woman. And the first day was so just down and out. I mean, she just looked lifeless. You could tell that her pain had consumed her throughout her life. And first day, the way that I used to do events, I was able to call on just about everybody, and I would shift each person personally, right in front of the group, because we'd have like maybe 30 people in the room in person. And so that day, we just had too many folks in the room, so I didn't get to her yet. So I was like, okay, that's okay. Get to her tomorrow. She came in the next day, completely different person. Completely different person. And everyone's like, what the heck? And of course, my coaches and stuff, they're in the room, they're like, you didn't even shift her yet. What's going on? And she said, I do not want to kill myself. And I was like, awesome, do tell. I want to hear. And she said, everything that I heard yesterday, she said, I had it so strongly in me that I didn't love myself, that I was unlovable and wasn't worthy of being on the planet. And she's like, and just through the frequency of love I felt from you and from everyone that's in this room, I literally don't even understand that thought I had for the past, I think it was 30 years that she was, thinking about those types of things, I guess I should say. And we were all kind of like, what? We didn't even work on her yet. It was just through frequency. And it happened. And of course, we always follow up with folks like that. And she continued to vibe on that feeling. So one, I always like to break that rule, because sometimes people say every 90 days, or it takes 30 days to build a habit and stuff. This is totally my woo-woo. Some of my neuroscientist friends are on board with this, but I don't want to sound scientific for this part. I believe, and I have seen over and over again to where I cannot help but believe it, that we could instantaneously change. That whether it's the neurological pathway, and I did have folks hooked up to lots of different things, back in the clinical days, but that shift can happen so fast. Yes, we should build actions, behaviors, and habits that support it, but it can happen so fast. So anyways, that's my little story. Let's go back to brain pruning. And so let's say that you're like, I have this I don't love me neurological pathway. Let's just keep it really, for fun, just keep it simple. I don't love myself. I don't love myself. I don't love myself. It's reinforced day in and day out. I don't love myself, right? And let's say that you come to one of our events. For some reason, you're like, I think I kind of like myself. That doesn't feel so true anymore. That's weird. Well, guess what? Even if it's just a little tiny electricity, just a little new pathway built, let's just say, it's going to get stronger over time. And so everything that y'all are learning, and I really say this over and over again, I know I'm like a broken record, you do it day in and day out, and it becomes all that you know. Your dominant frequency becomes this. And that's why I think, although I didn't understand it and I had to build the tools, took me a lot longer. That's why I teach what I teach now, so you guys can get there like tomorrow, hopefully. But you do it day in and day out, and it becomes who you are, and your dominant frequency is growth and love and beauty and magic. And can we change? Of course. Our brains are constantly changing, yes, but we're actually built for expansion and change. We're not needing to survive quite as much anymore, but because it's biologically wired in us to look for survival, even where it doesn't belong, we still try to build that in, right? I remember this woman talking about this once, and she was talking about money. And she's like, back in the day, in order for us to put food on the, proverbial table as cavemen, we had to hunt. Food was everything. Our entire lives revolved around survival, of literally having food. But we haven't changed the full wiring of that even today, where food for most of us, and anyone who is watching this, I can't imagine that food is something that's hard for you to access. That's why, for those of you who didn't hear yesterday, we fed 300 people thanks to y'all. So yes, there are people on this planet that are not as blessed to sit here and learn about freaking manifestation. How fucking lucky are we, right? We better go help all the people that don't get to be blessed like us. Anyway, off my soapbox. But when we look at that ability to change, everything around us shifts too. And we don't get in that survival piece anymore. Because now, what we've done is, we've made money our new food. Or we've made something such a primal need that we've missed the whole gamut of how much our consciousness has risen over thousands and thousands of years. We have tools that we didn't have before. We are understanding that we can co-create our reality. If you so chose to believe that we're also in a holographic one, and it can shift very, very fast. And I can tell y'all that's absolutely the case. I can't talk about a lot of my background because there are people who cannot be known or named per se. They're very quietly helping humanity. But I've sat in the rooms with them. I know a lot of really cool things. And let me tell you, manifestation is just one little cool bit. But the way that energy can be manipulated with our mind exceeds anything I bet that you could even comprehend when you know your true power. And yes, we need our, if our brains are wired like that, again, that's part of building the foundation so that we can maintain that high frequency, so we can stay in our soulful and authentic self. So that it's a natural default that when stimuli hits, I acted like it was still there, it's gone, I ripped it off. But when stimuli hits, the thought, and of course then the reaction, and the outcome change. And that drastically shifts our reality as well, because again, we're not causing all those dips. And neuroplasticity has shown us that our brains can, and really are again, consistently changing in some way, shape, or form. Yes, it gets a little bit harder as we get older, because we get really stuck in our ways. People say, children, their brains are more in like theta and alpha, I believe it is. And so they're a lot more programmable. But guess what? Even though we have to maybe listen to some binaural beats or something, we can get into theta. We can change our brainwaves too. We can reprogram our subconscious through those things. I don't like to buy into the idea that it gets harder as we get older, because I shifted myself pretty darn fast. I see it happen all day long. I still believe our thoughts and our perceptions and our beliefs and our rules around it are even stronger. The brain isn't even fully understood, right? So let's work with the pieces that we've seen consistently work. Good? Okay, so shifting gears. This is a piece of the mind here. Write this down. This is going to change your fucking life, I swear. Perceived rewards. Perceived rewards. I still remember where I was when this lesson got downloaded into me. I was in Norway, walking past the boathouse. I remember, I just have that kind of thing. My dad had a photographic memory. I do not, but randomly little things. You remember where you are, right? So I still remember when I went, whoa, oh my gosh, nobody has anything in life that they don't want. But why do they want things that cause them pain? And then I was trying to figure it all out, and I was just playing around with that. So perceived rewards. Perceived rewards are basically the rewards that you get for staying where you are. I'll elaborate, but let me tell you a story. So once I understood and kind of got that download of perceived rewards and how powerful it is, because you're going to use this every day moving forward, right? Kind of like what we did, what's the worst thing that could happen if we got everything we wanted? Kind of think about that same energy, if you will. So we're hitting it from another angle. So if I look back at my old relationships, the ones where I was, cheated on or they were abusive, it was in some way really dysfunctional. I was not loved for who I am. I never felt pretty enough, good enough, just not enough, right? Consistently. If I look back at some of those partners, they were extremely emotionally unavailable, and they reminded me of my dad. And so if you had asked me, if you sat me down, 15 years ago, and you said, Mandy, don't you want a better life? You don't want to be cheated on? Don't you want, a great relationship? I'd be like, duh, of course. Why would I want to be cheated on? Why would I want to feel this way? Why would I want to not be accepted by the person that I'm oh so in love with? Of course. That's not true. Because my subconscious real and the unconscious parts of me loved that they were emotionally unavailable, because then I didn't have to be emotionally available. I loved that they shut me down every little time I'd try to be a little bit vulnerable, because then I didn't have to fully express myself. I loved that they even cheated on me, I bet, because I could always have one foot out the door and I was ready to run. I always had a reason to leave, because that's all I knew. My perceived reward was that I felt safe in toxicity. And so I kept choosing and attracting it unconsciously. My subconscious reel was shooting that energy out, right? We talked about that yesterday. Again, consciously, I'd be like, no, of course I don't. I'd almost be mad if someone would say, like, hey, you're choosing this, because I had so much judgment and shame, right? But if I could have come to it and said, that's weird. I'm curious as to why there would be a perceived being the operative word here, why would there be a perceived reward around choosing pain? One, am I willing to assume responsibility for the situation in which I'm currently in without any judgment and just love and compassion for myself because of my past and my trauma and stuff? But how am I going to change it now? So I want you guys to think about this for a moment. Think about an area of life that's just not working out right now. It's just not there right now. And I want you to stop for a moment. Let's give it like a good 3-ish minutes. What's your perceived rewards? What are your perceived rewards for not having it? Because you get to stay small? Because you get to be safe? And what does safe mean to you? Right? Because sometimes we just need to elevate the definition. What is it? I remember when I wanted to pretend, I say I pretend because I didn't really want it, right? But I'd be like, oh, I want to start a business. I was not an entrepreneur, guys, not even a little bit. I was like, tell me what to do and I'll do it. I wanted certainty. I'm like, I need to know exactly what I'm going to make at every single moment, or I'm probably not going to be able to put food on the table because I was homeless, and right? All of that stuff that's ingrained in my DNA, if you will. So I was like, I want to start a business. That's funny. So I wrote my 5-year business plan, thinking that that's what you do. Again, the world didn't tell me how to be an entrepreneur. So I was like, I'll make a 5-year business plan. This was back, I think I was probably like 21 or something. And I wrote a 5-year business plan. I found like a template online or some shit. And I filled it all out and everything. And it was like, what's stopping you from, starting? And I was like, time. No. Yeah, I was going to school and I had a bunch of different jobs and everything, but that was BS. That was my very rational, logical excuse that I could stay where I was. Because something like being an entrepreneur was so foreign to me. I was like, I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to be successful. I don't know how to live through those risks and the ups and downs that people keep talking about with entrepreneurship. I just really wanted freedom, so I thought entrepreneurship would give me freedom. And it never worked. I didn't know what I was doing, but time was my excuse. My perceived reward was, well, as long as I don't ever have time, so now I'm going to make sure I'm constantly busy so that I live by this rule I have, that I don't have enough time to be seen, to be heard, to risk rejection, because what if someone doesn't want to buy whatever the heck I was trying to sell at the time? I think I wanted to start like clinics. I was really into very traditional medical care at the time. I was pre-med for all of 5 seconds in my undergraduate. Crazy. My perceived rewards ensured that I would never get where I consciously said I wanted to go. Because what we talked about yesterday, the subconscious, that reel that's playing all the time, that record player, we have to scratch that sucker so much that it can't play the same ever again. And those are the tools that I'm giving you, thank God. But we need to align the subconscious and the conscious. And that becomes all the work. That's all the work, y'all. This is what I want, what stands in my way. And I will expand until I just naturally hit it. And I'll keep expanding because it starts to get really rewarding and fun. And I'll keep hitting more and more abundant versions of me, more limitless ones that don't even have limitations or fears of failure because there's no comfort zone anymore. Comfort zone was just built by programming anyway. Let me tell you, my comfort zone was about yay big most of my life. Nothing outside of it. No way. And then eventually, not that I still have one, right? The human mind likes some constructs, but my gosh, it's really big. I don't worry about rejection. I don't worry about anything other than not shining my light for the world and choosing peace and happiness. Self-mastery. Self-mastery. And I can't wait till this afternoon when you guys get invited to a really cool experience to master yourself over the next couple years, because you will not, in the most beautiful of ways, you will still love on wherever you're at right now, but you will not recognize yourself in the best way. Self-mastery is everything. That's the umbrella in which everything we're talking about. Whew. Okay. So remember this, perceived rewards keep you in the in-between, because you got energy going in two directions, right? Because your subconscious thinks that there is a reward, right? And normally it's some form of safety. I feel safe. I'm protecting myself. That's what the subconscious real is here to do, right? But the conscious mind is like, it's more connected to your soul, I guess I would say, right? As I think about it. And it's like, no, there's so much more. It's so painful to stay small. We don't want to just stay here. We're meant to be more. We're meant to expand into something different. And I urge you guys to kind of change a little bit of your verbiage here, because I know we talk about like a higher vibration and a lower vibration. But that automatically higher and lower feels like good and bad. But if you start seeing it as different, so just go with me on this for a second, just for judgment reasons. Higher and lower. Just turn it. Different. Higher and lower. Or higher and lower. Higher, lower, higher, lower. I don't know which way you guys are saying that. Left to right is normally how we read. But it can just be different. So then you're not judging where you're at right now, but you're ready to be somewhere different. You're ready to expand into more of you. But again, we don't leave ourselves behind. We're just elevated so much that it simply doesn't really exist. And I don't know if Oliver shared this with y'all yesterday, but he talks about this analogy. Let's say that you are riding a bike and someone tries to throw a rock at you. That shit hurts, right? They're gonna knock you off. You're probably gonna fall off that bike if someone throws a rock at you while you're driving a bike around. But imagine if you're on a plane and someone tries to throw a rock at you. Are you even aware that someone tried to throw a rock at you? You're so vibrationally high that certain things that exist in denser realities can't touch you. They're not a match for you. They're not a part of you anymore. And the only reason that they were was because you lent your incredible, precious, beautiful consciousness to it accidentally. Make sense? Okay. What I would like to do here, I just want you to share the one thing you came here to work on and what your perceived reward is for staying where you are. Okay? Sound good? I'll see you guys back here in just a moment. Share, be vulnerable. Okay? It's worth it. And the cool thing is that the more you're vulnerable, just like comfort zones, they cease to exist. You're not worried about being vulnerable. It doesn't even feel vulnerable. You're just like, I'm just an open book. I don't give a shit. Great place to be, I promise. That's me. Alrighty? I'll see you guys back in just a moment.
I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder.
Thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, thunder. Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleeds.
thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, 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 thunder. Feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder, thunder, thunder. Feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder, thunder, thunder. Feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder, thunder, thunder. Feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder, thunder. I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder.
Thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder. Thunder. Kids were laughing in my classes while I was scheming for the masses. Who do you think you are? Dreaming about being a big star. They say you're basic, they say you're easy. You're always riding in the backseat. Now I'm smiling from the stage while you were clapping in the nosebleeds.
thunder, 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 thunder,
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder. Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder. Thunder, thunder. Quick fuse, I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat in the foyer. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder.
thunder, 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 thunder.
All right, let's do this. You good? Okay, we're shifting gears. We're moving into the next step. We're going to talk about a nice little thing called rules. All right? So first and foremost, you may have heard about rules before. This is not a new word in our vocabulary per se. But again, open mind. All old perceptions to the back. Fresh, curious like a child, right? So rules are wedged between our beliefs and our behaviors, okay? So we've got beliefs. We've got behaviors, which it's not going to fit. Here we go. And then we've got rules, which is what we're talking about. Okay? Rules ensure that your beliefs stand true. Right? They make sure your rules maintain the beliefs. And they typically drive the behaviors or actions that we unconsciously choose. Right? Again, typically speaking right now, we're talking about things that don't serve us, comes from our subconscious real. Rules are great. You're never going to not live by rules. But the ones that you currently have probably suck. It's probably one of the biggest things that is stopping you from getting what you want, because we cannot help but live and die by our rules. I'll say it again. I know it sounds really aggressive, but then we really get it through our heads, right? We live and die by our rules. So these rules dictate our reality in different areas of life. I call them silos, if you will. Before we go into how to shift the rules, I want to tell you my story of how rules can contradict one another, how they ensure, kind of like that drawing I did earlier, like we never, whoa, we think we're going there. No, we're not, right? We might have rules around how we think we can get where we're trying to go. But it actually, once we bring all the rules to the conscious, we realize what rules we're truly living by, what beliefs we're trying to hold on to. We see why things aren't adding up. So years ago, before I had anything that I have today, I wrote out my perfect day. And my perfect day was to wake up when I wanted to wake up, because that was huge for me to not wake up to a blaring alarm at 4 a.m. because you got to get to the junkyard to start moving tires before the Phoenix sun pops up. Yep. So I thought I want to wake up when I want to wake up. I want to go to the gym. I used to love working out. Not so exciting to me anymore, but I used to love working out. It was the only way I could process my energy. Now I have more tools, so I don't have to do so much physical stuff. And then I would be able to drink my coffee or my tea slowly, because it used to be like, chug, go. Everything was just so rushed in the morning. And then I wanted to have a company. I wanted to have some type of business helping people. Again, just a really floaty dream. I didn't really write it out other than that. But I was like, then I could go to work when I want to go to work. I don't have to work like 16-hour days anymore. It's maybe like 4 or 5 hours, but somehow I get it all done. It's crazy, like time just bends in my favor. And then I was like, and I want to come home and cook dinner for my kids. I didn't have kids, my hopeful, etheric kids. And the husband that I also didn't have, that we would all have this beautiful family dinner. And it would be wonderful, and it'd be relaxing, and it would just be, that's my perfect day. I didn't ask for a lot, I don't think, but that's what I wanted. I didn't put a dollar amount to it, nothing like that. That's how I wanted to feel. And if I had to visualize how it would look, that would be just a dream, an absolute dream. And when I wrote that, when I was wishing for that, I was not remotely in that reality. I was in an abusive relationship. I was struggling financially, and I was working 16-hour days. Now that's a beautiful, perfect day, right? There's nothing wrong with it. However, my rules around it contradicted it. Once I started to understand, and I looked back and I'm like, why was it so hard for me to get for so long? And then all of a sudden, boom, it just clicked. It was because I started to rewrite my rules around it. So my rules unconsciously, and the beliefs in which those, held, in order for me to get to my perfect day, and I wanted to make $200,000 a year. I thought, if I made $200,000 a year, I'm set in life. I did put a dollar amount to it. I lied. Didn't put a dollar amount to the business, but I wanted to make $200,000 a year. And so I sat there and I was like, how do I get there? And I was like, well, in order to make that amount of money, I'm going to have to work all the time. Because you don't make a bunch of money if you're working 5 hours a day. We're going to be struggling. And if I'm working constantly, there goes my easy morning. There goes not waking up to an alarm clock. And then, if I'm working that long, then I'm not there for my kids. I'm not there making a nutritious dinner, and we're not all sitting there, connecting and loving on each other. So my kids are probably going to hate me because I'm not around for them. And then the husband that I didn't have is probably going to cheat on me because I'm not there meeting his needs. So even though I had a beautiful idea of my life, all of my rules around what I had to do and who I had to be to get there contradicted one another. So I would never get there. Because similar to the story I told yesterday about my fear of losing Oliver if I was successful, we don't want more pain. There's a perceived reward for not getting what we truly desire. So we think, right? There's a perception that it comes with pain. There's a perception that it comes with loss. There's a perception that it's impossible. And so I continued to meet my rules of, in order to be successful, you have to work constantly. In order to be a good mom, you need to be there every single day making some incredible dinner. In order to be a good wife, you have to be there for your husband, meeting his needs in every moment. So all of my rules made it to where I could not obtain any joy. It screwed me over. And the thing is, most rules contradict one another, or they ensure that you'll never actually get to your desired outcome, right? I think we can kind of see that now. So how do we change it? And how the hell do we know what our rules are? This is going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a fun one. You guys are going to probably need to take a lot of notes. I'll try to talk slowly, but I get excited about this because this is a game changer. I'll be surprised if this isn't one of your biggest ahas today. So you've got all of these different rules, right? So ignore all of this stuff. This is what I do. This is what I found myself doing. It's worked really well. I like to break it up based on the area of life I'm working on. So let's just say, and you guys can throw this in the chat box, let's say, let's just talk about all the different areas of life we're all working on. Could it be relationships? Could it be career? Health, I like it. Money. Because career and money are different things, right? Finances, I guess, is probably a better word. Love. What about self-love, too, right? What else? What am I missing? Spirituality. Business. Acceptance, personal growth. Family. I mean, we could keep going and going and going, right? So you get to build your, I call them silos, your rule silos, or your rule boxes if that feels good. I had a visualization. This is actually where this lesson came from. I told you guys it literally just gets downloaded or channeled, most of the lessons. I told you that yesterday. So I imagined like a box, not that I can draw, but you get the idea, right? This is an open box. And I imagined that, let's say that I was working on love, and like intimate love, let's just say, right? It's filled with all these beliefs and all these rules already. So this is my rule box on love. It's full. If it's already crammed in with as much as fits in there, I have to, I imagine taking a little, I love when I start drawing because everyone's like, what are you even trying to do? That's a knife, just so you know. I imagine an X-Acto knife, and I cut all the sides of the box, and it just fell open. And then I would examine what it was in there, because most often we don't know our rules, or you've got them wrong. You think you're living by rules that you're not actually living by. And so I would examine them all, and I'd be like, okay, this one's good, this one's not. And I'm a very kinesthetic learner. So I literally had taken an old like Amazon box or something, I don't know, and I had these little sheets of paper that I'd ripped up or cut up, and I wrote down all of the different rules, and I threw them all in. And then I started cutting open the box, and then I opened it, and I was like, which one's got to go? Now I'll talk about, again, how to address what the heck the rule even is. But we have to assess them and see which ones are actually working for me, which ones need to go, or which ones need to be elevated, right? And so let's say you've got your little rule box here. Well, we need to know what's in it. Now let's say that you're like, okay, I'm going to talk about money for a little bit, right? Don't just think about the rule that makes, or the belief that makes you feel like all like happy, right? Like if you ask me about love, there's probably a part of me that would have been like, love is kind, love is beautiful, love is blah, blah, blah. No, that's like the fairy tale idea. If I looked at my life, my rules were clearly that love is self-sacrifice, self-abandonment, manipulation, abuse, it doesn't last. Those were the true rules that I was living by. Those were the beliefs that built in the rules that didn't allow for me to choose healthy partners. And then my actions continue to hold as such. Shake your hands if you're with me so far. Okay? And then shake your hands if you are so confused right now. Perfect. Okay, we're all on the same wavelength. So as you look at each silo, and I would say start with one that like you're really hot to trot on working on, the one that maybe your intention that you came in with, but you need, even if something is going really well, still do this assessment. So every 90 days, what you're going to do is, once you've got all of your silos, you're going to write them all down. And you're going to go, what rules, based on my environment, based on how it's currently going, this is how you figure out what the true rules are. Based on the life that I currently live in this particular area, what rules do I hold for myself? And if it feels better for now to use rules and beliefs interchangeably, that's fine. But rules are a little bit more of the I will not do this or I will do this. It's the construct, the box in which we make sure we live in so that we don't test our current beliefs. So if I had a current belief of love is unsafe, or when I'm vulnerable, I'm over emotional and someone will leave me, then my rule will be don't be over emotional. Don't let people see who you truly are. It's not safe. And then what would my behavior be because of that? Right? I'm not opening up. When someone wants to go there, I'll just pretend, right? or I'll just shut down. Is this making perfect sense? This is wild, y'all, because once you start seeing what rules you live by, it's crystal clear why your environment or your life looks the way it does right now. So are we clear on how to understand what rules we have? We're going to look at our environment. So if you're like, I'm trying to work on my financial rule box right now. My finances suck. What beliefs can I just off the cuff think about? Money's evil, or I'm not worthy, right? We got all those. But let's get a little bit more specific. Okay, but what rules do I live by that would then make me worthy? What rules do I live by that ensure that I never get there? We want to get as specific as possible so that we can see all these actions that are coming from it, all these behaviors that we're unconsciously choosing to further support the root belief and support the rules to ensure the belief continues to be carried out. Oh, this is so powerful, y'all. Like, I think this one is one of those that will, like, it'll just keep getting better as you really start to understand it. Because even today, when I do my rules every 90 days, religiously, sometimes more often, if I'm like, I can feel this rule is getting too small. Because sometimes you'll write a rule and then it will change. We'll talk about that too. But as you write your rules, your life so much starts to shift. Because you're not just stopping at, here's my new rule. Once you get to this part where you're like, here are the rules that don't work for me, we have to rewrite them, right? So after you cut that sucker open and you're sitting there with, your 10,000 rules or your 5 rules on finances or love or whatever it is, you're going to go, which ones stay and which ones go? Let's say that there's one that you really want to go. Easier said than done, right? So what we need to do is go, okay, if this one doesn't work for me anymore, if love is unsafe, that's not a great rule to have. Don't express yourself when your partner is trying to connect with you. That's not a good rule, right? And that's a shitty belief as well. And my actions are causing me to further lose connection to my partner, which I truly don't want, right? Because sometimes we've got great partners. It's not even about what's really happening. It's the choice that we're making based on our past. So a lot of our beliefs and our rules that are screwing things up today, they came from the past. We're just reliving them. We carry all that stuff from the subconscious real into today, right? Understandable. We all do it. We have to shift it. So once you see that this rule needs to shift, you're going to go, okay, most important part here. Don't go to the love is, patient, love is kind, love is magic, because your brain might go, that's bullshit, right? Let's take it just a couple steps. Again, 1%, y'all. So what's the next rule that feels lighter than the current one that feels heavy? We're just trying to get a few steps up. A few vibrational octaves up, if you will. Instead of us going, I need to go from here, like debilitation, to absolute magic, that is not obtainable, and your brain's going to go, there is zero proof of this. Your mind, sorry. I use brain and mind interchangeably, but I'm not speaking factually here. Your mind's going to go, there's no proof of this. This makes no sense. So if I had sat there in my old relationships and said, love is true beliefs, like love doesn't last, love is unsafe, my rules are don't express yourself, be really quiet, be whatever they want you to be, then they won't leave, but then you can always leave because you let them cheat on you, whatever it is, right? Starting there, I can go, okay, I can't go to love is completely safe. That's a really awesome belief. I want that. But I can't get on that vibration today. I'm not there yet. I don't really understand, there's no proof of this, right? Same thing with money. You might be like, my current belief is that money is gone as quick as it came, or there's never enough, or, whatever it is. So you're like, the rules are spend it really fast so that it doesn't somehow disappear. Someone doesn't take it from you. Whatever the rule is, right? And then your action shows up as such, right? Well, then maybe you're like, okay, I can't go to money is everywhere, money is super abundant, and it's it's so wonderful, and it's just energy. That's a beautiful belief, and your soul knows that. But your mind is like, knock, knock, like, you need to take me with you. I don't believe that. So instead we go, what can my mind get on board with? And it'll be different for each of you, but you might be like, you know what? Money is coming in when I am doing X, Y, and Z. So instead of it being an absolute, never gonna happen, maybe we just crack the door on possibility. The biggest thing is get your mind on board with the new rule. And it can just be a little bit better, or just add to it even. Like, love is unsafe with toxic people. I would agree, that's probably a legitimate belief. right? And maybe that'll even change. Maybe the belief is love is never unsafe because love has nothing to do with toxicity. It's just unconditional, and I choose to operate in a completely different way, even with toxic people. They don't even bother me. That's a freaking awesome belief, right? But wherever you are moving towards, just make sure it's a little bit better, or a hell of a lot better. Whatever your mind can get on board with, I am so cool with. I just don't want you guys to think that you need to go build some new belief, radically change every behavior, because I've done it, and it's a crash and burn. It's just too much. It kind of shocks the system, if you will. Does that feel okay? Does that resonate? Yeah? So we're just looking for an incremental movement. And I'm going to explain this in a couple minutes when I go over the basement and ceiling too in a different way. I want you guys to think about rules when I talk about that. Everything I'm talking about today, it's like a web of connection. Everything connects and everything leads to home. Home being the highest vibration possible and the most authentic version of us. Okay, so let's go backwards again, because again, I told you guys this is a lot to digest, okay? We figure out what our current silos are that we want to work on. Maybe you just write them all down, right? And then you build little boxes under each. And you're going to go based on where my life is at in this area, based on my current behaviors, based on what my relationship situation looks like, based on what my money situation looks like. What types of beliefs and rules would I have? What type would someone, if you have to distance yourself from yourself for a moment, what types of rules and beliefs would someone have that is living out and has the current reality that I have? Good or bad, no judgment, right? But what would it be? And then you're going to go, I'm giving you the steps right now, so hopefully you guys are kind of writing these down. And then the next thing you're going to do is, what rules need to go? So again, you've assessed all the silos that you would like to figure out what rule boxes, what rules sit in each box. Here are all your boxes and more, whatever ones you guys wrote, right? Then you're going to look at your behaviors in your environment and go, and this is just if you don't know what rules you're living by. That's how I like to look at it, right? Because I know that my mind's going to get a little sneaky and be like, no, we don't believe that, because we don't want to change it. Ooh, subconscious real is here to protect us. So if I look at my reality and my environment, I'm like, there's some juicy goodness in here. This is like my can't bullshit myself way to look at my rules, right? So look at my environment, look at my behaviors in that particular rule box. So we're talking about, like, let's just say love for now. I'm gonna write them all down, as many as I can think of. More will pop up too. As soon as you're like, oh wow, all of a sudden a bill came in the mail and I just realized I had another rule. I'm a piece of shit when I don't pay my bills on time. I don't know, whatever it is, right? Be responsible. You're irresponsible if you don't pay your bills on time. Sounds like a rule to me. And so now you've got all of these different rules and you're going to assess them. Which ones need to go? Maybe you'll find some that need to stay. Maybe you're like, I actually still like that one. That one's a good one. Good, keep it. But the ones where you're like, I know that this is causing the current environment or the current reality or the current situations I'm in that I don't like, then we want to look at those rules and go, okay, what's a better rule? What's a rule that moves me towards a better reality? What would a person who doesn't have the problems that I have, what types of rules would they be living by? So far, so good? I'm letting you guys kind of soak it in. This is a big one, y'all. It's really a big one. Okay, good. And now, every 90 days, we're going to reassess this. But the way that we make it stick is action, right? Because we already had behaviors and unconscious actions that confirmed our beliefs and our rules. So those do have to change. And yeah, sometimes it feels like a little rigid and sticky at first. But now, once you've got that new rule, you're not just going to say, here's my new rule, yay. We're going to go, okay, based on, we're going to talk about triggers in a minute, based on the triggers that tend to show up in this particular area of my life, what comes next? What types of behaviors would someone who does not get triggered by the things that sit here that don't work very well, what do they think? What types of rules do they have? What types of behaviors? What do they do when shit hits the fan in these areas where normally I get smaller, or I hide, or I become afraid, or I'm afraid to be vulnerable, or I shut down, or whatever that action is? We have to also change the chosen action. This is called a pattern interrupt. Don't worry, it's going to all make sense in a second. We still have so much to go over today. But a part of how we're shifting our rules in real time is something called TPP that we'll talk about in a couple minutes. But these rules that we have, we decide the new rule. Make sure that you're like, yeah, I can get on board with that. It's a little uncomfortable, or I'm not sure how it's going to pan out, but I can get on board with that. That is a better rule than the one I currently have. And then we go, if someone had the rule that I am now moving towards, how would they act? And what would they do in those moments that feel a little sticky when it comes to this particular area? And it will become really natural. Again, this is the do the work. I was not kidding on the first day when I said do the work is a huge rule. We're talking about doing the work now. So this is the part where you're like, oh, wait, what? Don't get lost in it. But this is where we start shifting everything. This is where all of that neurological stuff starts to mumbo jumbo around. And again, it's a little sticky at first because it's new and it's foreign to us to be shifting who we perceive that we are, because beliefs are typically quite attached to identity, right? Which is why I'd rather attack it with rules than going straight to beliefs, because the mind just seems to reject it more. Just so you guys know my little philosophy behind it. We want to understand what our rules are, see which ones don't work, what types of behaviors would support our new rule. Okay, hang tight. It's going to make more sense, okay? So, first and foremost, have y'all taken one area that you're working on. I want you to do this in real time, okay? You don't need to share this one just yet. Oh, you can, of course, post about it. But what are your rules? Take the one area that you came with if you're still feeling like that's the thing you want to work on. And I'm going to give you guys a couple minutes. Don't worry, you're not going to miss anything. I'm just going to talk and let your subconscious hear what I'm saying. What are the rules I have around that particular rule box, that particular silo? What behaviors do I have that would show what my rules are, just in case my mind is protecting the rule and I'm a little bit confused? When I get in a fight with my partner, I usually shut down or I start screaming. What type of rule might I have for someone who starts screaming or shuts down when conflict starts? Again, rules and beliefs, sometimes they're kind of fluid, and that's okay. Don't judge yourself for it. You'll start seeing the difference over time. But what sits there based on how things currently go? When a bill comes in the mail, I immediately shut down and I start judging myself, saying how irresponsible I am that I didn't pay it on time. I think that everything's going to completely fall apart. I immediately go pay it so that I can, like a pressure cooker, try and get it off. Because I have a rule that if it's not taken care of immediately, that I'm not allowed to be at peace. One of the greatest things I learned, by the way, on my financial blocks was having boundaries around my finances. Anytime that I would get a bill in the mail, and again, this was really irrational. There was a point where I was like, I have plenty of finances, but it was just so ingrained in me. So every once in a while, if there was a bill in the mail, or even if it was like a scam or something like that, I'd be like, oh, what is this? I need to look at it. What could it mean? And I had self-identified with it. I thought that it meant something about me as a person, and it scared me because I thought, it would just bring me right back to when I couldn't afford to, live, basically. And so my rules were all built around this identity of I'm responsible, and I have to look like this, and I have to do it this way with finances. And when I started saying, you know what? I check my bills Monday and Wednesday from 3 to 5. I only talk to my accountant on this day of the month. And it is not allowed to bleed into my every moment because it's sitting in the back of my mind. And I decided I would have a boundary with the things that robbed me of my joy or stressed me out. And it allowed for me to not react from my programming when something would show up that I didn't like in my finances too. And sure as shit, I would give it space. I'd be like, okay, I'm coming back to that in 5 hours. And at first, those 5 hours were brutal. I was just thinking about it the whole time. I'm like, no, I'll feel better if I just take care of it right away. Does anyone have that when you're in like a relationship and you get in a fight? You're like, we need to talk right away. Or if someone, oh, this is the worst. When someone texts you, they're like, we need to talk. Can we talk tonight? You're like, how dare you? We need to talk immediately. I need to know what's wrong right now, right? And so I would sit there and be like, oh, this is brutal, this 5 hours. I'm just saying 5 hours, I don't remember how long it was. And then over time, I was like, oh, the bill comes or the email or whatever, and I'd be like, yeah, I deal with that on Mondays. And there was no energy around it. And come Monday, it had solved itself every time because I didn't feed my consciousness into it. I no longer had a rule that I had to immediately act on these things. And I no longer had a rule that it was somehow impacting my identity. And it was so powerful to feel free of the fallacies of the rules and beliefs that I'd lived by for so long. Ahas, lots of ahas. We learn in stories, right? This is why I love being vulnerable with y'all. We'll call it vulnerable, honest, authentic, sharing the truth. Okay, how are you guys feeling? Did you start writing down some of your rules? Good. Now, pay attention to this over the next couple days at least, but remember, we're going to talk about more things that are related to rules, but I want you guys to kind of piece this together. Your intuition already knows. But every 90 days, at minimum, you should be rewriting your rules. Because if you're growing every day, even at 1%, those rules are going to get too small. They might be so expansive today, but you will meet those rules and go, wow, that was once really wonderful. And I have expanded so much that that's too small now. I'm ready for an even greater rule. And eventually, you reach kind of your ultimate rules. And then you get to play with them, kind of like being on the island. You absolutely do get to the rule that money is just energy and you can create it any moment that you want. That love is unconditional and you don't even need to worry about being worthy of anything in life because you were born worthy. The rules end up becoming so beautiful. Or the rules become, I don't allow for myself to surround myself with vexatious people. I know that when I know myself, when my intuition speaks to me, that I honor it. These rules get really, really beautiful over time. And that's why every 90 days we reassess them and go, okay, cut open the box again. What can stay? What needs to go? Or what needs to be elevated? What's ready for an upgrade? And what behaviors go with that upgrade? We're not after perfect rules. We just want better than before and something that our mind can get on board with. Are you guys clear on how I explained to find your rules? We look at our behaviors, we look at our current environment, and we assess what types of rules we typically have. So far, so good? Fantastic. Okay, I know this is a little bit of a sticky one. Let me continue, and then we're going to bring it all together, okay? So even if you're a little lost right now, don't worry. We're on a journey right now, okay? So let's talk about rules for a moment here. I remember, let's do an example. So before I was able to serve the world, I had this perception of, in order for me to be worthy of sitting in front of people, helping them heal, I needed to be similar to Mother Teresa. I need to be incredible, loving unconditionally in every moment, godly, all the things that I perceived, a Mother Teresa type energy to be. That's what I needed to be worthy. So in order for me to be worthy of serving the world, I need to be like a Mother Teresa. Now my rules and my beliefs and my behaviors were not consistently in alignment with that. Because in order to be like Mother Teresa, when I realized, okay, my rules, well, first of all, I'm not a nun. Let's start there. I've done some things that exclude me from being a nun at this point in my life, right? So that's already out. So my rule of being like Mother Teresa, there's some unconscious parts that come with it because I've labeled it as such. So I'm like, I've done shameful things. Or I've done things that don't allow for me to be my perception and rules on what pure is. I guess I'm not worthy of serving the world then. And then I also had rules on how often I had to be it. 100% of the time. right? So let's stop for a moment here. Think about the thing that you want. Aha, perfect. Okay, maybe this is the story that'll make it all click. Otherwise, we got more, don't worry. So think about the thing that you want right now. Who do you think you have to be to obtain it? And how often do you have to be it? I remember talking to this woman at an event. This was actually just like a couple months ago. She was here at the Heartland. And her rules were, in order for me to be worthy of love, which was the thing she wanted so much, she needed to be June Cleaver. That's what we called it. We called it June Cleaver. She's like, I need to make incredible meals for my family every night. I need to look perfect for my husband. I need to always be pleasant, so I can't be over emotional. All of her rules on who she had to be worthy of love were unobtainable. And I was like, okay, well, I mean, you can do that every once in a while, but how often do you have to do it? And she said, 100% of the time. I need to be that every day. And I was like, so what you're saying is something that you are unwilling to be, because there was a part of her that was really rebellious, so she would never actually do the thing that she, her rules said she had to do or be. So I'm like, so you contradict it. You are ensuring that you'll never be worthy of love. You are ensuring that you will meet the rules that you are not worthy of love, the belief that you are not worthy of love. Because you can't be June Cleaver 100% of the time. It's a shitty rule, and it ensures that we don't get our needs met because of that belief. So going back to my Mother Teresa thing, how would I rewrite the rule of, in order for me to be worthy of serving, I need to be Mother Teresa? How about, in order for me to be worthy of serving, I will operate in integrity, unconditional love, divine guidance, and I accept myself along the way. Beautiful new rule. Okay, but what does that look like? In the moments that it gets sticky and I start judging myself, imposter syndrome hits, oh, who am I to serve the world? Hold on. My rule is I accept myself along the way. And maybe a part of my acceptance is I call up a friend, or I write a love note to myself. There's my action, right? Operating in integrity, making sure that I do the right thing. It's a new rule that allows for me to get where I'm trying to go versus stopping me. So instead of me thinking I have to be Mother Teresa, which is unobtainable, just like homegirl who's like, I can't be June Cleaver, instead we shift it. When I operate in integrity, when I'm embodying unconditional love, blah, 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 I'm worthy of serving the world. For her, when I open up my heart and I'm vulnerable and I express love to my family through whatever I cook for dinner, but my intention will be to nourish my family. When I embrace my husband, it will be to show him that I love him, then I am worthy of love. That feels so much better. So much better. So we're just looking for a new rule that has a little bit more expansion to it. We just want a little extra magic to it, so that we can expand the current rule that is not allowing for us to get where we're trying to go. Total aha, fantastic. Okay, let's set this aside for a moment. Let's talk about rules a little bit differently, okay? This is not in the way that I just defined it, just to confuse y'all, just kidding. So you can also make rules when you're manifesting. Now this takes a little courage, okay? So rules can also be used in smaller time frames and moments when you're feeling like you're in that limbo, that funky space where you're like, I don't know, what's my intuition, Mandy? Is it this? Is it this? Should I do this? Should I do this? Because again, what did we say yesterday? Limbo is the worst place to be. We just need all of our energy moving towards one direction. So I'll tell you what I've done. I want you to play around with this. If you have been sitting on an idea or a thought or a what's right, what's wrong, I can tell you right now, your intuition speaks to you immediately. If you're not getting an answer, I say this with love, but if you're not getting an answer, it's because you blocked the answer. You don't really want to know yet. Perceive reward, right? People are like, clarity. People come to me, they're like, tell me my purpose work. I just want to know my purpose work. And I'm like, no. One, I'm not a crystal ball. But two, if you knew your purpose work, would you really do it? What if it meant that everything in your life changes? What if it means you had to take drastic action? What if it meant you had to be fully seen? It's not about the information. It's preparing yourself for it. So this may or may not work for you, depending on the situations. So I remember after I had moved from Florida. So I moved from Arizona to Florida, right? And then I was in my little, sleeping on my foam pad in my apartment and all that jazz. And I got called to Sedona. This is how I did this. This is how much I'm willing to just, one, that I trust myself now, and two, I'm willing to lean on what I perceive to be divine guidance, or at least it helps me make a decision. So I was sitting there in Florida, and I'm like, am I supposed to stay in Florida? I had met Oliver at this point. I was like, am I supposed to stay in Florida and live here? Or I keep getting called to a few different places. So I can't remember all of the ones that I wrote, but I basically wrote, I think it was 3 pieces of paper. I wrote Sedona on one, I think it was Norway and California or something like that. And this is the way I scan, y'all. You can totally do this as long as you are willing. Don't ask for answers you're not willing to take action on, okay? Period. Instead, spend all of your energy figuring out why you have resistance to doing it. Does that make sense? Sometimes we're sitting here searching for answers. We get the answer. It's been blaring at us for the past 20 years, but we don't want to hear it. So we throw our blinders up. We're like, I still don't have the answer. I don't know. Is it really my intuition? Is it really the thing? But we're just afraid. So we have to love ourselves through that. But for me, instead of me going, I'm going to spend all of my energy just trying to grind it towards the thing that I want, I go, why is there resistance? This should be easy. So instead, all of my energy is going to go towards understanding why it's not easy. What am I afraid of? What's the perceived reward of staying where I am? All the things we've talked about. So anyways, I sit there and I crumple up all these little pieces of paper, close my eyes, and I'm like, in the highest good of all, if I'm meant to be somewhere, show me where. And then I throw them out, and I just grab whatever one, that's closest to my hand, and I open it, and it said Sedona. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to Sedona. So Oliver and I, moved there basically in essence, but we hadn't moved there. We were staying in hotels, and if anyone has ever been to Sedona, it's a very touristy area. It is hard to find consistent places to live or hotels. We were literally bopping between hotel rooms. I'm running out of money at that point. It was very early on in my journey. And I'm like, okay, I scanned, I got brought here. And you could literally just say, Mandy, you just crumpled up a couple pieces of paper. This is not God coming down on a cloud to you. Well, I choose to believe differently. I see magic and miracles every single day. So I'm like, I was brought here, what the heck? So I decided I'm building a rule. I'm building a boundary right now. I'm doing it. And so I said, okay, proverbial universe, whatever it is that, I talk to out there, you brought me here. That's what I think at least. Could be my higher self. Could be another version of my mind. Who knows? You brought me here. This is getting a little bit too sticky. I need 1, more finances, because I'm running out here. And 2, I need a place to call home. This is starting to get a little triggering. This isn't feeling good. And I don't feel like I'm focusing on my work and all that stuff. And I think it was a day to 2 days, I had made like 30 grand. And I had clients coming out of the woodworks when I used to do like VIP work. And I decided that I would launch an event that was totally, randomly inspired. All of this stuff happened out of nowhere. And the best part, all of a sudden, I'm just searching online. I'd been searching online forever to find a place, to live. And everyone's vacation rentals there, so you can't find a consistent place. And I also didn't really want a whole bunch of commitment at the time. All of a sudden, this house pops up out of nowhere, and I'm like, oh, let's go, take a look. They're willing to, let us have a look. I go, my husband and I, at the time, boyfriend and I, we go to this unbelievable home. It's so beautiful. They are charging way less than they should have been charging. And we sat and had a glass of wine and watched the sunset with the lady who was friends with the owner. And she's like, you guys are going to love it here and blah, blah, blah. And she's like, oh, and they're fine with you guys doing like a month-to-month thing if you want. I got everything I wanted. And it literally showed up out of nowhere. It crystallized as soon as I said, this is what it is or this is what it's not. Period. But I was okay. I was okay with whatever it was. So whenever you find yourself in a sticky moment where you're not okay with it being this or that, that becomes the work. Why am I unwilling to surrender? What am I afraid of? Detachment is one of the hardest and most incredible things to master in manifestation, and it consistently keeps you in a high vibration. Detachment allows for you to surrender to the grandest version of you, to the most incredible flow and the reality in which is most authentically meant for you. And that's where life becomes really easy and fun and expansive, is when we stop resisting the expansion. When we keep trying to say, no, it has to look like this. It has to stay in this little tiny box. I never, ever, ever thought I would be sitting here in front of you all with a husband, with beautiful, amazing children, with financial abundance, with writing books for the world, helping world leaders. I had no idea. I just kept following the breadcrumbs that divinity was giving me. And I had a way more amazing life than I could have ever conjured up in my mind, because my mind never believed that what I breathe every single day would have ever been possible for somebody like me. So that 1% rule we talked about, a part of that is taking life in strides. We all live 20 years out or 20 steps ahead, but that is your human mind trying to conceive what is inconceivable, trying to give you the best possible route or solution, and it simply doesn't have it. It's always going to revert back to the past or what it's learned and the different pieces of data that you have observed throughout your life. It is not divinity. When you play the energy game instead of the human game, when you listen to the breadcrumbs and the movements of life, you quantum leap towards what you are manifesting. You manifest so fast, it'll make your head spin. Because instead, you'd think, I need to know all the steps in order to get there. You don't. I promise you, you don't. It is the slowest way. I remember sitting at an event, and this woman, she was a veteran, amazing woman, love her. She actually ended up working with us. Veteran, and she was passionate, like just a total, she'd say, I'm such a nerd about salts. She loved rocks and salts and all this stuff. And she was also a school professor. She sits at this event, and she's like, my passion is I want to start like a bath salts or like a salts business. And I was like, cool, so how long have you been thinking about this? And I think it was like, years. And I was like, what do you have to do to get there? And so I wrote down everything she had, probably like 30 things, 30 steps to get her business off the ground. And I said, do we need this? Do we really need this? What about this? And we basically deconstructed her original plan to 3 steps. 3 steps she launched 2 weeks later, and I partnered with her. She would have sat on that, most likely, for the rest of her life. Something that made her happy, something she was passionate about, something that could supplement her income, because she thought that she needed to have all these steps and she had to do all these steps because her human mind told her that that was what was needed. When I first started my business, I decided I will not have a website because I thought I needed one. But really, I used the website as an excuse to not get started because websites take forever to build. So I thought, break the rules. It can happen in ways that you have never seen. I cannot tell you how many people have come up to me and my husband, and they're like, how do you do what you do? How are you so successful? I remember when I wrote my second book and how it all happened. I broke all the rules of publishing. All of the seemingly concrete things in life. You live and die by your rules, nobody else. And they are so unbelievably moldable, and they are flexible, and they're going to consistently change. But you will get where you're trying to go so much faster if you just go, what's the next illuminated step in front of me? You can be surrounded by darkness, but if you have one illuminated step in front of you, that is enough. And you take that damn step as fast as you can. As soon as it lights up, boom, you're there. Don't let your mind catch up and slow you down, talk you out of it. You go towards it. You move towards it. I'll tell you another story about that soon. Okay, let's shift gears to one other piece of the mind that plays into your rules. I call it, what about you is not you? What about you is not you? Alrighty. Who thinks they know what I'm about to talk about? Programming, right? What about you is not you? What have you picked up at no fault of anyone? We're not here to play the blame game, y'all. But what have you picked up from your caregivers, whether that was your parents, your grandparents, your aunts and uncles, maybe whoever adopted you, or whatever it may be? Society. the culture you grew up in, religious. What about you is not you that you have made you? I'll tell you a story on how deep this goes sometimes. So when I was pregnant with my youngest, I know I talk about this a lot of things happen when you're pregnant, a lot of freaking growth, let me tell you, at least it was for me. So I was sitting there pregnant, and I did not enjoy pregnancy. If you could die from fatigue, I think I would have. So I said, at least in the first trimester. And I had so many different ranges of emotions. And I was sitting there and I was like, this is insanity. What is going on? And my husband, bless his heart, for really, sticking with me through this, because I was a wreck for a little bit there. And I would be like, one day I'd be like, we should buy a big home, with a big yard, and our kids can run and play, and it'll be so wonderful, and we'll have all these things. And next day, I'm like, tiny house. We need a tiny house. Let's get a really small house in case shit hits the fan. Remember that word. Remember that phrase. In case shit hits the fan, then we always have a home, and it's fully paid off, and I'll feel so good. I'll feel so safe. He's like, please don't make any financial decisions while you're pregnant. Please run them through me first. So I'm sitting there, and I don't know, maybe I was like 6 months pregnant. I don't know, I can't remember. And I'm in Sedona for an event, and my mom came up, because she lives in Phoenix. She came up to hang out and see me and stuff, and we had an incredible healing journey. I'd love to share that with you all another day, but we're really close now. And so she came up to hang out, and we were just talking and stuff, and I can't remember how the conversation led to this, but she goes, yeah, well, why don't you just get like a smaller property? You just have it in case shit hits the fan. I almost broke my neck looking at my husband. I was like, did you hear that? Did you hear that too? I was like, what? And I was like, Mom, what happened when I was in your belly, like when you were pregnant with me? And she's like, well, we were homeless. And I didn't even know up to this point that we were homeless when I was born or when she was pregnant with me and stuff. And she's like, we were in a horrible financial situation. Your dad had kind of abandoned it, blah, 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 all this stuff. And I was like, whoa. And this really helped me understand gestational trauma too, outside of my clinical work. But I was like, I'm sitting here thinking that I am making decisions for myself, but it's really this unhealed thing that has passed through me because there was tons of emotion. I mean, talk about, pregnancy emotions and the neurohormones and so forth. It just ignited it. And thank goodness the universe gave me a perfect sign, so it gave me the exact same phrase, in case shit hits the fan. And I was like, this isn't even mine. Wow. So what about you is not you, is all of the things. You might have also gone in the opposite direction. You might be like, I will be nothing like my parents. I think in complete opposition as so-and-so. I get that one as well. But in some way, it's inauthentic, right? Whether we're rejecting a part of them or us or whatever it is. But what beliefs, I just want you to start marinating on this. What beliefs and thoughts may you have that aren't yours? What rules do you live by that were taught to you? My money rules were absolutely taught to me because my parents had huge issues with taxes and IRS, which is what led to us being homeless. So Oliver, when he first met me and we started talking more about stuff, he's like, why are you so neurotic about taxes? Like, you get audited and they owe you money, You're so perfect about it. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is why. I am living out a reality that's not mine, but I am breathing life into it, into my now. So by me understanding it, shifting the behaviors and so forth, then the old rule, that generational, whatever it is, ends with me. Beautiful. So I want to do an activity, all right? We're going to do an activity here. I call this the sunglasses exercise, lenses. So something that I've talked about a lot, and again, I know that some of y'all, the word God might not resonate for you, but you can call it God, universe, source, whatever feels good to you. Again, I don't think that God is like a dude shooting lightning bolts down or anything like that. There's no gender to it or anything like that. But I would call it God's eyes or love's eyes. And that's always been the set of lenses that I would put on that would allow for me to see things outside of someone else's lenses, whether it's my mom's or my dad's or a hurt version of me because I was rejected, or an old version of me that had eating disorders, all kinds of things, right? And so I call it the sunglasses exercise. What you're going to see is that more often than not, you are wearing a set of lenses that are not authentic to you. They're a small version of you, but they're not all of you. And I noticed that when we put these lenses on, our entire worldview starts to fit into this perception. So an example of this, I remember back when I did have eating disorders, great segue, I forgot to tell you guys this, I was bulimic and anorexic. And so I had this issue when I was dating a particular person who was just not a great partner, we'll say, and a very wounded soul himself. And I was about 95 pounds, I think, and he would come to me and he would pinch my stomach and he would say, oh, just making sure that you're not getting fat. And every time, even before he would get to my stomach, because I couldn't even tell him no, I just was so dishonoring myself. And before he'd even get there, but I knew that that's what he was going for, it was like, whew, I just turned into a completely different version of myself. The I hate myself, and I would see everything through I am unworthy and I hate myself lenses. And so I would obviously eat different, I would dress different, and I would act different. I realized there was this whole version of me that was just trying to avoid the pain. And I would see life through those lenses. Now, you might have some victim lenses. You might have money lenses. You might have all those different silos we talked about as far as at least the more wounded parts of us. But they are inauthentic. They are not the true perspective. It does not give us the whole world view. So what I would like for you all to do, think about this for a moment here. Right now, something in your life, I guarantee that you are in the forest trying to look at the problem, where you need to be above the forest, bird's eye view, seeing how to get out of there. Because when you're in the forest, I talk about this a lot with my EME practitioners. When you're in the forest with a client or with yourself or whatever it is, you can't see it all. You are seen from a very specific set of lenses, and it is inaccurate and at best, it is just a very small part that's trying to serve, right? But it is not the full perspective. And usually the perspective is one that is debilitating or does not serve us. So we have to zoom out of the forest so we're not stuck in the trees, not knowing where the river is, not knowing where the road is, and all that stuff. And we zoom up and we're like, oh my gosh, I was 20 feet away from the river, 5 feet from the road. I just couldn't hear it because there's that rushing river right there, whatever it is. So we want to zoom up and put on love's eyes, love's lenses, God's lenses, whatever higher self lenses. And how we do that, in essence, is asking ourselves, what else could it mean? This is so powerful for folks who tell me my parents didn't love me, or my dad, doesn't da-da-da, whatever. And I remember that with myself. I was like, why doesn't my dad want to be in my life? Why is he gone? Why did he choose pills and women and drugs and money, right? And when I was able to expand my perspective, and actually ended up confirming this with him, I was like, the greatest act of love that he was capable of, I'm not saying that it was what I really wanted, but was that he thought that if he stayed away from me, he wouldn't fuck me up, that he wouldn't damage me as much if he was out of my life. So I only saw the more beautiful parts of him. What a gift. What an incredible gift. And so when we broaden that perspective, someone's like, well, my mom didn't love me. And I'm like, why? What's the proof, right? And they're like, well, I never got good enough grades for her. Or she always said that I should dress down or stop being so loud or, whatever it is. And I'm like, so how did she grow up? And sometimes the exact same thing. I'm like, so could it be taught? This is just what she knew? Or was she afraid that because she never shined her light fully, that if you shined your light, that you could be rejected because of something unhealed in her? And then they're like, and of course you have to agree with it, right? It has to feel true. But I guarantee there's some beautiful thing that actually comes from love in most of our wounded parts. In the lens that we have that doesn't serve us, there is actually more available to us. There is a whole nother perception. And it's not that the original doesn't sit in there, right? We can say, you know what? It was effed up. That person shouldn't have done that thing, or whatever it is. But we build in compassion or empathy, not forgiveness even, just empathy. A higher perspective. Wow, that experience, all of my traumas, all the things I told you guys about, oh my gosh, the people I get to help today, I am genuinely grateful for those walks that I walked. I understand humanity in such an incredibly unique way. Those are the lenses I choose to put on every day. That everything is here to serve me, that everything is feedback, and that I will make everything turn into gold in my life. I will transmute any darkness that I have experienced and any darkness that you have experienced into what it once was, which was light, which was love, and it got misconstrued along the way. But when we do that, when we shift that perspective, we transmute the experience in and of itself. We begin to transmute the beliefs and the rules attached to it. Number 3, I love it. So what I want you guys to do right now, an activity. I actually had a client who, this is what she did. You know how like there's those little boxes that you can, if you're like a sunglass collector, or like you have a lot of sunglasses, you have like those little, like the sunglasses all sit there. You can fit like 20 sunglasses in this little box. You guys know what I'm talking about? Yeah? Okay, cool. So she had this little box, and it was an actual sunglass box. But she had all of these like cheap sunglasses that she'd bought. And she basically put all of the different lenses that she puts on every day, she labeled them. So she had like victim lenses. She had 5-year-old, wounded version of her lenses. She had empowered lenses. She had all these different labels that she realized that she continued to step through because she was doing her energetic check-ins. So she knew what emotions, see, we're going back to yesterday, she knew what emotions she would cycle through, and she started seeing, wow, this is really consistent. This is actually like a very specific worldview, very specific perspective I tend to put on after I get triggered. But it's inauthentic, and it's this unhealed part of me. But I start viewing it as reality, and then I start living it out because I'm seeing everything through tainted glasses. And so what she would do, because she was also a very kinesthetic learner, this was her pattern interrupt. We're going to talk about those soon. She would go to her sunglass box when she was at home, at least. I don't really know what she did when she was out and about. She had some type of solution because her life is freaking incredible now. But she would go and she would say, okay, what lenses do I have on right now? And she would identify it, again, creating distance. Ooh, I like that, right? So much more empowering to go, this is not who I am. This is what I'm seeing right now. This is what I'm feeling right now. And she would pick up maybe the victim glasses, and she'd be like, okay, yep, all right, let's look around. Okay, everything looks pretty shitty here. I see it. I understand what I perceive and I believe, and da-da-da-da-da. I see the rules that I'm living by. Okay, cool. Taking those suckers off. Which ones do I want? And she'd pick up maybe love's eyes, God's eyes, the highest version, right? And she'd go, all right, same scenario, same situation, same thing that's causing me pain. What else can it mean? What else is there for me? And it changed her entire life. This one exercise. I remember Malia saying this and Oliver saying this. Sometimes it's just one thing. One thing you're going to hear over these 3 days. They're going to skyrocket you into a completely new reality. So, right now, what I would like for you all to do is close your eyes. And I want you to think about that one thing you came here to manifest. And now I want you to think about what lenses do you have on when you think about that thing? Do you even believe that it's possible? Who do you have to be to achieve it? How often do you have to be it? And are those the correct lenses? Is that the best set of eyes that you can see this through? And with no judgment, take those lenses off. You could even do it physically right now if that feels right. Just pretend to take them off. Again, no rules here. Don't be silly. That's the whole point of growth. And thank you to those lenses. They have a purpose. They're not bad. And now choose your set of lenses. Source's eyes, higher self, future self, the version of you that has the thing that you want, and put those lenses on. Yeah, there we go. How does everything look? Same scenario. Completely different perspective. It's not only possible, it's right in front of you. It's always just been a vibration away. Just expand the perspective if you have to. Maybe the rule is starting to shift already. And choose to keep those lenses on all day. You can take them off at the end of the night if you want to put on the victim ones again, or the sad ones, or the limiting beliefs ones. It's a free will universe, that's your right. But promise me that you'll leave them on for the rest of the day. And every time you see that the other lenses are trying to sneak their way back on your face, in front of your beautiful eyes, the entry to your soul, you go, not right now. Thank you. Yeah. Now, while you're already here, let's jump right into a meditation. 3 deep breaths, please. Let's go to our right room. We're going to the train station of the universe. In this white room, a train's gonna pick you up. Maybe it's the same one from yesterday, maybe it's different. Hop aboard. We're going on an adventure. The destination takes you straight to the platform with a door. That's all there is a door. Through this door is a movie theater. If you'd like, build a little concession stand with your imagination, grab some snacks, make your way in and find your seat. The movie theater's pretty full, but the perfect seat is waiting for you. Nestle into your chair. Grab a couple bites of your snacks. The show's about to begin. Now, this is a little bit of an old-timey theater, so there's a reel in order to get the movie started. The movie begins to play. And it's the movie of your life. But it's coming from your subconscious reel right now. It's coming from a very specific set of lenses. The movie begins to change. You're throwing your 3D glasses on. Everything's coming to life. You're seeing life from this moment forward. And it is radical. Pick a scene from your love life and watch it. Pick a scene from your finances and watch it. Pick a scene from your family, your relationships and friendships. It's something funny, it's making you laugh. The whole audience erupts in laughter. And anything else that your imagination wants to play in here. You are seeing your life unfold. Feel it deeply. Don't hold back. If you're really letting yourself play with this one, if you're really tapping into the highest lenses, I doubt you can contain yourself. As you start to look around the movie theater, you realize that everybody sitting there is a version of you. Even the one who put the reel on. It's all you. all of these versions of you, they begin to turn into something a little bit less physical, and beautifully and lovingly begin to seep into you until you are one. One soul in the movie theater. And now the screen begins to dissolve into a purple and golden energy. And it moves into your chest, into your heart, becoming one with you. You realize not only were you in the movie theater with all versions of you, but as the credits hit, you remembered that you were also the producer, the creative director, everything. You finally remember that you built the mountain that you were about to climb, and you already know the way. And now out loud you say, repeat after me, I am not an extra in my life movie. I am the producer of my every experience. Again, I am not an extra in my life movie. I am the producer of my every experience. One more time. I am not an extra in my life movie. I am the producer of my every experience. And if I wrote the play, I choose the ending. Beautiful. When it feels good, you may walk out of the theater, get back on the train, come back to the white room, taking a few deep breaths and coming back to me. Take as much time as you need. Stay in this space as long as you would like. And in case no one's told you today, I love you. Welcome back. So we're jumping into emotions. But before we do that, so that I do not forget, tomorrow we are all going to dress as a version of us that we have yet to have met. So if you're meeting us live, and I hope you do this moving forward, almost to where if you see yourself on the screen, you're like, who is this? So I remember driving, I think we were driving halfway across the country, Oliver and I, years ago. And I stopped at a Burger King because I had to pee. And I go into the Burger King, and one of the workers was coming out. And he just looked like maybe he was having a bad day or something. He wouldn't really make eye contact with me. You know, I'm that person who's like, hi. I'm trying to get better at that because people are like, leave me alone. But he's walking out, and I'm looking at him. I'm waiting for him to give me one eye so I can say hi. And he's just looking down and kind of in his moment, you know, feeling whatever he's feeling. And as he was looking up, it was so wild, y'all. You'd think I'd gone crazy. I saw him, and all of a sudden, he wasn't him, if that makes sense. He was a version of him, but he was vibrantly smiling, and he had confidence in his eyes, and he was dressed differently, and he walked straight up. and he was just like owning life. And then boom, he was back to the version that I saw in that moment. It's one of my gifts, is seeing and treating people as, the greatest version of them. And as he walked past, I was like, that was a very physical experience. It was very weird. And I noticed that most of the time, we also dress similar to the lenses that we put on that morning. Interesting, right? Again, we build a whole worldview around it. So tomorrow, for those of you who join us live, or anyone who even catches the replay, have fun with it. We're going to dress like a version of us that has it all. Maybe you throw on lipstick, maybe you wear a different type of hat, maybe you wear a suit, maybe you wear pajamas, maybe you wear funky socks, maybe you don't give a shit what anybody thinks about, and you wear whatever the hell you want. But you're going to dress like the greatest version of you, whatever that may feel like, and do it so much so that you're like, I don't normally dress like this. This is kind of fun. The greatest version of me typically wears pajamas, so I may or may not wear pajamas tomorrow. I'm totally owning this too. I got my purple on today. I'm in. All right? So, just side note. Let's jump into emotions, y'all, okay? This is one of the coolest pieces. We talked a lot about mind. Emotions will not take as long as mind, if that makes sense, but it is an integral piece. Absolutely important foundational component to raising your vibration and manifesting that which you desire, because emotions are really the vehicle that allows for us to manifest. So imagine this. Imagine that you are, I remember one of my practitioners talking about this. She was like, so what's the difference between thoughts and emotions? Because you say this thing I'm about to tell you guys. She's like, you talk about this, but then I love when people are like, wait, help me understand, Andy. And so I said, imagine if you're, driving home from work and you kind of, how you don't really know how you got home? You're like, it's just such a natural thing. It's just like a neurological pathway you've used for so long. You're like, whoa, how'd I get home? I just do it so often, I didn't even realize that I knew how I was going to get there, but I wasn't sitting there going, okay, wait, what does the GPS say again? Turn when, where, how? It becomes this really natural process. And so thoughts in and of themselves are not that powerful compared to thoughts with emotions. Go with me on this thought here. This is just my perception here. So thoughts in and of themselves, let's say that you're just thinking about what you're going to eat for dinner that night, right? Is that really a very powerful thought? You're probably not emotional about it, right? Unless you're starving and you're like, I haven't eaten all day. You might have some emotion, but most likely you're just like, oh, maybe I'll pull out the frozen vegetables and, whatever, right? Just a thought. It's just a thought. Does it feel like it has that much power? Not really, right? But let's say that, you're driving, and you start thinking about that one time on the playground or at work when everyone started making fun of you. And all of a sudden you're like back there and you're feeling it and you're experiencing it and you're getting all stressed out and stuff and and all of a sudden, boom, you get a fender bender. Interesting, right? Because there's an emotion to it. There's anger or sadness or the feeling of rejection. There's something tied to that thought that then produced something because your consciousness goes, and now it's the only thing that you're living and breathing in that moment is that thought versus the many thoughts that we can typically have. So emotions, I remember reading this when I think I was like 20, 21. So I had this friend, and her father was a quantum physicist and a NASA rocket scientist. And I loved reading his books, and he was just a really interesting and intelligent guy. And I remember something that he had said, and I paraphrase it now, but something that he had said that forever stuck with me, even in the thousands of pages that I had read, was emotions are one of the first units of consciousness. Now, I was not very conscious at that moment, so I didn't really understand in fullness what it meant. I was very, very smart intellectually, right? I can understand how atoms and particles and all that blah, 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 but I couldn't bring all the knowledge into my heart and change my life and do something with it, which is why I keep saying that to y'all. I'm like, love is a lubricant of light. If you don't process it through your heart, we're talking about emotions and we're also talking about heart today, then it doesn't go anywhere, right? You can sit there and be like, yeah, I'm supposed to do mantras. And that's why it never works, because it's in your head. But if you pull that down and you believe it, you become the embodiment of it, your heart feels it. It will surely be. And so with emotions being one of the first units of consciousness, this is what I realized over time. Emotions direct our consciousness to what will continue to be created for us. So that means everything that can produce an emotion in us, good or bad, has total power over us. So anything that triggers you, when we talk about triggers in just a moment, guess what? It produces an emotion. And what does an emotion typically produce? A hormone or a neurohormone. And if it's strong enough, it floods your body. It changes you physiologically for a moment. So if you've got cortisol running through you, what do you think your dominant frequency is in that moment? Anxious and low, right? It's dense in that moment. Emotions are so unbelievably powerful. I don't know why. People talk about like, tie gratitude to your desire. And that's beautiful. What a beautiful emotion, but that's not enough. We need to know how our emotions are currently being dictated in ways that don't make sense too, which is why this is such an exciting conversation for me in the world of manifesting. Emotions direct our consciousness. We can have tons of thoughts all day, but it's the ones that pull an emotion from us that we need to be paying attention to. Because guess what? There's a rule or a belief or a subconscious real plane. Because the only reason you get triggered, the only reason an emotion shows up for you is because you are in resonance with it. This is not something to judge yourself for. You might be in resonance because it triggers you from the past and it's something that needs to be healed. Again, everything that shows up along your journey in manifesting and in life in general is not here to sabotage you. It is here to show you what needs to be healed, understood, and transmuted to ensure you get to your manifestation and you maintain it. This is consistent manifestation. Not just get it real quick and it's gone as quick as it came. So we have to be able to utilize our emotions to our advantage for this to happen. So I noticed this. This is my little diagram, y'all. In case you haven't noticed, I'm kind of obsessed with pyramids, okay? Again, this is the little parts of me that I get really excited about. There's actually a whole science behind pyramids. So fast track version, for those of you who are like, why do you sit under a pyramid? Pyramids allow for you to remain or sustain your homeostasis, your most authentic vibration in essence. And pyramids, in our blood, it's basically 2 octahedrons back to back. So it's 2 pyramids back to back. That is in the hemoglobin in our blood. So structurally speaking, and this is why I love that my husband, he does sacred geometry healings. Our sacred geometry is in everything, and it's in all of existence. You guys are going to hear about that in the inspiration panel a little bit when you hear some of the folks who have gone on to become healers or use healings on their families and so forth. Everything that we talk about, by the way, y'all, even though I know I talk about my practitioners a lot, it's because I love them, I'm in love with them, and our healers and so forth, a lot of them go through the program for their families. They don't want to become coaches or healers or practitioners. They're just doing it for themselves because it's the fastest and greatest form of self-mastery is to teach it to yourself, right? So anyways, pyramids allow for you to vibrate at your most natural rate. So they did this study, now that I'm on my tangent on pyramids, which has nothing to do with what I'm about to teach you, but just so you know why we love pyramids. So they did this study, and actually my friend's father, the quantum physicist, talked about this study. They had 6 weeks, hold on, remember that. Brine shrimp, you know those little itty bitty things? They don't have very long lifespans, little brine shrimp. So they put some brine shrimp outside of a pyramid and some within it. The brine shrimp that lived underneath the pyramid, no other variables, lived for 6 weeks longer. Again, short life period. 6 weeks is a very, very long extension of time. So these are great for electromagnetic frequencies, all kinds of stuff. Basically, before frequency hits, it makes it more harmonious before it hits your body. Pyramids. Okay, so anyways, so here's my pyramid of emotions. We're going 3 tiers here. At the bottom here, this is where most of humanity lives. And it is this. Emotions run us. Emotions run us. Can't you, doesn't it make sense? I forgot that I could control my emotions, that I could be in charge of them, that I could actually utilize them to my benefit. I didn't know that when I got triggered, there was a choice that I could make. There was a space in between my reaction and the actual stimuli, STRO, right? Between the stimuli and the thought that could or could not allow for me to live here, where the emotion took me over All of a sudden my dominant frequency is stress, anger, anxiety, whatever it is. I didn't know that I had a choice. So I was walking around letting emotions run me as a byproduct of my trauma, as a byproduct of my programming, as a byproduct of what the world had showed me to be true. Does this resonate? So emotions run us. Most of humanity sits here. Who sits here right now? Let me know in the chat box. Yeah, right? Okay, so this is not the place that we want to be, but it's where most of us tend to live, right? When we're a little bit more unconscious, let's call it. Now, similar to the emotional charts that maybe you guys have seen, where let's say we're going from hopelessness at the very bottom. Oh, hopelessness. I'm just making a little tiny diagram here. And let's say enlightenment. Pure joy is up there. Disregard that. There's some spaces in between. There's different emotions that sit here, and we have to rise our way up, right? Hopelessness. I'm skipping some, obviously, but let's say we go from guilt, shame, hopelessness, to some anger, to some neutrality, to some joy, to some happiness, some enlightenment, all that stuff, right? Have you guys ever seen that? So vibrationally speaking, emotions hold a vibration. All things, everything has a vibration. Even plankton, y'all, plankton in the ocean, I think they vibrate at like 2 cycles per second, very, very slowly, but everything has a vibration, including emotions. Emotions have a signature. That's why you can tell when someone's angry. We literally have technology, we used to utilize this clinically, that could tell us the exact emotion that someone was truly experiencing. You can hear it through the octaves in their voice, even if they tried to fake it. It was wild. You can also do it with biofeedback and all that stuff too. So anyways, you've got all these different emotions that are experienced, right? So I noticed for myself, if I was in hopelessness and if someone said, just be happy, just smile, I'd be like, fuck you. Like, how do you do that? If you were sitting that low vibrationally, that feels a little hard to get all the way back up to absolute magic right away, right? Again, it's just like a rule. That's too far for me. My brain says no, or my mind says no. My energy says absolutely not. It's just too foreign. We forget that it exists. We're stuck in the lenses, right? And so moving this over here, I noticed it's much easier to go from emotions run us to the very top, which we'll talk about in a second, to find something more neutral in the middle, which is what? We talked about this, curiosity. I'm curious about why I'm experiencing the emotion I'm experiencing, instead of I'm experiencing this emotion, therefore I am this emotion, and I will let it take me for a damn ride, right? How many of you get triggered, and sometimes those triggers are so hard that they flood, you can feel the chemical change in your body. It just goes, whoom, and you're like, you're shaking, or you just feel really off. Yeah, we all experience that. Those are macro triggers. We all go through that, but it's not serving us. And that's because we've forgotten that we can do all of these things we're going to talk about in TPP. Don't worry, I know you guys were asking about it. I'm just seeding things, okay? But the emotions run us. I'm curious now. This automatically has vibrationally risen us so much more than you will ever realize when you go from, I am fully feeling it, I am swirling around in the tornado, to, I'm going to the eye of the tornado. What is happening here? Why do I feel the way I feel? What am I telling myself? It's so empowering. And sometimes, like I said yesterday, 99% of the solution sometimes is simply awareness. When you're able to get to curiosity, sometimes literally it's like, wow, that was actually really silly. That was a very unnecessary, thing. And it literally, I've watched it just almost get sucked right out of somebody. It just them being aware of the pattern killed the pattern in and of itself. But if it didn't, don't worry, we're going to talk about that. But curiosity allows for us to vibrationally rise in such a way that we are granted clarity. So in between here, the blessing of clarity or awareness, when we get more curious, when we stop judging ourselves and we just go, this is something I was clearly taught, it's something I picked up, that means I can set it down. I'm going to figure out, instead of all of my energy going towards ensuring this continues and I just stay in the cycle of this shitty emotion, instead, I'm going to spend my energy trying to understand why it happens in the first place. Because I don't think I was born with this. It's a learned behavior, which means I can unlearn it. Or I can learn a better way. So once we're in curiosity, magical. We reach where I would say like the master manifester sits. And that is where we utilize emotions to our benefit. This is where, over time, this one really happens naturally. It's not like a how-to. But over time, when you start desensitizing your triggers, you start seeing that some of the emotions that you originally naturally defaulted to, or it felt oh so natural, when you start buffering that, which we'll talk about in a second, you naturally create a space in between that allows for you to then choose. I'm going to choose to be empowered here. I'm going to choose to be curious. Oh my gosh, gratitude is pouring out because I'm realizing that as I put on another set of lenses, I'm aware of what's really going on from a whole new level. Oh my gosh, this is actually even beautiful. I would have never seen this as something beautiful before. I am so grateful for that person that did this thing, or I'm so grateful that my boss yelled at me. It finally pushed me out the door to go chase my dreams. Whatever it is, you start seeing that everything is working in your favor, and gratitude and positive emotions and love and joy actually exist everywhere, even in the shittiest of moments, because your perspective is so high and your consciousness has become so aware that you can find the blessings in everything, and more blessings find you. So, this is my perfect little quote. We'll put it up in the chat box too. This is something I wrote years ago. Because again, even though I'm teaching you guys how to manifest personally, I know that you are one part of a greater whole. Each of you are so unbelievably important to me. Because without you, existence isn't the same. It's like the butterfly effect. Every little thing that we do, don't do, are, or aren't. And it completely impacts all of reality. Even though there is an infinite number of realities, they all intertwine somehow, or so I believe. So, something that I've said for a long time is that when the world agrees, realities can be built and broken simply by emotion and intention. So far, so good. You guys see it in the chat box too? And they understand how to do it properly, the world will turn on its head. Gone will be the days of darkness and confusion where this unconscious transference can occur. What I mean by this really, floaty thing with a lot of words is that right now you are unconsciously saying yes to that which you don't desire. When you turn on the news and you see yucky things happening and you accidentally lend your consciousness to it without pouring love into it, without elevating and transmuting it, you are accidentally lending to the darkness. And I'm not saying darkness as an evil, I am saying confusion and a lack of clarity and a lack of awareness and consciousness, higher consciousness, I should say. But if we understand what we are unconsciously saying yes to, we are accidentally giving our energy to in our personal worlds and in the entire world and beyond, that transference can no longer occur because we can have boundaries on what we give our consciousness to. And when we stop giving our consciousness, when we stop allowing emotions to run us, when we start choosing where our emotions go, not just your personal world, but if enough of us do it, the entire world will change. And that is why I'm on the planet, is to wake each of you up in the little tiny big way. I don't know everything in between. I'm not saying that I know everything at all, but in my little puzzle piece that I get to be and spend a couple hours with y'all, or maybe for the next few years if you guys join us in Soul University and beyond, we're changing the world. Our world gets to change first, because that's how manifestation works. That's how realities shift. So we get to experience all of these blessings. But once you have all these blessings, once you're in this space, it's impossible to not want to give it to everybody around you. It's like that thing when you find something that works really well, maybe it's a face cream or a really good workout or something, and you're like, it works so well, I have to tell everyone, I have to tell all my friends, I want everyone to benefit from this. That's what it's like as you continue to grow and you start figuring out life. You're like, everybody needs to know this. That's what happened to me. That's why I'm teaching manifestation today, and I didn't know that I would be, was I found so much gold that I was like, I cannot, and it would be absolutely wrong to keep this to myself. And so those blessings keep coming back to me. But when we start understanding that unconscious transference of energy that we have with all things, and we get that conversation in a new way, we start shifting it, transmuting it, or never blocking it out. I'm never saying avoid any of the bad things that are happening on the planet. None of that. I want you to take that with a grain of salt, but I'll let you take it any way you want, because I know everyone's truth is different. But you are unconsciously lending your incredible, powerful, creative energy to some things that are not helping you, potentially not helping the world. Maybe, I don't know, right? I have to catch myself too. And I remember hearing this. The dominant frequency effect that we talked about yesterday. Let's talk about it more collectively. Because yes, you have a dominant frequency, and so do I. But this entire group right now, almost 6,000 of us, we also have a dominant frequency. Thankfully, it's quite high. That's why you guys can feel it, right? Dominantly high. Now, I'm in the state of Colorado. The state of Colorado also has a collective consciousness. It has a dominant frequency. I don't know if it's more positive or more negative. I couldn't really tell you. And then America, and then the entire planet has a dominant frequency. The entire planet, though, is not dominantly positive right now. It's dominantly negative. And so one of my friends who is a quantum physicist says, this is why we see the things that we see on the planet right now. This is why we have really weird things going on. There's dominantly confusion. It's dominantly a lower vibration than is authentic to this planet and to all of us. But it starts and ends with us. It takes one person, I don't know what your guys' beliefs are, but supposedly, I didn't meet him, but supposedly Buddha and Jesus and all of these incredible teachers in the past took one person shining their light. One person basking in unconditional love to change the course of the entire planet. And that's you. You are the light for the world. Just you in your complete, utter, authentic light will completely change the world. It's not even about you, it's about us. Okay, off my soapbox. Anyways, that had nothing to do with anything. It just felt like I was supposed to say that. So let's talk about the roller coaster effect, okay? Let's get a tool going here. We feel good about this? Yeah? Good, okay. Easy peasy, just something to remember, right? Where am I? Where am I right now? Oh, I don't feel good. This is why I'm here. Da-da-da-da. All right, so the roller coaster effect. First, let me explain this. This is where this kind of came from in my mind. I noticed I was the type of person where the highs were really high and the lows were really low, and they were all about 15 minutes in between. You ever heard that saying? So I would feel amazing, and then I would just feel like absolute crap. And every area of my life, so going back to our rule boxes or our silos, my love roller coaster, my money roller coaster, my relationships roller coaster, my career roller coaster, all of them were always like this. But this was really comfortable and really familiar to me. I was so used to uncertainty that it almost made me feel certain. I was used to the floor falling out from underneath me. So the roller coaster effect is basically how we tend to live our lives, and it's where we oscillate energetically throughout the day and throughout life, in essence. So this is how the roller coaster effect goes, right? You can see that? All right, we're going to break this down, okay? What happens here? Why do we dip? This is going to answer this question. Why do we dip? Right here at this X, stimuli. Stimuli. We can also call it a trigger. We'll use those interchangeably for the roller coaster. But something happens. That's what we think, right? In fact, though, the trigger hasn't happened yet. It's just the stimuli. There's a itty-bitty space in between here. And that space in between the stimuli and the chosen trigger, so now we have a reaction to it, right? STRO, I'm just giving you different ways. So now we have a reaction is what we told ourselves about it, or what meaning we placed. This is everything. Every time you are triggered, stop and say, what am I telling myself? You're going to find that you have self-identified. So let's break this down even further. Here's the web started, right? You have if I could spell, self-identified with what happened. So the bill in the mail comes, I'm irresponsible, self-identified. Boss yelled at me, I am not worthy of this job, self-identified. Stimuli in and of itself is outside of you, right? If someone accidentally crashes into you in the grocery store with their cart, and they're like, oops, sorry, does it affect you badly? No. It was stimuli. It could have been. But let's say they crashed into you and they're like, get out of my way. And then you're like, that was so rude. And then now you're all anxious. There's a trigger. But stimuli in and of itself may not be enough to produce an emotion in you. So really the ones that we're talking about here on the roller coaster are the ones that produce an emotion. And the reason an emotion is produced is because of what we're telling ourselves. So emotion only gets produced if we are telling ourselves something that is not serving us very well. Or it could serve us well, but again, we're talking about the bad stuff, right? So emotion is produced. And remember, emotions are the precursors to consciousness. It's a unit of consciousness. It directs where we pour our energy. And where we pour our energy is what manifests. You guys seeing the process here? Ooh, it's starting to make sense, it's starting to come together. So this emotion here. And what happens? Based on that trigger and what we tell ourselves, the circle is what we tell ourselves, we start riding the roller coaster down and down till we crash and burn at what I call the basement. Now, this is what we do as individuals. At the top here, we're going to call this our ceiling. At the top is the ceiling. At the bottom is the basement. You live your life in between your ceiling and basement constantly. Now again, your roller coaster effect, if you want to get really specific, this could be a love roller coaster, this could be your money roller coaster, and you're going to have different ceilings and basements in each one. So let's break down basement and ceilings really fast, okay? So, your basement, this is the definitions. Your basement is how bad does it have to get before you will make a change, before you will do something, goodbye person, before you will do something in your 3D world. How bad, rock bottom we can call it too, I call it a basement. How bad does it have to get before you will do something, before you will take action? And your ceiling is, how good does it get before you sabotage it? Ceiling on abundance. And again, abundance does not automatically mean money to me. It can be, abundance is fulfillment, so it could be love, whatever you want to call it. You've hit a ceiling. Heard that saying before? So if I look at my old relationships, because this is a great analogy, my original basement, if I was doing my own little, box on relationships like love, I wouldn't leave until it became physically abusive. That was my basement. In between my basement and ceiling was that they could be verbally abusive, that they could be emotionally disconnected. There was a whole bunch of other things that were also not great. But for some reason, my basement was, it has to be physically abusive, typically, for me to leave. That was my last relationship in that way, right? And my ceiling, how good does it get before I sabotage it, was if a really great person came along and they were really open-hearted and sweet, I was like, bye, gone. No thank you, this is boring. I'm not attracted. Whatever excuse I would make. It was too functional, it was too healthy. I hit my ceiling on something good. I didn't know how to maintain it. I didn't want to be around it. I just didn't understand it. Now, both of those, once upon a time, were very, very bad basements and ceilings, right? I should not be hitting a ceiling when I get to be in a good relationship. And I should not be waiting to make a change in my relationship until glass is thrown at my face. That's not smart. But we do this. So I want you guys to start assessing in these different areas. This is a lot of work, y'all. I told you guys, this is the do the work part, okay? Is maybe you do it today, maybe whatever. The sooner the better, please. And we're going to do one in real time now. I want you to think of one area that you'd like to work on based on what we're saying right now. What is your current basement in that area? How bad does it get before you quit your job? How bad does it get before you leave that relationship? How bad does it get before you speak your truth? Whatever. It doesn't always have to be like a physical 3D action as much as honoring yourself or something like that. But how bad does it get? And also, how good does it get before you will try to mess it up? And that could just be energetically, that could be something that you do in your 3D actions. And if you can take it one step further, what is the trigger and what do you tell yourself when you hit that ceiling that causes you to start to go down. Because ultimately, what we should be doing, what we want to be doing, is when we go here and we're like, oh my gosh, stimuli happened. Oh, guess what? Triggers still happen. But I just changed what I told myself because I got curious. Because I did what Mandy's about to teach me on TPP. And instead, you bust through that sucker, and the ceiling is shattered. And just like rules, your rules have a ceiling and a basement, right? If your rule is, I don't leave until it becomes physically abusive, not good. If your rule is, if it's too functional, I also leave, also not good. Not good rules to have, right? So we begin to rewire them. Now, how do we go about shifting all of this crazy stuff? Let's talk about it. So far, so good? We're feeling good? Give me a handshake, please. Okay, cool. So TPP. Yo, what up, baby? TPP. T stands for triggers. The first P stands for personas. And the last P stands for pattern interrupts. This I have been using just about religiously since I figured things out. Once I don't know why, and I can't remember how this even came to me, but I was like, this is a very specific domino effect that I see in every single person, and this is exactly how we begin the process of detangling all that dense energy so that we can raise our frequency. So I think we're pretty clear on what triggers are, right? What are triggers? This is what definition I would like for you to have. Triggers, personas, pattern interrupts. Don't worry, I'm gonna break them all down in a second. Triggers. I would like for you to start thinking that triggers are anything that grabs your attention, pulls an emotion, or basically throws off your original energetic state. So when you were doing energetic check-ins yesterday, you were becoming aware of if anything had changed in the past 10 minutes, right? Or energetic check-ins, for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, it's basically an alarm on your phone every single hour, every day at first until it becomes embedded into you. You're not gonna like me when you do this at first, but it's incredibly insightful. I heard lots of ahas once you guys had done this. But you're gonna notice, dang, I felt really good 60 minutes ago, the last time I checked in. I'm looking at it. You know, I wrote it down even. But something happened in the past 60 minutes that threw me off because now I'm feeling all anxious. Oh my gosh, I forgot. My boss came in and looked at me funny. Or I was supposed to do this thing and I forgot to do it. My spouse is going to be upset when I get home. Whatever it is. It can be a thought. It can be an actual situation. But there's something that got into you and pulled some type of an emotion out. You told yourself something about it and it triggered you. Now, triggers can be sneaky. Sometimes it's like a macro trigger right in your face, right? Someone flips you off on the freeway and you're like, triggered, right? Someone yells at you, or no, some type of trigger. Again, it just makes you feel off. And then there's micro triggers. I don't want you guys to get too stuck on micro triggers. We go much more heavily into that in other programs, but it gets a little confusing because it's not something that I can teach in like a day even. But micro triggers are those little tiny things that kind of build up throughout the day. And you're like, I woke up feeling so good. And by the end of the day, I feel like shit. And I don't know why. I don't know when it happened. I can't even pinpoint it. They're these little things that keep building up throughout the day. Micro triggers. But let's just call them triggers in general for now, okay? Because I don't want to confuse you. But so you get triggered. Anything that throws you off your natural state. What typically happens once you are triggered, if you don't do some of the things you're learning, I guess I should say, is that you jump into what's called a persona. And a persona is an unhealed part of you. It's a fraction of you, but it's not all of you. Let's say that you have an angry persona. So whenever you and your spouse start fighting, you've learned, because you start dancing with maybe one of their unhealed personas, that you're like, well, they start, nitpicking and then I lash out and then they run away and I run after them. There's some type of toxicity to it. Persona is an unhealed part of us. The most important part I want you to understand about personas, though, there's nothing wrong with them. They were built at some point in your life when you needed them. I remember working with a woman, this wonderful medical doctor, and she was also a psychiatrist. She had all the names and the letters and all that stuff. Beautiful, beautiful hearted woman. She was always in her head. Her heart was not a safe place to be. So trigger warning to this story, everybody. And she was a client of mine. She ended up actually becoming one of our practitioners as well. I don't want to give away her identity, but she did lots of things with our company as she continued to heal and grow. And she came out to Laguna one time for some private sessions. And as we were talking, I actually ended up hooking her up to some technologies. And we were talking, she just always in her head, wasn't safe to be, anywhere else except for when she would sing. She's a beautiful voice, and she would sing, and you could just tell, you were like, that's where you're supposed to be. Talking. Turned out, she basically had been living in a controlling persona since she was 4 years old, because when she was 4, she woke up from a nap, or really snuck out from a nap, was going to play in the garden, and her uncle molested her. So at that point, because of that trauma, this persona, this 4-year-old protect persona, stay in your head, because then you'll know what's going to happen. You won't get hurt again because you were playing in the garden and you were in your heart space. Don't do that anymore. It's not safe. The worst thing possible could happen. So she stayed in her heart for 36 years. Or her head, sorry. Stayed in her head for 36 years. And stayed in this persona. But that persona was obviously built for a beautiful reason, to protect her from the type of pain she experienced. And there was no other way that a 4-year-old would have been able to cope if they didn't do what they had to do to survive. But it was no longer serving her. She didn't feel like the mom that she wanted to be, the wife that she wanted to be. And she couldn't get in her heart, and everything that she desired, all of her fastest and most beautiful manifestations lived here, but she'd blocked it off. She had shut down her heart, thinking that her heart housed the pain, or her heart caused it. So she just shut it down. We all do that. That's what I did. When I shut off my light, my heart, of course, went with it. My intuition went with it. There goes my manifesting. But we do that to protect ourselves, because these unhealed parts of us, they don't have the best solution. They don't know, let's just call it that, because we want to distance ourselves a little bit, right? We're not disassociating from any part of us, but we need to see it for what it is, that it is a part of our mind trying to protect us, and beautifully so. And now we get to lovingly go, okay, I've got a better solution now. My energy and my heart are going to lead this one. I need you to take a back seat for a second here. But how do you do that, right? So every persona has a root need. I want you to write this down. Every persona has a need. And the need does need to be met. We do not negate or shove down our needs. If you have a really angry persona, you better not ignore it. You better not judge it just because you don't like that part of yourself. It has a beautiful need. If you got like a really saucy side to you and you're like, oh man, I just kind of come across a little edgy, guess what? There's probably a reason for it. And I'm sure that it served you at some time in your life. And maybe it even kind of serves you now, so you're really stuck on that persona, or that persona jumps out when certain triggers happen pretty consistently. But there is a more elevated way to meet the need that is causing the persona to come out in the first place. So let's rattle around some of these needs. Feel free to post any of them up as well. The need to feel heard, the need to feel safe, the need to feel loved, the need to feel connected. I like this, the need to control. Let's change this, because I was a control freak. I'm a recovering control freak. I was pretty much the definition of it. I realized I didn't want to be in control of my life. That felt like micromanaging. That felt like stress and fear. I decided I want to be in charge of my life. I want to be the producer of it. I may not know every tiny detail, and I don't need to, but if I house the right frequency, I don't need to be in control anymore, because I can be in charge. The need to be seen, the need to feel understood, the need to be accepted, the need to feel worthy. Absolutely. The need to feel heard is huge. I remember sitting there, this was a couple years ago. It feels like everything was a couple years ago. It was quite a few years ago. Oliver and I were dating. I have, as I told you guys in my story in the beginning, I had taken some family members to court when I was 10 years old. And when the judge did not rule in my favor, I thought, the world is unjust and children are not safe. Those were some of the beliefs that were birthed in that moment, and a persona was born, in essence. And I remember sitting there as I was beginning this healing journey, and I was talking to my now husband. We were in our apartment in Dallas. This is how long this was ago. And there was a child that was not in a safe situation. And I was so triggered. One of my biggest triggers is child trafficking and child safety, anything to do with children. It continues to be a trigger of mine, but I've gotten better at it so I don't bring my shit into helping a child, And so I was sitting there and I'm trying to talk to him about it, and I just for some reason felt like he wasn't listening to me. He didn't understand how serious this was. And y'all, through gritted teeth, probably spitting at him, I was so angry, and I said, "You're not listening to me," or I said, "You can't hear me," something like that. And thank God for how much space he can hold. But he looked at me and he said, "This is not you, and I'm not going to engage with this." What a hard boundary. Ooh, talk about making me feel rejected and all that stuff. But thankfully, I'd started, my journey of working on myself, and I was like, "You're right. This is 10-year-old me. I'm fighting for myself right now. I'm not even fighting for the kid." And so I brought extra emotion and baggage into a now situation that did not need to be there. And I was actually seen through incorrect lenses, the whole entire situation in and of itself, in some ways at least. But that unhealed part of me had a very beautiful need to be heard. But this is the magic. The need in and of itself is good, right? We know that the need is there. We ask ourselves, how do I meet the need in an elevated and proactive way? We just need to start meeting these needs in healthier ways, and before we're starving for them, before they're so triggered that we feel like that cup has already been completely poured out and we're scrounging at scraps, trying to feel okay again. Again, we don't want to ride the roller coaster the whole way down before we go, "Wow, I have so many needs that are so unmet, and now I'm finally willing to do something about it." We were screaming at ourselves somewhere inside of us the whole way down. So this need, think about a need that you have. Maybe the need to feel a love and connection, the need to feel heard, the need to feel, all of the things that we talked about. How do you currently go about meeting it? How do you currently go about meeting it? Do you yell? Do you shut down? Do you run away so that someone chases you? There's a million answers to this, but what do you do? I eat, okay, so we shove down the emotions in different ways, or we cope. Maybe some people drink, isolate. I love your guys' honesty, by the way. I yell, anger, recluse, cry, defensive, play small. Okay, now I want to make this connection, a very conscious way, right? We know the perceived rewards for that. But now we can see that when we sulk, when we get really sad, when we drink, when we yell, we keep riding that roller coaster down. Because so now we started pulling our entire reality into it, right? Instead of going, "Oh my gosh, I have a need that's being unmet. I'm going to meet that need in proactive and more elevated ways." Versus yelling or running away or whatever it is, because now I have extra problems that just got piled on because of that behavior, because of how I meet that need, or because I don't know how to meet that need, right? Because you're never actually meeting the need, but it's a perceived reward. You think you are for a moment. You're like, "Well, when I yell, at least it, takes the steam off for a moment. When I drink, I get to numb out." But it's not solving it in a proactive and elevated way. It's very reactionary. And that's why it doesn't go away. That's why we have to drink to the point where we can't drink anymore. Or we yell until we're hoarse. or until someone finally backs off. But what if there was another way to go about it that actually created unity within yourself and maybe your environment and whoever's involved too? A proactive and elevated way. So if you have a beautiful need, how do you wake up in the morning and fill up that damn cup? I don't care if it's already 75% full. How do you do something that puts you well over a full tank? How do you embed things throughout your day? We're going to talk about self-care in just a moment. How do you embed things throughout your day that ensure, because you're going to find that you have some pretty basic root needs that are consistently being unmet. And I guarantee it's looped in your childhood or some type of trauma or something that you're starving yourself of right now. Most likely because of your rules too, right? Dun, 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 it's all connected. This is deep. I thought we were just going to talk about manifestation. I love it. It's true. I know. You guys are like, I don't know what I signed up for, but I didn't know it was going to be this. I thought Mandy was just going to just talk about happy things the whole time. We're doing the work. And it's so insightful. Oh, it's so beautiful. Because when that persona starts going, oh my gosh, I finally feel heard for the first time in a long time. Truly. In an elevated way. The need finally actually gets met. And guess what? The need starts to go away. The persona starts to pipe down because it goes, okay, your higher self does have it. You can handle this. Your heart knows. I trust now. Because the mind wants to see proof, right? Personas are in the mind. Nothing wrong with them. They are incredible insight into who we are and why we have or don't have what we want, right? But our personas tend to come out when we get triggered because of what we told ourselves about the stimuli. And there's something unhealed trying to come up and be understood or solve, something or save the day, and it does it incorrectly, but it does have a beautiful need, and that need does need to be met. It just needs to be met in an elevated and proactive way. Okay, you still with me? Fabulous. Okay, next piece. Okay, so in real time, when I'm super triggered, what do, Mandy? We do a pattern interrupt, of course. So a pattern interrupt, in essence, this is not something I created. I just didn't realize it had a term already to it, and I'll explain it the way that I know it. So a pattern interrupt, in the way that I use it, it's in essence, and the intention behind it, is to interrupt the current cycle that is continuing or is happening. I want to desensitize the trigger. I don't want to go to a level 10 again. I'm going to stop it before it gets there. I don't want to ride the roller coaster all the way down to the basement. I am going to stop it before it emotionally gets there. So there are typically 3 types of pattern interrupts. This is how I like to say it, at least, because it hits everybody's, parts, if you will. One is a physical pattern interrupt, okay? You guys are going to find what works for you, but roll with me on this. Physical pattern interrupt. So a physical one could be drop down and do 10 push-ups, do some drum squats, do like a really ridiculous dance and watch yourself in the mirror till you start laughing and you can't take yourself seriously anymore. Something that is literally, it's kinesthetic. You are moving yourself in some way, shape, or form. Go for a walk, whatever feels good to you, okay? I want you to think about a few things in each of these areas that you can try out. Pattern interrupts are one thing I cannot tell you exactly what works. You have to test it out because everyone is different. I have some people who are like, I jump up and down and say, I'm a star, until the energy starts to go away. And some people, 3 deep breaths. Everyone is different. So you're going to have to play around with these and try as many as you can, and I want you guys to post them up so you guys can steal each other's. Cool? And then I'll steal them too. So we've got physical, then we've got a mental pattern interrupt. Now, this could be a visualization. My husband always talks about turning everyone into a cartoon. So if you are in real time, you're sitting there fighting with your spouse, or you're having a really awkward meeting, or I don't know, something, your neighbor's yelling at you or something. It's not so hard to deal with when Bullwinkle's yelling at you, right? If you sit there and your mom calls you all the time and she's just negative Nancy and she's like complaining about life, or she's talking about how you weren't the child that she wanted you to be, which, by the way, stop having those phone calls. Don't even pick up the phone. But let's just say that you do. Well, what if Mickey Mouse is on the other end? You're just trying to, again, pull the power away from it. That is the whole intention of a pattern interrupt, is pull the power away from the current trigger and what you're telling yourself. We're trying to slow down that whole thing. Instead of going trigger emotion, boom, done, ride down the roller coaster, smack, we're there in 5 seconds. Instead, we're going, stimuli happened. Sometimes, and this is what's really cool, I've seen this happen. Stimuli happens, and people go, I'm waiting for the trigger. I'm waiting for the trigger. Oh wow, the trigger didn't happen, or the trigger happened, but they literally become so aware, they catch it before it even happens. Or they go, all right, I know what I'm gonna tell myself. This gets so easy. Right now, this is all really heady, y'all. Once it embeds in you, I tell this story, this was like, I don't know, sometime earlier this year, I was laying in bed, that's when I start, the monkey mind turns on, and I was thinking about something, I can't remember what. I realized I was triggered, I pattern interrupted it, and I was already detangled with it within probably 3 seconds. It was literally gone as fast as it came. So this becomes a very, very natural process. But like all things, just like driving a new route to work, eventually you'll know it. Eventually you'll get there without even having to do anything. But we do have to be proactive and follow the directions at first. Right? Okay. So physical and mental. Mental could be you do a visualization, if that feels good to you. It could be journaling. Again, what feels good to you guys, right? And the last one is spiritual. When you're feeling really separate from yourself, let's say that you experience a trigger that just makes you feel really disconnected from existence, a spiritual pattern up might be perfect. Pray to your higher power. Maybe you do like a certain type of meditation if that feels good to you, which I guess kind of toggles between mental and spiritual. Whatever feels good. Something that allows for you to feel connected again and remember that you're way bigger than this. And that all of existence is bigger than this moment in time that you put all of your consciousness into, so it felt so big. But it really wasn't all that big after all. I remember one time I was driving, we were moving from an apartment to a house in Dallas, and one of my personas is I can do it all myself. I don't like to, have help, independent. And so I had rented this truck from, there's like this app you can use. And so I'd rented this like kind of beat up truck, but I was like, well, I can throw our stuff in the back and I can help move things. We'll get there faster. And then the movers can just get like the big stuff. And Oliver is sitting there, again, I think you guys noticed yesterday, he just thinks different, right? And he's like, this is so stupid. Like, you're gonna stress yourself out. This is not a good idea. And this, you're not gonna wanna do this. This is just, I didn't say it was one of your personas, but it really was. And I was like, nope, I'm doing it, blah, blah, blah. You don't even have to help me. I'm gonna do it all by myself. So, of course, he still ends up riding along, probably to laugh at me. And I'm driving through our driveway in the new house, and it's pretty narrow. And so I drive in so we can unload everything in the garage, and then I'm like slowly backing out through this narrow driveway, and I hear, and I look out to the left, and I had ran into the wall and started scraping the side of the truck. And I was like, no, no, no. And I slowly, expecting Oliver to go, shouldn't have moved, I look over at him and he goes, peanuts. And I was like, and I started laughing so hard. Like he just said, it's no big deal. Peanuts. It's just peanuts. And I was like, what an incredible pattern interrupt. I was about to get so triggered, then beat myself up about not looking and driving. I would have self-identified with the stimuli, and he acted as my pattern interrupt. And boom, it was done. Called the owner. He was like, are you okay? And I said, no, it was really slow. He's like, I don't care about the truck. I'm glad you're okay. It was such a beautiful moment. But there was an interruption. So my energy shifted to something light where I could have just gone pew, right on down. So as you interrupt, as you use these pattern interrupts, this isn't the end all be all. Sometimes you might find you're like, I did a pattern interrupt and I'm good to go. You might go, okay, this helped me not spiral out of control, but this shit shows up every day. Then we have more detangling to do. That's where we go, there's a persona. What's the persona? I need to understand the needs. I meet it more proactively. But every once in a while, you might find a trigger where you're like, That's not really something that consistently happens, but it allowed for me to not like go somewhere with it. So I'm glad that I did the pattern interrupt and I'm on my way. So it's not that these are steps, like trigger, personas, pattern interrupts every single time. Sometimes you might just go triggers and pattern interrupts. But if this is pretty consistent, if what you are telling yourself shows up a lot, if you're like, I keep telling myself I am not heard or I am not loved, like on the daily, like most triggers are attached to what I'm telling myself and that's why I get triggered. There's a beautiful persona ready to be heard, understood, and a need to be met. And if you're confused about how to find the need, you go, well, what am I telling myself, right? So if you're like, I'm not being heard, pretty obvious, the need is to be heard. Or they don't respect me, right? Whatever you're telling yourself will give you direct insight into the unmet root need. And now you get to go, okay, so how do I meet that in more elevated and proactive ways? How do I do it as soon as I wake up? Do I journal? Do I call a good friend? Do I, use a pattern interrupt as my need meeting? And of course, do I grow 1% every single day? And they will literally completely desensitize. So I remember doing this mastermind event years ago. We were in Sedona. And at the time, I only had my oldest son, my bonus son, born from my heart. And so he was going to come with us. We weren't living in Sedona at the time. He was going to come with us. And my mom was going to come up with my nephews and take my oldest. And they were going to go have like a really fun weekend while I was serving all of our mastermind clients on this really intensive experience we were going to walk them through. And so we get to Sedona, and everything is not working right. Things are crazy. My son ends up breaking his elbow. My mom's up there with my nephews. My nephews are just going nuts. Everything's going crazy. And they can't because I'm in the hospital basically all night, with my son, because he didn't break his arm until, nighttime. I'm sitting there and I'm like, it's 4 a.m., 4:30-ish. I finally get into bed. I got to be up at 7 and serve all day long. And I get, to the morning, and I'm like, you know what? Our masterminders are super cool. Like, we're really chill in authentic living. I hope that you guys learn that too, especially for those of you who choose to continue to grow with us. You're going to see this inspiration panel. We're like family. Like, the more stuff that you guys have done and do and it kind of engross yourself in, everybody becomes extremely close. Like, everyone's going to each other's weddings and trips and, all this stuff. So anyways, I'm like, you know what? Just bring everybody along. My masterminders love, my family and everything. Let's just bring them along and it'll be a part of the journey. And so we're all hiking and having a great time. And my son's wobbling around in his little cast in his arm. And my mom comes up to me and she's like, hey, can I talk to you for a second? And I was like, yeah. And she goes, I am so sorry. And I was like, for what? And she's like, well, I was supposed to take the boys back to Phoenix for the weekend, and I'm still here, and you had to buy us all hotel rooms and food. It was all these extra expenses, and it didn't happen the way that it was, planned, and I'm so sorry if this is unprofessional. And I was like, holy shit. I was like, Mom, I'm not even triggered. She's like, what? What are you talking about? And I realized something that would have absolutely triggered my controlling, my money triggers, everything, completely desensitized, didn't even hit my radar. I was on the airplane, and no rock was touching me. Now, of course, I was in service mode too, so it was just like, who cares? Like, I get to serve people. That's when I'm at my highest vibration, I think. But I was like, what a gift. I didn't even realize that I had healed it. I didn't even realize that that persona had healed, and it didn't even need to come up anymore. It was just poof, gone. Just gone. How amazing. And my mom didn't even realize that, so she knew me well enough to know that that would have normally triggered me, an old version of me at least. And she was actually apologizing for it. And I was sitting there like a deer in the headlights, like, what? For what? I got to spend more time with you. This is so fun. My clients get to see, how to be authentic in their business. This is great. They eventually completely desensitize. So many of them do. And like an onion, the layers just keep peeling off. And you get more and more to the core as you expand outwardly because you're going inward. So a huge piece to this, and this may act as a pattern interrupt in and of itself. Well, actually, let's go backwards to roller coaster effect really fast here, okay? This is what happens. This is the whole desensitization process. So you guys have seen this, right? We know most often that's where we live. And ultimately, if we don't change it, it really looks like this, right? It just keeps getting worse. But when you pattern interrupt, when you meet your persona's needs, when you understand what it is that you are telling yourself about your triggers, and you realize that that is not the only thing that you have to tell yourself, life starts to look like this. and your basement and your ceiling rise with it. I always say, and I always mess this up, but I always say it, my old ceiling couldn't kiss my current basement's ass. It just keeps getting better because you're continuing to grow and expand. So you continue to have better and better problems, if you want to call it that. But your vibration continues to rise. And it's not that there isn't the ebb and flow. You might scare yourself for a moment, but because you catch yourself, you continue to break through ceiling after ceiling after ceiling. Over and over and over again. Every rule box just keeps pouring open, and you build a new one. And it is okay to have a rule box because the mind likes a construct to work in. Just make sure that the rules serve you. Just make sure you're living by divine rule instead of fear programming human rule. Okay, now one of your pattern interrupts might be self-care. We need to talk about it because it is so important. Who here has an issue with self-care or has rules around how to be worthy of self-care? Right? Well, after I bathe the kids and do this and blah, 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 then I can take a bath. Or who am I to go and take a vacation? Like, I don't have enough money saved in the bank. I need to go pay off more debts before I go do that, right? You all have rules on what will allow you to experience happiness. Normally, they don't work very well. Self-care is not a luxury. It is a necessity. It is not a luxury. It is an absolute necessity. And funny enough, the more self-care you do, the higher your vibration rises and the more abundance you have. It's the funniest thing. We have to take care of ourselves. If I didn't do shit tons of self-care, I would not be capable of sitting on stage here with you all. I know my cup has to be full. So I make sure it is full before I even get to you all, before I even help people I work with in trauma, before any of those things happen. I am coming full because I know I will come as the greatest version of me. So regardless of whatever problems you're going to face in life, when your cup is full, guess what? Your persona's needs are met too. You're coming at it with clarity. That means you can literally, if you just want to go like simplistic, you can solve problems easier because you have clarity. You have more resources available to you because you are not so drained or so on E, so empty, that the only option is to put on the lowest lenses you can find and then try to claw your way out. That doesn't work. That keeps you in the rat race and the downward spiral of the roller coaster effect. So this isn't who do I have to be in order to be worthy of self-care. It is self-care and self-love is a non-fucking negotiable to get me where I'm trying to go. And self-care isn't me first, it's me too. And if you really see the connection of all that is and how deeply, profoundly, intricately connected you are to all that is, you will see that it is an absolute non-negotiable that you must fill up your cup so you can be the healthiest puzzle piece of existence possible. And you will grant other people the ability to do so. When I started changing, so many people in my family and my friends that were, still alive and coherent, some of them, were not, so many of them said, oh my gosh, I can stand up for myself too. I can have boundaries, and that's a form of self-love. I can choose this for myself. Sometimes we show other people how to do it. For those of you who have children, I know you don't want to show your children that they aren't worthy of self-care unless they do something, or worthy of self-love unless they are someone specific. That is not a good message, right? We don't want to share that with the world. We're perfect as we are, and we deserve that. And self-care, I don't know, it might be a salt bath for some, or a walk in the park. It might be laying down boundaries. Not picking up the phone when you feel obligated to do so, and instead only doing it when you feel lovingly inclined. It can be these minute shifts, basically saying, I'm willing to honor myself. I am willing to honor myself. And for my people pleasers out there, I know that sometimes you surround yourself with individuals that make you feel like, how dare you? How dare you take self-care? How dare you put yourself first quote unquote, those people are there as feedback. What are you going to choose? And sometimes we get to be that person's greatest lesson. We don't always get to be exactly what they want us to be. But when we expand into the greatest version of us, we see it for what it truly is. And the love that we give another can come in the form of boundaries, of an unwillingness to be vexatious to our own soul anymore, even if we allowed it before. Self-care is deeply, deeply tied to your vibration, therefore your ability to manifest. If you are not taking self-care, you are literally having a conversation with the universe saying, I'm not worthy. So self-care is tied to your money. Self-care and self-love is tied to your relationships. It is tied to your purpose. It is tied to everything because it is the deepest part of your identity. And if you think you have to be something specific for it, then guess what? You have rules around how you're going to get what you want to manifest too. You're living in constraints. There's some rule boxes there, and they're not serving you. So I want you guys to start breaking this. You do self-care proactively, not reactively. You don't wait until you're at the basement. You don't wait until it's on E. You need to be doing self-care constantly. I promise you, watch what happens when you start, and again, you're going to get triggered. If you're really unfamiliar, I got to burp. If you're really unfamiliar with self-care, you're going to get triggered when you start doing it. And guess what that is now? Feedback. But the more that you do self-care, I will be darned if you don't see a massive growth in your abundance in some area, in some way, shape, or form, directly coinciding to it. Let's build that rule. The more self-care I do, the more abundance I see. One of my biggest rules in life is as long as I'm growing, I will always experience more abundance. And by golly, in real time, every time that I'm like, oh, okay, big opportunity to grow right now, and instead of me playing small and getting triggered into a persona, I always lean into it, I understand it, I detangle it, I pattern interrupt it, I meet that need in a more elevated way, I understand it, I take 5 steps back from it, and I get curious about it. Things like show up immediately, like in the middle of me shifting it type of thing. I will have like crazy amounts of money show up, or some amazing piece of news. Something always happens, but guess what? I tied a rule to it. Every time I grow, not saying that growth is super easy in every moment, but it really gets easy as you have the tools. And as you do the self-care, the growth becomes easier because your cup's full. And the great thing about it is, again, self-care raises your vibration, which means it's indirectly enhancing your manifestations. Because remember, roots, talking about yesterday, roots are in funky areas, and they seem attached to seemingly unrelated things. Seemingly unrelated things. But everything is interconnected. Your roots, they always are connected to something seemingly unrelated in the 3D. But the root sits there in a beautiful space. And self-care is one of those like blanket ways to handle that. It hits so many roots at such a deep level when you are operating in that self-love. Yeah? Okay, so right now, let's take a couple minutes. I want you to write, what are some things that you used to do as a child that filled your cup up? So some of my greatest versions of self-care is journaling. I am an avid journaler. I've journaled since I was 5 years old. So journaling is something I did as a child. I was one of those weird kids that would sit at the edge of the pool, and I'd put my feet in the water. So water being one thing, I would drink a cup of tea, and I would look up at the stars, and I would talk to God. I'd always talk to God. I was the girl that would be walking. Me and my friend, she lived close to me, and so we'd walk each other halfway home so that we didn't get stolen, or anything. We lived in Phoenix. And so we would walk each other halfway home, and then we walk back. And when I would turn back and be walking by myself, I'd be like, hey, God, it's me, Mandy Morris. I live at 2363. And I would give him like my address, thinking that like God was a dude, first of all, because I was, all of 7, 8 years old, and thinking that he didn't know where I lived, that I get to give him my address too. But it was something that I loved to do. And so now, of course, my conversation is quite a bit different as I've learned source energy in a different way. But now I sit there and I talk to my higher power, And it's just massive gratitude and here's what I'm working on and, praying for people, whatever feels good to me. But these are all things I actually did as a child, singing, dancing, all that stuff. What did you do? And I want you to write it down as a child. This is your new self-care, okay? So if the salt bath or the, glass of wine at the end of the night or the, I don't know, whatever, if it's not really working, that's okay. Everyone's different. But what does work for you? What worked as a child? How did you naturally clear your energy and get into a safe space again? Because that is a form of self-care. Like a salt bath really shouldn't be self-care. That's like a basic necessity, right? But if you're like, okay, the salt bath didn't feel good, but once I put candles all around and I did intentions and I had flowers floating in there or I read a book, whoa, that feels good now, right? So try out some different things. Walking around barefoot in grass. There's so many incredible opportunities. So let's just try out a couple and go, wow, okay, that really worked. That filled my cup up. I better document that. That's one of my go-tos moving forward when I'm triggered, when I feel funky, but also proactively. And I'm going to make sure that I pencil that in even when I feel like I don't need it or I don't have time for it or whatever. Well, guess what? A rule just popped up. You don't have time to love on yourself? That's the last thing that goes. Then you better squash all the other shit that's showing up, right? And time is malleable. We can bend it. If time is literally different, a couple thousand miles up in space, then why are we giving our energy to it? Time is a construct of consciousness that I don't buy into anymore. I remember reading this book. I can't remember the name of it right now. And this guy talked about 60 seconds on a hot stove. It's the longest 60 seconds of your life, right? Ugh. 60 seconds on a hot stove. You would be counting that every second would feel like a lifetime, right? But imagine 60 seconds enjoying your best friend on the beach or a lover or something like that. You'd be like, 60 seconds? I wasn't even thinking about the time. But it's not nearly enough. And now think about yourself energetically. Go back to the hot stove. You're closing in on yourself, your energy. Don't you want to become as small as possible? Ugh, like if I could just become smaller, I wouldn't feel the pain. Doesn't that happen in our lives in other areas too? Don't you feel separate and small when you're triggered? When you feel disempowered, don't you feel small? When you don't want to be seen, don't you want to get smaller? You don't want to expand? But when you're with that friend, it's like, your energy is everywhere. Time doesn't exist because you're expanding. Let's talk about a little bit of these rules real quick here, okay? And how we can handle triggers in different ways. So I remember, I'll talk about a story and then we'll keep diving in. Okay, so I'm going to tell you two stories. So one story, this is how crazy, you guys said you wanted more manifestation stories. So this is a crazy one, all right? I'm going to tell you a couple of them. So I remember when I was in Laguna Beach, which was a manifestation in and of itself. I think I'm telling that story later though. So just imagine me already in Laguna. Now we're in our first home in Laguna and I was pregnant. Children are a big thing for me, right? So I was pregnant and we had this beautiful home, the house on the hill. I told you guys about that yesterday. I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh my gosh, I manifested the house on the hill. And then the house on the hill felt too small. Hello, rule box that needs to change. And I was like, you know what? There's like these marble floors and there's these really edges and, weird edges and there's balconies and I'm starting to freak out. The, biological parts of me as a mom, I'm like, what if the baby crawls off of it? So I was like, you know what? I just want to move into a more homey feel. This was very modern. It was really cool. I'm just moving into a different phase in my life and I want a different looking house. And so we had looked at this home that was down right on the water. If you know anything about Laguna Beach, those houses are expensive. They are amazing and beautiful, but they are quite a bit different pricing than a house on the hill, most often at least. And we had looked at it when we had first moved. For some reason, we just decided that we would look. We would just look at this house. And they were renting it, as a vacation rental type thing. Those things are always kind of swooped up in Cali, in that area, because Laguna Beach is such a touristy surfer area. And so we'd looked at it, and I remember I walked through it, and I was like, I don't really like it. I was convincing myself. It was so over my ceiling on abundance. It was this compound of a home. It was so beautiful. The shades would go down and up based on where the sun was sitting, and you would watch the most outrageous sunsets. They invited us during sunset, of course. Everyone always does. That's how every time we get a house, it's the sunsets. And I was like, I was still pregnant at the time, and I was like, yeah, I got to think on this one. I can tell I'm just not there yet. And instead of me judging myself, I was like, if it's meant to be, as I continue to grow and expand, then I'll meet that version of me that would live in this type of a home and afford it without any panic and all this stuff. And so we lived in our other home for months and months and months, completely forgot about that place, had kind of written it off. And but I felt like we should move. And I was like, yeah, but we need also something about Lagunas. The houses are kind of funky. Like, you find some really good ones, and you find some that you're like, why is this the configuration? Like, it's just a weird home, the way it's set up and stuff. So I wasn't really finding anything. I wasn't looking too hard. But then I had my son, and I was really feeling like, okay, I want to move now. Like, I'm ready to move into a space that would be, safer for him, and bigger for the kids to run around and so forth. And so I decided that I would just do a set it and forget it manifestation. We're going to talk about these tomorrow in depth. But I had said, okay, if we are meant to move out of this house, if it's in the highest good of all, and I continue to grow, because I always want a reward for my growth, then I want to be out of this house, because we were renting it, we'd signed a lease, and there was a lot of logical things as to why we couldn't move, right? You got another year or 2 years or something to this lease, there's just, they weren't going to let us out of it, blah, 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 all this stuff. And so I was like, okay, there's always another way. There's always another way. So I had this really strong intuitive ping that we needed to go to Hawaii. And I was like, on a whim, I was like, we're going to Hawaii. I think my little one was like 6 weeks old. And friends of ours, I flew my mom in and everything, and we just went to Hawaii for like a week, just on a whim. Had a radical and amazing time. While we're in Hawaii, we're sitting on the beach one day. And this was, usually when I want clarity, I will move into a different physical environment. So I will go on a trip, Oliver and I will go out for the weekend or something like that with the kids. We just get ourselves into a different space, because now we're not stuck in any personas that we weren't aware of. We're not stuck in the typical environment and typical thought process. So we shift our energy when we're trying to solve something. So I was like, I know that I can feel growth coming. I don't know how this whole house thing's going to work out. So I surrendered to it, and it's going to have to work out. I'll do the things as soon as the signs show up. So we're sitting there on the beach in Hawaii, and all of a sudden, my friend calls, who's house sitting and dog sitting for us back in Laguna. He's like, hey, Mandy, don't freak out. And as he says, don't freak out, we'd been sitting there for a good 2 hours. Sorry, I'm burping. We'd been sitting there for a good 2 hours. And all of a sudden, this wave comes up. Very first wave, douses us all. We're all running, trying to get away from this wave. I'm like, get the baby! Ah! All this stuff. We're all running, getting away. And I've got my phone in my hand, and my mom's got my son and all stuff. And I'm like, okay, sorry, what? He's like, don't freak out. The house is flooding on the bottom level. And I started smiling, and I was like, do tell. I'm not concerned at all, because I knew, all right, this is exactly what I asked for. Same moment that the wave comes in, and water represents emotions, funny enough. Same time the wave comes in, my friend calls and says, in essence, all I heard was, you're going to get out of your lease, because this is sewage water, and we never step back in that home again. I'm not saying that it worked out great for the owner. It's unfortunate, but there's lots to that. But I was out of the house. And so all of a sudden, I'm like, Oliver's like, so we're going to move to that other house? And I was still like, I don't know. Is it even available? And they said it was available in October. So I was like, I guess we'll just be homeless for a little bit. So we went and we lived in Sedona, had a grand old time, and I was in that house after that, in that new frequency of abundance. Manifestations can happen in lots of funky ways. So let's jump back over to self-care, okay? So when I was I'm sorry, so many of my stories are about pregnancy. I'm just realizing this. It's just what it is. You'll find out why later. So when I was pregnant with little one, I had the debilitating fatigue I told you guys about. We had just moved to Laguna Beach, okay? I had a whole lot of intentions, a lot of manifestations I'll share with you guys soon, but I was just so whooped. And I was like, we just moved, and the logical part probably goes, oh, well, we need to make money because we just moved, and I can't do anything. There's about 2 months where I was just like laying all day. The business 3x'd itself during that time. I did nothing. I did nothing. Nothing changed. My husband was not the spiritual activator at the time. It was all on me. It was all my stuff. I didn't have the other businesses that I have now. And the business 3x'd itself without doing anything different. How could that be? I was resting. I was healing. I was taking care of myself. I was honoring myself. And, as I told earlier, in essence, those other stories, I was healing generational trauma. My energy was going elsewhere. And because I had the rule that when I grow and I heal and I become a grander and fuller version of me, I'm always rewarded, the business 3x'd itself. So don't think that self-care is just some like floaty thing you choose sometimes. It can be directly tied to your greatest manifestations. And you don't have to do shit for it because you went right to the root. I didn't have to sit there and do new marketing. I didn't have to run extra events. I had to heal. I had to take time for me. And I honored it because it was in the highest good. I didn't know that anything was going to come from it. I didn't know that the business was going to grow. I didn't know any of that stuff. What a beautiful, juicy extra reward. But I did the thing that allowed for me to tackle it at the root. So self-care can be growth, it can be boundaries, it can be healing, and yeah, it can be salt baths if you want. But think of self-care as soul nurturing. Soul nurturing moving forward, and you'll hit self-care every single time. You'll hit it right on the head if you go, what will nurture my soul right now? Which is why I think when we do what we did as kids, if we can recall that information, it's awesome. But you can ask yourself in real time, what would I do right now to nurture my soul? What does my soul need? What's my soul talking about? And most often your soul will say, I need to rest. I need to feel loved. I need you to be more gentle. Or I need you to shine your light. I need you to have boundaries. I need you to grow, whatever. But what would nurture your soul? So as we wrap up emotions, I want to give you one last tool, and then we're transitioning into some other pieces, but you're going to want to hang on because Oliver's talking about abundance today. Cool? So we are going a little bit late. We're here to serve. So the last tool I would like to give you in our emotional toolbox, it's super simple. We're going to keep it simple here. You've heard it in many ways, but we have to remember to apply it to our lives. It is heavy versus light. Love versus fear. For the next 24 hours, and I would prefer if you actually do this for the next 14 days. We did this at the last event, it was 14 days, and there was like 3 different people whose lives were completely changed because they promised that they would follow this rule. So let's just go 14 days, that's better, because you're going to think about things you have to do in the next 14 days. For the next 2 weeks, you are not allowed to make any decisions or do any things that feel heavy. Heavy is obligation, guilt, shame, something that doesn't feel good. Now you can detangle it. You should absolutely try to understand why it feels heavy. But you are not allowed to negate your soul anymore. At least for the next 14 days. Then you'll get the results and then you'll keep doing it. But just give me 14 days, promise? 14 days, you are not allowed to make decisions from heaviness, aka fear. Okay? You are going to have to get creative and find another solution. Because guess what? As soon as you start looking for solutions, as soon as you start asking different questions, you will find different answers. There's an answer to everything. We just have to start asking the right questions and start looking in the right direction. So heavy versus light. We make light decisions. We lean into things that feel light. That doesn't mean that being courageous is heavy, y'all, okay? Know the difference. But things that are truly heavy, they are not allowed to be a part of you anymore. So this could be something like It could be as simple, we'll talk about intentional energy tomorrow, so this will make a little bit more sense, but it could be as simple as, I am not going to cook dinner for my family. Maybe that feels so heavy and obligatory because you're like, I just want to unwind at night. I just want to do some self-care and I can't. Well, then you better either change the intentional energy around it so that it feels light, or you better call in some takeout and love yourself through it. For myself, I don't like making breakfast for my kids in the morning sometimes. Not if it's like rushed and my oldest is trying to get to school really fast. Do not like it. I am the give me 10 minutes alone type of person in the morning. I have to journal. I have to be alone. I've got to talk to my higher power. I've got my morning routine down and it works for me. And then I can conquer the world, but that's my self-care. That is my non-negotiable in the morning. And if I walk down the steps and my oldest is sitting there like, what's for breakfast? What's going on? What do you do? I'm like, nope, Then I go, okay, well, I'm either going to make a whole batch of breakfasts on Sunday and he can heat them up himself, but I love myself enough to know I'm not going to make breakfast that day because it's obligatory. And I don't want that energy going into the food anyway. I'll talk to him about it, make sure he doesn't feel unloved, all that stuff. But I am not going to allow myself to do something that is heavy. And if you want to get courageous, don't take that job if it's heavy. Don't stay in that relationship if it's heavy. Lean in, understand it. Heal it if you need to. Transmute it if you can. But you're not allowed to keep doing things the way you've been doing things in certain areas when it doesn't feel good to you. When you wish and pray that it didn't look the way it does. And this is going to be a hard one because some of you are probably going to be like, well, I can't just go up and quit my job, Mandy. That's ridiculous. I understand. I do understand. It depends on where you're at, I guess. I've seen people do unbelievably miraculous things and things that defy all logic. And magical things happen, but you have to be willing to do the work. The work doesn't end with the decision, it begins, right? Just like Oliver said, the work doesn't end at the island, it begins. So go as far as you can with not allowing any heaviness in your life for the next 2 weeks. And if there are things that you are unwilling to let go of, or you cannot, it's okay if you don't have the answer in this moment. Once you start realizing how many heavy things you have, that might be pretty insightful to go, most of my life is heavy. Everything would completely fall apart if I removed what's heavy. Well, now we know what we need to work on. In the long run, too. Okay, just a simple tool. If you so choose, I hope you do, to take on that challenge for the next 2 weeks. I know it's going to challenge you all, absolutely. I can tell you right now, though, that people who have worked with me for years, that's how they live their lives now. And their life is filled with light. So even if it feels impossible right now, or scary, or the world will fall apart and all that stuff, there is another reality available to you. It's okay if in this moment you're like, how in the hell could this be? That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So like I said, we're going to go a little bit late tonight. Oliver's going to go over abundance. We also have the inspiration panel. I know I've been talking about it all day because I'm so excited. You guys might be a little bit sick of hearing me talk now, so I want you guys to hear from the mouths of people who have learned from Oliver and I for years, what they have gone through, what their experiences have been, the things that they have accomplished. And I think this is so important because I want you guys to see what is possible in 6 months and a year and beyond. Because it's so radically amazing. It's rewarding. We call it gratitude tears. But a lot of the people that are about to come on, we're always crying in gratitude because it makes me so grateful that we got to touch their lives the way that we did. And it's wild. You guys wouldn't have seen the earlier versions of them. But if you did, you'd be like, holy shit. They're completely different in the best way. What I promised y'all yesterday. If you continue to embody and embed this work into your life. And again, selfishly, I hope you will continue on in more of our programs. We'll talk about all that stuff. But when you choose a life of growth, game over. You are good to go. You are cradled and assured of it. So all of you have already seen Malia. I want to bring her on, but really quickly, she's actually a part of the inspiration panel, of course, because she has an incredible incredible story. Malia actually now acts as our COO and Chief of Staff in Authentic Living. So we love to bring our folks in, our clients who have grown so much and shifted so much that they are so in love with our mission and they see what we do for others. Malia has sat alongside and seen so many people who decided not to take their life, who healed massive trauma, who completely changed everything moving forward generationally, who have lost weight, physical, you name it. She's seen it all. And so she's the perfect person to have walking through this experience with y'all and for her to share her story. And I love her so much in seeing her journey. It's gonna make me cry. Over the past few years, it's wild. It's so amazing to be able to touch people this way. And I hope that even just in 72 hours with Oliver and I, that you have felt our love and our potency and what is possible for you. Alrighty? And I will not see you again today. I'll see you all tomorrow morning. So I love you all so much.
I was uptight, wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind.
I'm so excited to invite you to the Soul University experience. What is Soul University? People have asked that before, right? It's the fastest path, the deepest immersion, the best container, right, to the life that you want and beyond. It is getting the abundance. It is getting in and experiencing happiness in all areas of your life. It is total expansion and stepping into all that you can be, your pure potential. It is removing and shifting and rewiring and healing, all the blocks mentally, emotionally, energetically that have been holding you back. It is you being able to use all your potential and more to start living a life that you've only dreamt about in the past, that you've always wanted, that it might have seemed so far out of reach, and it can be here sooner than you think, right? This entire experience, think about it as the university for your mind, your emotions, and your energy. Like, we were never taught in school, like, how to succeed in life, how to be happy, how to have abundance, how to manifest, and how to experience joy and empowering emotions at all moments, how to thrive in life. Right? We were never taught that. Right? We were pretty much taught our limitations through watching people around us and seeing, what's possible, what's not possible, limiting beliefs, limiting rules, limiting stories, things that are holding us back, things that we experience. And, pretty much we're never given a handbook, let alone like a lesson or a course on how do you align your mind, your emotions, and your energy to succeed. And they're all very important, right? When Manny talks about the mind and the emotions, and I talk about energy, it seems like both of us were focusing on just those areas, but it's more than that. The reality is, in my life, I focus on mastering my mind, my emotions, and my energy, and Mandy does the same. She focuses on her mind, emotions, and energies, because when you have all three mastered, there's nothing that you cannot accomplish, experience, break through, break free from, step into, become. It's all possible when you know a trifecta that affects life itself, your mind, your emotions, your energy, right? And that's why we created Soul University. And the reality is, yes, energy, I can use it to manifest whatever I want, right? It's one of the fastest ways to bend time and experience and accelerate abundance in every area of life, whether or not you're looking for love, happiness, monetary abundance, freedom, feeling good, helping others, helping a loved one, your purpose work, whatever it is you want to experience. Energy can get you there, and bend time, it can get you there fast. But here's the thing. If your mind and emotions aren't aligned with energy, there's going to be some internal conflict that will lead to self-sabotage, that will lead to you getting what you want and you losing or creating resistance to experiencing or giving it away, right? And that's why it's so important. Mind, emotions, energy. It's the foundation of a sustainable, successful, happy life. If you get all three aligned and you master it, so your mind is no longer running you or controlling you, your emotions no longer drive you, your energy no longer just empowers you. You know how it works, so you can figure out what you want to experience, and then align all three so they're pointing at the same direction, not against each other, but with each other, pointing to that what you want. You'll experience it at lightning speed, right? And that's what Soul University is about. It's the deepest dive, all right, to mastering your mind, emotions, and energy at levels that are not taught anywhere out there before. I know we've had lots of our students that have come to us that have gone, you know what, Oliver, Mandy, we've done everything for the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And nobody talks about what you two talk about individually and together in the depth that you do, right? So think of Soul University as that's what it is. It's a university that focuses on how do you use your mind, emotions, and energy to manifest the life that you want. How do you remove all the blocks that exist in your mind, emotions, and energy so it's not stopping you from living the life that you want? And it's condensed in 2 years, right? And we're taking what normally takes people 20, 30, 40 years, and sometimes never, right? And all those lessons, we're condensing it in 2 years. And it's the fastest path to growth. It's the fastest path to self-mastery. It's the fastest path to knowing yourself, right? Healing the things that need to be healed, manifesting what you want, stepping into your purpose work, and becoming your fullest potential. All right, so 2 years. And the way it works is you might ask yourself, who is this program for? And how does it work? That's what I'm going to go over right now, right? So this program is for anyone who wants to experience what life is all about. You're ready for the next chapter. Maybe you've experienced chapters in the past to where you're disempowered, anxious, you're overwhelmed, you're living paycheck to paycheck, or it's barely enough and you're not getting the freedom that you want. Or maybe it's like one toxic relationship after another and you don't know why you're attracting people that are just disharmonious to your soul and your heart. Maybe it is you've experienced chronic pain all your life and you don't know why you're experiencing it and why it keeps happening and nobody can explain it to you. Maybe there's a loved one that you want to help and you don't know how to help them. Or maybe you feel like you were born to do something more, right? But you just can't figure out how to do it or how to get there. Soul University is for you if you fall in any of those areas. Whether or not you want to go out there and use what you learn here, for your purpose work so you can receive abundance and make money for it. Or you might be like, you know what? I'm going to use what I learned here to just improve my own life because it's about time. You spent all your life putting other people first, helping people, making sure they get taken care of. Who's putting you first, right? So this is for you if it's your turn. It's your time. You're sick and tired of being sick and tired of not experiencing the life that is out there, it's available. And you look at other people and you're like, why are you experiencing it? Why not me? This is for you if it's time for what you've always wanted to be your reality. And you want to do it fast. And you want to do it with a group of loving, supportive people, like-minded people, it's soul family that will run with you through the journey. Because I know how it's like. You know how it's like. I mean, if you've been in our events, like in this event, like people come together, like-minded people coming together to grow, and there's a different kind of synergy and excitement that comes when that happens, because we don't get that from the day-to-day life that we live. We don't. Like our friends, our family members, our colleagues, some of them might not know or get why you're here, why you're learning what you're learning. They might not get it, right? And this is a place where you can finally stop hiding and you can be accepted, rejoiced, celebrated, and appreciated for who you are, for all of you, instead of having to fit in the box, not wanting to be weird, learning this energy and manifesting thing. It's okay for you to own the fact that you want to be happy and you can be happy. And the cool thing about Soul University is we have, you're doing this with groups of people that will be your lifelong friends. Now we have people part of Soul University that go to each other's weddings and and baby showers, and big events in their lives. They go there because they found friends that they're aligned with at the highest levels in life, which is, rare to find nowadays in our own setting. So Soul University is the fastest path, all right? And it's also a combination of all of our certification programs. Mandy's certification program, she has, EME 1 and 2, which stands for Emotions, Mind, and Energy. And think of her programs more of like This word, like we call it life coaching, but it's more than life coaching, but that's what it is. It's a life coaching certification, just level 1 and 2. And you have my programs, which we're going to talk about, which is the J of Love Healing certifications, which is level 1, 2, and 3. And it has to do with energy, spiritual gifts, becoming a healer. And when I mean healer for yourself, or if you choose to, for others as well, right? And so on and so forth. You can use it for yourself or for your purpose work, but every time me and Mandy want to manifest something, or we're experiencing blocks or pain and suffering in our lives, we use these tools on ourselves. When our kids are struggling, we use it on them. When our family members are in pain and they're open and willing to grow, we share these techniques with them. Like when we have clients that are wanting a better, richer, more empowering, and fulfilling life, we share these tools with them. So it works regardless of whether you want to use it on yourself or you want to do it for others, really. And Soul University really is a combination of 5 of our certification programs that you're going to dive into, and it is set up like a university experience, right? And we're going to go over each program and like how it works. But the cool thing about it is people sometimes think, we get this a lot, is like certification, but I don't want to be paid to become a life coach or a healer, right? And some people that join our program, they're like, they do this because they want to become a life coach, or they want to become a healer as a profession, or they already are, and they're looking for modalities to add to what they're doing so that they can actually get better with providing results for their clients. But that's not all of who signs up for our programs. Majority of people that do, they do it for themselves, right? Or they do it to help a loved one, and not necessarily for purpose work. And when I first started out, learning what I learned, and that I teach in the certifications. When Mandy first started out, when what you're going to learn, what she's about to teach in her certifications, both of us, we weren't doing it for purpose work. We were doing it because we were in so much pain, and our lives were rock bottom. It was not a place to live. It was very disempowering. And once we got our needs taken care of, and we went from a place of survival and just surviving and just kind of treading water to thriving, and all of a sudden we had more capacity to help people around us and help people all over the world, right? So that's kind of like, if you're thinking to yourself, should I do certification or not? We call it certification because you go through a rigorous, immersive training to where you not only have the capability and the ability to use the techniques and get results, but you feel confident in yourself because you've gone through so much of the training that you know that it works, and it works every single time you use it, and it's something that you can rely on, right? And you're pretty much getting certified in being able to use these techniques on yourself, and if you want to, on others, right? And it's the deepest level of mastery, right? And that's why when we're doing these programs, they're not paper mill, diploma mill certifications. We really, once I go through this, you're going to understand, we really go in the depths of it. Because by the time you finish a certification program, there's no stone left unturned. Every single area where you think you could fail, we put something in place so that you don't. If you play full out, if you go all in on yourself, and if you do the work, you will succeed when you put the effort in and you go full out, right? So these programs are designed to transform you as you're doing them. And you don't have to, a lot of times people are like, do I have to do the whole program? It's going to take me 2 years, before I see results. Some people, weeks in, months in, days in, their lives are changing. The goal of this program is to get you out of survival and unhappiness fast and into thriving and into abundance and into purpose as fast as possible. And I've seen people experience that, like days, weeks, months, you name it. The faster you go, the more all in you go, the faster results and time bends for you, so you experience them sooner rather than later, right? So you get 5 of our certification programs, and they all vary in level of what you're going to learn in the mastery, right? And the way it works is like, you might be like, hey, I want to take Oliver's program, or I want to take Mandy's program, or some people were like, I want to take both at the same time. People do that, right? Or I want to take Mandy's first, and then afterwards I'm going to take Oliver's, right? You can do that, right? all this is possible when you join Soul University. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over and I'm going to show you what you're about to learn in Soul University. What are the programs? How does it break down? What do you get? How does it work? So on and so forth. And if you're interested, please join us. We're going to be having a breakout room, right, where we're going to be answering, all the questions in an enrollment room, all the questions that you have about Soul University. We're going to be there. We're going to answer. We're going to see what works for you, what's a good fit or not, right? How it works, logistics, so you can get all your questions answered. But if you are looking for a container of like, this event's fun. I love this event. I love this experience, right? And if you do, think about what you've experienced so far. This is a 3-day event. You are in day 2, right? Think about if this is what you can experience in freaking 2 to 3 days. Who would you be? What would your life be like in 2 years, right? You probably won't even recognize yourself in all the best of ways. All right, so now let's shift over. I'm going to go over the slides for Soul University so you know how it looks like, what the programs are, what's different, what's the same, how it works, right? And how you can use this to really accelerate you living and experiencing your dream life. So it's happening sooner, few days, few weeks, few months, instead of decades, or for a lot of people, it never even comes. All right, so let's go over some of the slides. The first one I want to talk about, is Mandy's Life Coaching Certification Program, Level 1, and it's called EME Integration Certification Program. Now, this program is, I've seen so many people who have graduated from this program who have not only had their lives changed, but they go on and change the lives of people around them, family members, friends, and literally their communities and beyond, right? And this is the deepest dive into rewiring your mind, your heart, your emotions, right? And your decisions. So if you have limiting beliefs, rules, self-talk, stories that are disempowering, you get triggered, and identity conflicts and self-sabotage, anything to do with controlling the mind and the emotions and the patterns and how all of this, whether we like it or not, controls our life, right? Because our thoughts, our emotions, like I said, they all build up to our decisions, and our decisions, shape our destiny. And when you have this aligned with your energy, everything is amazing. Like you get in alignment and you get to where you want, and you get to where you want fast, and it accelerates everything to you, right? So this program is a 16-week certification program. 16-week, and the way we design the certification programs, you're gonna start seeing a theme, is the first part of the program, it's all about you. You're learning the tools on working on yourself, on shifting yourself, on and embodying the change so you can see the results in your life, right? Because for a lot of people that are joining this, you want to be in a better space. So rather than wait for that to happen, that becomes a priority. And in the middle of each program, certification, and this is just like between her certification and mine, is the same. In the middle of the program, we're doing a live virtual event experience, just like what you're doing right now, right? And a lot of times with certification, we either do them in person. There's an option for that. Do you want to upgrade and do it in person? Or you can do it virtually, like how we're doing it right now, from our retreat center to your home, and it's part of the program, right? And so we do that in the middle because we want to create more momentum in the middle of the program. We want to create, get more results, dive deeper into the lessons, get more practice, get more interaction, all the fun stuff, like do more Q&As. I mean, when we're doing these certifications, they're a little bit smaller and intimate in nature, right? When we're doing these events, like, you got tens and tens and tens and thousands of people, who are, joining these 3-day events with certifications when we're doing them. They're small, they're intimate. So we have more time, us, our coaches, our healers, we have more time to answer questions, to give people, one-on-one touches in a group setting kind of thing. So you get more access to our team and to a certain degree us when we do these certification programs. And the cool thing is we're always embedded. So when you're doing Mandy's, I'm a little bit in there some areas. When you're doing mine, Mandy's a little bit there some areas, because we're trying to blend both. Ever since we realized that, hey, we do all of it. Mandy does mind, emotions, energy. I do mind, emotions, energy. We just focus on, let's get people the blend because it's so unique. Not a lot of programs focus on the blend. It's the only ones out there, and it's so effective, right? So we do an event experience in the middle of certifications, and then afterwards, right, it's more advanced stuff. Now that the foundation is built, initial momentum is created, now you layer on the advanced stuff. Advanced techniques, you get to practice, you get to do homework, you get to do practice sessions on people in the class, you're receiving, coaching, and then you conducting coaching, so on and so forth. So it builds up your confidence in the methodology and the skills, and you get that, you get accountability, homeworks, and after all that's done, right, and you do the homeworks, the accountability, all the practice sessions, once you complete all the requirements, we mail you a physical certificate, okay, that you become a certified EME integration practitioner, right? And that, for some people, they love certifications because, they want to go out there in the world and get clients, help clients, and they've got something to show for it. For some, it's what you look at that reminds you of like, wow, I now have the skills, I now have the tools to change my life at will, on demand, anytime. I'm no longer a prisoner of my thoughts, my negative self-image, self-talk, beliefs, stories, emotional roller coasters, like, the voice in my head telling me that I'm not good enough, so on and so forth. I'm free from the past. I'm free from everything that's ever happened to me. Life is now finally happening for me instead of to me. I'm happy. I am me. Right? And that's what this program is all about. So the first 9 weeks is all about you. And here's some of the things that you're going to learn. You're going to learn how to eliminate the internal conflicts that get in the way of doing what you're put on this planet to do, right? And you're also going to work through your blocks with abundance, with not being good enough, with feeling like a fraud as a coach, or feeling like you deserve, to experience unconditional love, that you won't lose it, right? So you're going to learn that. You're going to learn how to find your deepest purpose in this world, and you'll do the inner work to eliminate the blocks that are stopping you from moving forward. And then after that, we do the event in the middle, the virtual event, or the live in person. And then the next 7 weeks, it's learning Mandy's entire methodology, the skills, the steps to get instant and lasting change in your life and in the life of the person that you're serving, the lives of the people that you want to serve, that you care about, clients, family members, friends, you name it. Okay, so in this, part of it, you're going to discover the root issue that's causing majority of the issues people are facing. So you work on the root, right? Not the branches of the fruit. Remember, you work on the root. So you're going to discover how to do that, her exact step-by-step methodology. You're going to learn how to shift this empowering and debilitating emotions into positive and empowering ones. You're going to learn how to get into the perfect state before serving someone else or before you serve yourself and dive deep into something that may be triggering or disempowering. You're going to learn how to get into the best possible state so you're not shaken up by it, and really disempowered by it. You're going to learn how to deal with different self-sabotaging personas that come up, whether it's with other people that you're serving or within yourself. Because sometimes when we're getting to something good, they'll finally break us free and give us freedom and give us the experience that we want. We face some internal resistance. How do you work through that, right? And how to rewire all the programming that you picked up that's not serving you anymore. So as you can see here, the value of this program, you can see it on the slide, and you can see the price today. So you can see there's a deep, deep, deep discount when you join us for EME, all right? So let me go over this. Now, the next one I want to go over, that's her level 1. Now, people that, graduate her level 1, go to her level 2. You can't jump into level 2 without doing level 1 because the things in level 2, they're more advanced principles. Now, Whole Healing Certification Program. This is a deeper dive. This is a 20-week certification program. And this just takes things to the next level. And sometimes people just want to stop at EME 1. That's fine. And for some of you, you're like, you know what? I love that traction. I love what I learned. And I want to go deeper into the mastery of it. Then here's where Whole Healing, aka EME 2, comes into play. Because there's always a next level when it comes to mastering your mind, your emotions, and your energy. So with this one, you're going to learn, the identity level healing. As you know, identity level is one of the biggest, most powerful, the fastest shifts you can do is when you do it on the identity level. When you do it on the identity level, you might have 30 different limiting beliefs and 40 disempowering emotions and 5 traumatic events and 7 different habits that all don't serve you. And you can work on each and every single one of them, but can you imagine how long that will take, right? But all of that falls into an identity. And if you work and shift the identity level, it shifts all of that. So whatever would have taken you 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 years and countless hours to heal and shift, simpler you work on one, deals with all, because we're dealing with the root. So you're going to learn specific steps and the methodology that both Mandy and I use to literally shift and rewire and transform yourself on the identity level so you get results faster. Okay, you're also going to learn how Mandy heals with pure frequency. It's the most powerful thing Mandy does. And I've seen it with my own eyes. Our team has seen it. You probably experienced it. There are times where she just walks in a room and she doesn't even have to say anything. And her energy, people are crying, people that are feeling bad feel happy, healing occurs because the energy and the frequency that she embodies is one that can heal and shift souls. All right, so you're going to learn how to do that, healing with pure frequency. Another thing you're going to learn is future-paced healing. And this speeds up the shifts and gets more progress in one session than most get in years. And a lot of times this was a birth from the idea that, when Mandy first started doing this, she didn't do it the way where most people do it, to where they have to see somebody over and over and over again for, a year, 2 years, 3 years. Not that there's something wrong with that. It's just she didn't have the luxury of that. So she needed to devise and figure out a way of how she could help somebody who she met one time, whether it's a one-time, call or, a 3-day event. And during that time, be able to shift them enough to that the biggest shift happens to where that shift changes everything and she doesn't need to talk to them anymore. Right? And she's perfected it. It's called future-paced healing. And this is one of the main methods that go into that exact, shift somebody one day and they'll get more results in one day than they do in 10, 20, 30 years. This is one of the methods that she uses, is future-paced healing, and combined with healing with pure frequency and identity level. These all kind of boil down to if you only had one moment with somebody, that's all you had, you're going to learn all the tools to create lasting and fast transformation in that moment, and that moment lasts forever. Okay, so there's that. You're going to learn the masculine and feminine style of healing, right? And when I'm talking about masculine and feminine, I'm not talking about gender, but I'm talking about the yin and yang energy that exists, within all of us. Each and every one of us, we can tap into masculine and feminine energy. And sometimes people flip-flop and they have a predominant one, but it goes over how to use both to deal with resistance and challenges that you may face when shifting yourself or others. You're going to go and learn what we call the custom profile healing, and how to custom tailor your healing approach and coaching approach to your client so you get less resistance and more transformation. Because here's the thing, how you shift and heal one person may be different from another, maybe different for another. Think about it. If you have kids and you have more than one kid, does the same thing work with one kid and the exact same thing works with another or the other? If you have siblings in your family, your brothers and sisters, right? Are they all the same? Or do different things work for different people, right? And this is part of custom profile healing, because you're going to learn how to customize your approach. So when you're working with somebody and you're healing them and you're coaching them, that it works, and it works really, really well, and you're not facing any resistance. And if you do, you know how to, really, shift that and overcome that with ease, love, and grace. Another thing you're going to learn is how to heal with guided meditations, how to safely and powerfully get your client through a difficult emotional state or situation. Because a lot of times when you're dealing with people, sometimes they're happy and amazing, but hey, when you're helping, whether it's yourself, a friend, family member, or a client, through some of the things that have, not been so cool in their life, that have been disempowering or debilitating, sometimes for a second, they might just be anxious or fearful or sad or angry. How do you quickly work them through that, right? like getting over the hump so they can get to experience the beautiful space and place after that. Another thing here is a polarizing personality theory. How do you deal with clients that seem difficult to deal with? Because some of you, let's face it, there's people that you know, they want to change, they want something, they're in pain, but they're difficult to deal with. So how do you deal with it? What is the strategy, the psychology, the techniques for dealing with difficult people? Advanced persona work, understanding and mastering personas. And when you master this, it's such a deep dive into advanced inner work, inner frameworks, psychology, and this, knowing this alone, right, it's so useful. I've seen Mandy work through, this framework, this blueprint, and you have people that come in that, people are like, they never get better. It's super hard. No one can ever get to them. Like they want to, but there's, I don't know, just impossible. And she gets through to them because of advanced persona work. And then, of course, the gift shift theory, a powerful technique for rewiring your client's entire past. So if your client is a type to where their past always haunts them, the story of their past, bad things have happened, a lot of trauma, a lot of things that are disempowering, right? And it's always like bothering them, it always shows up, it always triggers them, then the gift shift theory is a very powerful practice so they can heal the past quickly and move forward and literally live in a beautiful state, as they go day by day and welcome the future that they want into their lives, into the now. So it's very powerful, gift shift theory, and we go over it in whole healing certification. And another one here is recognizing patterns, how to string together patterns in behavior to find the root issue quicker, right? Because it's all about pattern recognitions. You got to be able to zoom out, see the overall pattern of what's going on, address it, right? Because if you're working on one area and the issue that's creating this is here, but you're only trying to look at here, you're missing the pattern. So you got to be able to analyze the entire pattern if you're wanting to make what we call a lasting, quick change that once you do it in the moment lasts forever. As you can see, the value of this program in a PowerPoint, that's the value. And today you can see it's being offered at a very, very discounted rate. You can see it over there. Like, we have our best deals typically when we're doing these types of events, right? So you can see it over there. That is the deal that we have. All right. So let's shift gears for a bit and step into my world, right? Now, those two programs, they're Mandy's, and I'm part of it in a lot of areas. I'm there. I show up. I've got some lessons in there, but it's mostly your mind, your emotions. But let's go into the energy part. This is my side of the house. And cool thing is, like, in my lessons, events, Mandy also makes an appearance in some areas because, again, we do all of it. And I do energy work. She does energy work, right? But this is for those who maybe you're an empath, okay? And the outside world, your environment, people affect you energetically. You don't know how. You don't know why. They just debilitate you, affect you, and it affects your quality of life. Maybe that. Maybe you are one to where you've experienced a lot of unexplained physical conditions, autoimmune, all that stuff, to where you don't know why you feel the way you do, and neither do people that you go to for help. They just can't explain why you're going through what you're going through, and it's chronic. Maybe it's one to where you want to help somebody. You've got a big heart, and you got, your kids, you got friends, you get somebody that you care about, and they're in pain, and you want to heal them, right? Emotionally, physically, energetically, you just want to help them. Maybe that's yourself. Maybe you're just curious about what this energy thing is. Someone told you you're a healer, right? You got a big heart. You've always wanted to help people, but you don't know how. You don't know how to apply that in real life, and you're looking for, your purpose. Maybe you've had spiritual gifts growing up, and maybe it's out of control. You don't know how you don't know why it happens, and you've been scared of them. Or maybe it's the flip side, to where they're really dormant or underused, and because you're not using them, you're experiencing all the issues that come with not using your spiritual gifts that you're actually born with, so you can not only survive in this world, but thrive, feel good, intuitively guided, manifest faster, step into your purpose work, right? Maybe that's what your spiritual gifts, are, that's what they're for, but maybe you haven't been able to tap in and access them for what they're meant to do, right? If so, you're going to learn everything here in my GeoLove Healing Certification Program. This goes over this level. This is level 1, okay? And this one is 8 weeks long, and it's the same format. First 4 weeks is about you. In the middle, we're going to have a live experience. You can do in person here at the Heartland, right? Or you can do virtually from your home because we're going to be streaming him live, right? And then afterwards, after the first 4 weeks, we got an event in the middle. At the end of it, right, it's more advanced work. You have accountability partners, you do healings, you receive healings, you conduct healings to build your confidence and also your competence in the work. You feel good about the methodology, right? And the cool thing about this is it's very experiential as well. During this 8-week certification, you're going to receive a healing, clearing, and activation session from me. I do a group healing, right? And this is the only place that I do gift activations. I don't do it currently right now. I don't do it outside of certifications. I do it for certifications because you need the foundation. You need the prep work before you can receive typically that type of intense activation. So I do a gift activation on your spiritual gifts, right? I remove all the blocks as well that you're currently experiencing in life right now that's preventing you from having more love, more abundance, more joy, more peace, more, just feeling good in your life. So removing that, all the blocks. Okay, so that's part of it. So removing the blocks, activate your gifts, and I also share with you your primary spiritual gift. You're going to learn what it is, right? What it is, how to use it, so on and so forth. And you're also going to learn my methodology for doing the step-by-step healing, all right, on yourself or on other people. You're going to learn how to do it in person if they're in front of you, or you're going to learn to do it remotely if they're somewhere else in the other side of the world and you want to do a healing on them. You're going to learn the steps on how to do that, right? So let's go over some of the lessons and what you're going to get in GeoLove Healing 1. So it's an 8-week certification program, okay? The first 4 weeks are all about you. All about you. You're going to learn the formula for instant and lasting change, right? You're going to learn how to rewire your mind, okay, with just energy, with energy alone, right? And you're going to learn how to rewire your mind for gratitude, abundance, and success. Because a lot of times, you can rewire your mind, doing what most people do, but energy is also one of the fastest ways to rewire and work on your mind as well. So we focus on this in the first 4 weeks. You're also going to be receiving lessons that prepare you for that weekend event that we're doing in the middle that you can attend in person here with us in the Heartland or virtually, right? But you're going to get lessons that prepare you for that event, which has the activation experience, right? Which is going to be really, it's such an amazing experience. I can't even begin to tell you what it is. I mean, you probably have seen, the stories when we're playing the trailers, right? Of people, what their experiences is like when they're joining our certifications and how, how their lives have changed and what it does for them. You're probably going to experience that. But that is what happens during an activation. I just can't explain to you. Something you got to experience, right? And so that's what we do. And then we have the event in the middle. And then afterwards, the next 4 weeks, okay, is you stepping into the healings. And with this, you're practicing healing sessions on others, okay? And what happens is that throughout the second part of the training, you're doing healings on others, you're receiving healings, and a lot of these practice hours count towards your certification requirements. Because when you graduate this in 8 weeks, and you've gone through our intensive training, right, and you've done the practice, you've received the healing, you've done healings and all those different things, and you've done all the homework, you get a certificate mailed to you, GeoLove Healing Level 1 Certified Practitioner, okay? So you get that. You're going to learn how to use gold energy. Oh gosh, don't even get me started with gold energy. Gold energy is what's missing in a lot of healing modalities that channeled through me, and it's a way for you, because a lot of healers, when they're healing, they get drained because they're using their own, life force energy, their own human battery to heal as an energy source, right? With this, I teach you how to use sacred geometry and leverage the power of gold energy for healing. And when you're using gold energy, your healings are 10 to 100 times faster, more powerful. It's fueled by sacred geometry and higher power. So it's not pulling from you. So you're not tired, you're not drained, it's more potent, it's more powerful, it's faster, it's the best of all worlds. And the cool thing about it is what you're learning from Geo Love Healing, this entire thing is a standalone methodology. So if you've never done any healing before, you don't even think you're a healer, they get all the steps you need. And if you are an existing healer and you have different modalities and methodologies that you use, or maybe you're a natural one, and you want to amplify further what you do, then what you learn here also supports other modalities as well. It blends well with everything. Another thing too is you're going to learn additional advanced sacred geometries to incorporate into your healings. As you know, sacred geometry, we use them, we leverage them to, increase the power of the healings, to protect yourself, to be able to access higher level information and energy while you're healing, so on and so forth. There's a lot of different applications for sacred geometry, and we're going to be teaching you this during this certification program. And we're going to dive deeper into chakras, right? The ones that you know about and the ones that you don't know about, high and low, so you can master that part of your energetic system, and so much more. And as you can see here, the value of this program, you can see in the slides, that's the value, and you can see today it's discounted. Get discounted price right over there, okay? All right, so now talk about Geo Love Healing Level 2. Now, again, it's a refresher. Mine, you have to go through 1 to go to 2 and 2 to go to 3, right? Because the things that you learn in Geo Love Healing Level 1 is needed for you to do Level 2 and will be needed for you to do Level 3, right? But if you're like, Oliver, I want to take Geo Love Healing Level 1 from you and Mandy's at the same time, you can. It's just you can't do Level 2 of our program without doing Level 1. That makes sense. But you can do our Level 1s at the same time. All right? So Geo Love Level 2. I'm excited about it because this is a deeper dive into the world of energy. And this is 16 weeks long. And this is 3 modalities combined in one. Okay? And that's probably the essence of it. 3 modalities in one. Let me explain. First, you're going to learn group healing. What's group healing, right? Instead of doing one-on-one healings with people, you can do groups. And I've done groups of thousands of people where I heal and do a clearing on all of them at the same time, and they all experience the results of it. So that's group healing, is being able to reach more people, in that same hour than having to just do one-on-one. So you'll learn that methodology. You'll learn how to become a spiritual activator, like myself, to where I can activate people's spiritual gifts. There's a sacred geometry for it, a bunch actually, that you combine, and steps to allow you to be able to do that for the highest good of all, divinely guided, and only what's meant to, but you're able to activate people's spiritual gifts and remove the blocks that typically are preventing them from accessing that at the highest levels. So you'll learn that. That's the second methodology in this program. And the third one is you're going to learn rainbow healing. And this is the modality that was channeled through me. It took me several years before all the pieces of the puzzle came together, and I had to try it out on myself and other people. And I've had a lot of students that have used this with crazy stories. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. You'd be like, wow, it's straight out from the movies, right? But this, methodology is used to address physical pain, physical conditions, physical ailments. So that's why, I said it's 3 modalities in one. Okay, you learn group energy healing, you learn how to become a spiritual activator, and you learn rainbow energy healing. 3 in 1. It's 16 weeks, so the same thing. The first 8 weeks, we go dive deep into, foundational pieces. The middle of the program, there is a virtual, or live event experience. You can show up in the Heartland, do it virtually. We do all that stuff. You get an activation, same thing. You get some practice. I teach you how to do, the rainbow, the group, the spiritual activation in person or virtually. You got to practice it on an accountability partner and receive healing sessions and become really confident and comfortable using the methodology. All right, so let me go over just Geo Love 2 and a few more of the things that are included with it. All right, so 1 is you're going to upgrade your energetic body to gold. I'm going to be doing an exercise and an activation, so your vibration is always high. Stamping it in there, forever changing the chemistry of your vibration, so you're really in more of untouchable levels than you normally would be, right? And then you're going to learn how to become a spiritual activator. You're going to learn the 5-step sacred geometry for activating gifts. You're going to learn how to access the karmic grid, right? So if you have karmic stuff from the past, it's still affecting you now, you're going to learn for the highest good of all, if it's allowed, to clear karmic ties and clear out old baggages and old connections that no longer serve you for the highest good of all. You're going to learn how to expand your aura. And when you expand your aura, you're able to reach more people, influence more people, and your healing abilities are just more magnified when you're able to expand your aura, right? You're going to learn rainbow energy, learn the sacred geometry for dealing with physical conditions. You're going to learn group healings, how to do group healings, in person or remotely, so on and so forth. You're going to learn how to clear generational energetic blocks, right? If there's a pattern, a problem that keeps happening, over and over again, passed on from different generations, your great-great-grandparents had it, and your grandparents had it, and your parents have it, and now you have it. You're going to learn how to clear that for good. So it ends with you, and moving forward, a new pattern emerges, one that is actually empowering, right? You're going to learn how to accelerate abundance to you by using advanced, higher self strategies to bring abundance into your life. You're going to activate what I call your master gifts, okay? So in GO1, you learn your primary spiritual gift, right? And typically GO1, you can only handle one. It's a lot. It might sound like a one, but gosh, once you realize what it entails, the excitement, what you learn, the things you manifest with one gift, it's amazing, right? And in GO2, you learn master gifts. So you learn several at once because you can handle it. You've done the work in GO1, GO2, you can handle more. And you learn about the hidden chakras, right? And not only that, advanced activations for your higher and lower hidden chakras, right? So you're supported, and you're not too floaty, you're not too grounded, you've got a balance of both and the benefit of both worlds. And you discover the power of hidden archangels. So you can use them for advanced protection and accelerated healings. Okay? And so you can see from the PowerPoint, that's what it retails for. And today it's discounted. That's a discounted price, for joining us in GeoLove Healing Level 2. All right, we're in the final program, right? Final program, we're almost there. And this is GeoLove Healing Level 3. This is the pinnacle when it comes to energy work. 24 weeks, and gosh, like the things that you learn here, it's turns you almost into superhuman. That's all I can say. It is crazy, but I'm just going to go over what you're going to learn here in these PowerPoints, but it's the same format. Like, first half is about you. We do an event in the middle, and then the later half you're doing the practices, like, you're doing homeworks, so on and so forth. And when you graduate, you get your certificate in the mail, right? So here's what you learn. Okay, you learn platinum energy. Yeah, this one you can't learn in GO1 and GO2 because it's intense and it needs the build-up to be able to handle it. Okay, it's one of the most powerful types of energy out there. And this is used to bring destructive and disease-type energies and patterns to a state of neutrality. And if you can bring it from a state of it's harming you to neutrality, then it's good. Right? And if you have blocks or patterns that are stubborn or hard to remove physically, emotionally, or energetically, platinum energy is the tool and the last technique you'll ever need to address them. Works really, really well. It works really fast. It takes a lot to be able to handle it, so you have to build up to it. But once you use it, gosh, it's a lifesaver and a life changer. You're going to experience the Ascended Masters and Starseed activation to activate all of your gifts, including your master gifts, origin gifts, and supporting gifts, so on and so forth. All of that here gets worked on during this activation session, all right? And then we have the Akashic Records and channeling activation. So you can tap into on demand whenever you need to, how to tap into the Akashic Records, how to channel information, that specific gift. It teaches you the sacred geometry and give you the steps so you're able to do this whenever you want. Also, you're gonna experience and learn total forgiveness. You will learn the sacred geometry for total forgiveness that works to clear generational and DNA level traumas that's been passed on to you. You'll clear this for yourself and the root as well. So it clears the patterns for generations before you and then after you. It's a more advanced concept of what you learn in GO2. It's more advanced, it's more accelerated. And again, as you can see, the things you learn in GO2, become the foundation for what you're about to learn in GO3. bending time and merging realities. This is one of the most powerful ones we really don't teach outside of GO3, really. And we've done it a few times because it just changes everything. It's the most powerful and advanced way to manifest for the highest good of all, and this is one where we teach you how to use it responsibly and with integrity because it changes everything, right? So that's one. And you're going to discover the origins of your energetic body, where your soul has traveled, so on and so forth. And you're going to learn proven methods for predictably attracting clients to you without being salesy or pushy online, if this is something that you want to do as a business. Okay? And so much more. And as you can see, it retails for that price and it's deeply discounted today, right? Today it's very discounted. And again, when we're doing these events, a lot of the things that we open up at a very discounted rate. And a lot of times we also have stuff that we open up that aren't open to the public. But when we're doing events like these, we have special offers where not only are they open, but they're very discounted. Okay, so let's go over all of them real quick. So EME integration, Mandy's level 1 life coaching, right? 16 weeks, you get weekly lessons, there's monthly Q&As, you get the 3-day live event and mentor and peer support, okay, at the event. And you can see the retail price, it retails for $10,000 and is deeply discounted for $4,500. See that? Okay, so we have that. You have the whole healing practitioner, like her level 2. It's 20 weeks, that 20-week long certification, weekly lessons, monthly Q&As, a virtual summit, event in the middle, mentor and peer support, all the fun stuff. Retails at $13,000, discounted to only $6,500, right? And now let's go to my Geo healing classes. Geo 1, 8 weeks, same thing, weekly lessons, Q&A, 4-day virtual event, or live in person if you wanted to do that in person, right? Mentor and peer support retails for $6,000. It's $3,444, right? Is a discounted rate. GO2, 16 weeks. It retails for $8,000. It's $4,555. In GO3, it's 24 weeks, $16,000, and retails for $8,999. So the grand total of that, is $53,000 worth of value, right? And if you bundle it up, do all of them in this event, it's $27,998, right? But there's more. There's more discounts that we're actually going to be doing today, for the programs if you want to bundle them up. So if you get two programs, like Oliver, I want to do GO1, GO2, or Oliver, I want to do GO1 and EME with Mandy, or Oliver, I want to do both of Mandy's programs, EME 1 and Whole Healing, EME 2, right? Regardless, if you do 2, you get an extra $1,000 off, right? If you do 3 programs, right, you get an extra $2,000 off. If you do all 5 programs, right, the $53,000 in value, right, that's already discounted to $27,998. We further remove $5,000, and if we do all 5 programs, it's $22,988. That is the event-only special that we're having. It's only available during this event. You won't find it anywhere else but live during this event. So it's an extra $5,000 off. So if you're interested in Soul University, okay, you can see the next steps are below. Go ahead, follow it, right? And I would love to see you in one of our certification programs, whether you want to do 1 or whether you want to do 2 or 3 or more, right? You can never go wrong with one of them or all of them. All of them would be cool if you're like, next 2 years, I want total growth. I want just to master this, and I want to just experience a beautiful life from now moving forward. And I want to dive deep and really get a comprehensive experience, immersive experience, right? And do it with fun, loving, amazing, growth-oriented soul family along the way, right? Then the 2-year, 3-year deep dive into all that we have is perfect. But if you're like, I'd love to do that, but can I just start with 1 or 2? That also works, right? So follow the steps that you see on this page to learn more and apply to be a part of our Soul University experience.
Lose, I was dreaming of bigger things and want to leave my old life behind. Not a yes.
Everybody doing, by the way? You've been on this technology. Everybody doing okay? Yeah? You're okay? Excellent. Excellent. So my journey, I am a work in progress, but I have made progress. So I'd like to share back in 2019 where I was. I started doing some of the authentic living learning in 2020, but in 2019, I divorced in 2015 after 24 years of marriage. Never, ever, ever thought that would happen. Had a very successful corporate career, twins, thinking, I had all the things that maybe were on my list, and I was so unhappy, which got to a bad point where I didn't handle it well, and I had to stop. I had to stop if I wanted to keep my kids. So that was kind of one of those wake up moments, and I absolutely stopped the next day. I'm like, I need something. I need something. And I was very focused on the energy because I felt so heavy. And so sure enough, webinar from Oliver comes over Facebook magically. And so this is the end of 2019. I watched the webinar. I'm like, this is kind of interesting. I think I'll do the 30-day program. And so I start doing that, and I'm like, okay, there's some good techniques here. I'm learning a little bit. I'm clearing. I'm kind of getting some insight here, but still pretty heavy. And then Mandy and Oliver did a challenge, and they're really fun together. Like seeing them, in this challenge was really fun for me. And then so Mandy's like, I got this coaching program, and I knew nothing about it, but I thought, you know what? I need to figure myself out. I've got to reconnect with my inside soul self. And so love and authenticity just spoke to me, signed up for the coaching, kept doing the energy work. And then I just I think I went all in at one point, and I'm like, this is working. How did I know? I wasn't as heavy. I was smiling more, but not all the way up to my eyes yet. Like to me, a real smile is this. I was kind of faking it, wasn't feeling it all the way up. But I was starting to figure myself out and learn ways to cope with the emotions without escaping, without numbing out, because I had never learned that. I had learned to stuff emotions down. I really believe that being involved in authentic living with not only Mandy and Oliver, but the soul family that was my lifeline through that 2-year transition, because it was a constant source of love and support and growth. And the growth was pretty rapid, I will say. I really have to say that I am just so glad I saw that Oliver webinar thing on Facebook. I go in and out of liking Facebook, but that was a gem. And I think also my biggest learning is we are all powerful manifestors. So much so that as I started, I manifested the life I thought I should have, wanted to have, and then realized that wasn't it at all. But here's the thing, I could undo that. I could turn to the left and go, this is what I want to manifest now. And that's what I'm in the process of doing. And, I'm 55. So I don't know, I have at least 30 more years, and I'm so glad I'm going to spend it joyful than the way I was spending some of the first 55 years of my life. So thank you.
So thank you everyone for being here today. I'm just so excited for all of you, just because I know the journey that you're on. I'm gonna go a little bit different with my story. I think what I'm gonna do is paint a picture for you, just so that you understand like the journey and just how I'm in all of it. I had divorced parents. They did not get along. I remember all the fights. And I'm Filipino, and in the Asian community, people just don't get divorced. And so I didn't know I was an empath then, but I picked up on the energy that my family was feeling, because my mom had an affair with her sister's husband. So I was picking up on that. I was picking up on the fact that my parents were divorced. And I came across a book, about empaths. Oh my gosh, everything I read about it was totally me. I almost, it's like if you were to watch me look at a book on being an empath, I had to shut it and go, oh my gosh, there's no way that this book could be talking about me. So then I started to study about empath. I discovered I'm a highly sensitive person, which is probably why I can't sit in a musical performance, because if I hear anything in the background, I will like cut their head off. And then 2 years later, 2019, I came across Oliver, but I didn't come across Oliver the way most people do. Actually, Kim Richards, who is the sister of Kyle Richards, who, if you know Kyle Richards, is on the, my gosh, I can't even, it's not even coming to me right now. The Beverly Hills Wives, Hollywood, whatever show that was. Well, I was watching that show because I worked for Adrienne Maloof. So of course I supported the show, you know, followed everybody that's on the show. And Kim Richards had a live event and she was talking about where she was and then how centered she was. And then she panned over to this guy that she credited for teaching her how to find herself again. And it was a Filipino guy. And I'm thinking like, what? No, like there's no way like this, a Filipino guy. And I just, who is this Filipino guy? I mean, it really tripped me out. I know, don't laugh at me because sorry, Oliver. I was just like, who the heck? He looks like my cousin or my brother, you know? So I'm like, no way. Like, who is this Oliver guy? So then I start looking up Oliver. And of course I sign up for the webinar because I want to know who the heck is this Filipino guy? And I watched the webinar and I kid you not, especially at the end of the webinar, if you watched it, he talks about activating gifts. And of course, the moment I heard the word gifts, I was like, ding, 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 this guy, I think he can tell me what gifts I have. And so most people come to Authentic Living doing their 30-day programs, not me. I went into the Lion's Den, I signed up right away for this certification program that you guys are going to hear about it if you don't know about it already. And there was just something about this program, or maybe there was something about my intuition, because it was a substantial investment. And I'm a researcher. Like, I need to know that whatever I'm putting my money in, like I want to know everything about it before I hop in. It wasn't like that. It was so immediate how I just made this decision to do his certification program. And I didn't even ask, what am I getting certified for? I mean, it wasn't even that. All I wanted to know is how to protect my energy. And then when I heard Oliver, I just had to tell Oliver, you know what? I raised my hand. I said, you know, I'm gonna open up to everything you have to teach, but I am gonna ask every question ever. I'm gonna poke holes at all your stuff. You know, he usually teaches you how to set intentions and you ask what level you want. I was like, give me a 10. I want Jumanji, because if this shit is true, then you better prove it. Because I was there to disprove everything that he taught. You know, like I came in there with my faith. I came in there, well, I need the facts. I need data. I need science. So I won't go into all of like, I'm a Geo3 student. I know that this doesn't make sense right now. You guys will come to know there's 3 courses. That was Geo1, and I'm currently in Geo3. I also have joined another year-long program with both Oliver and Mandy called Mastermind. And every time I go to the Heartland, I've been there like 6 times. Every time I wake up, I'm like, I wonder what kind of gift I'm gonna get today. Like, am I gonna see colors? Am I gonna see angels and unicorns? None of that shit happens because I'm a knower. I just know. And I'm pretty darn gifted, I know that. I have the gift of the Akashic record, so he activated a gift I couldn't spell, which I thought was funny. I can't believe I am where I am today because I took a chance on myself, and I'm in just such a different place. I know that I'm gonna have problems, and I know that like shit's gonna hit the fan or something's gonna go wrong, but I just have so many tools. I'm in such a different place, and I wish you guys knew me like a year ago so you could totally see the difference, but maybe it's coming through in the passion of my voice. But take a chance, like invest in yourself. Like, you're so worth this, and you are so worth coming into a program that's going to fully support you and what you need to do and what you need to work through to get to a better place. So thank you so much for letting me share. And thank you, Oliver, for listening, because I know you're listening.
So I started with my journey a little different. I started with just learning more about myself and wanting to just be different. I am a school psychologist. I've learned about feelings and emotions and how to work through those and give therapy to others, but I knew there was more, and I felt very stuck with even within myself. I have a family where it's all about education and doing the right thing and showing how great you are to other people and where you've been in your life. But I still felt very lost, like within myself, of figuring out who I was and what I wanted out of life, and not just being like a yes person to everyone around me. And so I went through a phase where I was like, I need to go through this spiritual journey. I really need to figure out who I am. Went through different relationships that just didn't serve me the way that I wanted it to or needed it to. And so I randomly followed Oliver. And I think for myself, I struggled with doubt, having a lot of doubt within myself, within what is available to me, what I could do, the power of who I am. And so Oliver came up, I was nervous. And I'll be very upfront with everybody. Like for me, I think about money all the time, finances, abundance, everything, right? And I remember Oliver talking about, you know, you're going to go through this phase and this situation where you're going to purge, right? You're going to purge the feelings, emotions, all these things. And I'm like, oh, purging? That's cool. Let's see how this goes, right? And so I remember my first day, everyone's all talking about, I see colors, I see this, I see that. And they're going through this whole motion of like what they're seeing and feeling. And I'm not feeling, seeing anything, right? And so I'm like, this isn't working. This is like not effective. I can't believe, you know, I did this trip. I went all the way out here. I can't believe it. And I'm going through the like these range of emotions, right? And I think it was like 2 days before it was over, we had to do a share out of like what we felt and what we went through. And I just remember getting so frustrated and angry. And I feel these emotions bubbling up and coming up. And I walk out and I'm just bursting into tears. I'm like, I don't know why I'm crying. And when it was time for me to share, I like word vomited. I just was like, I feel this and I don't understand and I don't think God is real. And if God was real, then why am I not going through all these emotions? And And I'm just like losing it, like completely unraveling. And I just remember seeing Oliver on stage and he's just smirking at me and he's just smiling. And I'm just thinking like, why is he smiling at me? Why is he laughing? I don't understand. I'm mad. And then he's just like, welcome to purging. And I'm just like, oh, I'm purging all these emotions about doubt and self-doubt within myself. And I was literally vomiting out all these feelings, emotions. And for me, it was words. I needed to get it out. I needed to let it explode so I can release and clear all the things that I was feeling. And I realized my whole life has been about taking things in and not saying how I feel. Worrying about what other people will think if I say it this way. Doubting myself because I was incapable of expressing the doubt that I even had. I was walking around thinking I was this person or acting like I was this person that I really wasn't. I realized it's just the power of me and that I could create and manifest anything that I wanted. Being the person that could create, not just having and hoping other people could help me create something. I could create what I wanted in my life and manifest the things that I wanted. And so fast forward, I was pregnant in GO3 and Mandy was the first person to connect with Yamina. She channeled her during one of our sessions, and I didn't know if it was a boy or girl at the time. So I'm here just thinking like, oh wow, it's like she's channeling my child, and it's so cool being able to understand what's going on. There's two ways you go about it, right? You get really excited. You're like, yes, I'm with it. I'm in. And then you get to the money aspect. You're like, oh my God, can I do that? Can I manifest that type of money? Can I be able to do this? And the answer is absolutely. But you have to say yes in order for you to see that full picture come into light. A lot of times I'll be like, if I have the money, I'll do it. No, you have to do it now and say that you already have it, and then just follow through. And every single time I've done that, it's all unfolded exactly the way it needed to, in ways I had never even pictured. And so my gift to you all in terms of sharing is allow yourself to be in the now, be in the present, and just say yes and walk forward. And don't worry about how, when, what, why, if. I remember thinking about if I was going to have a child. Am I going to be able to have a child? Am I going to be able to have a child and work? And all these things have unfolded for me. They all have. And she's my person of knowing that. So that's my story. I have a lot more, but that's the big juicy part of it that I wanted to share with you. All right, say hello and say goodbye.
I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower.
All right.
How's
How's everybody doing? Good. If y'all can see me and hear me, just give me this. Amazing, amazing. You can see the chats. You got. All right. So a lot of people here, like probably it's the morning your time. So thank you so much for coming here. I'm probably gonna divide this to Abundance Secrets Part 1. I'll do a Part 2 tomorrow. But I just wanted to go over this because we want to pack as much as we can every single day, right? And it's one of the things to where I want you guys every day to do something outside of your comfort zone. Do something that really is a bold move. Okay, a bold move towards, the life that you want. Okay, so that's what we're doing. And again, what I talk about here is like we're condensing time, is the key. Abundance for me, okay, it is one of the things that I didn't study really. I've experienced for close to the last 20 years, and if there's one superpower I have, it really has to do with bending time and manifesting abundance in my life, right? To where I've tried so many different things, and out of the things that I've tried, handful of them worked every single time. Whenever I did these principles you're about to learn, right? I'm gonna do Part 1 right now. I manifested what I wanted, every single time, right? So the principles that I've shared with you, I'm about to share with you, doesn't only work with me, okay? I've actually shared them as well, initially with close friends, okay, and it worked for them. And eventually, the people that you've seen in the inspiration panel, they represent literally, we have tens and thousands of people from all over the world who've gone through our programs, and millions worldwide who have we've impacted and stuff. And a lot of success stories have come from me sharing what you're about to learn. All right, so let's get on with it with my very, very fancy clicker that I have over here. All right. So secret number 1 to abundance is what I call inevitability thinking, okay? And again, if you're having breakthroughs, let me know in the chat. I know. Love to hear what you guys think. So inevitability thinking, write it down. And this is a big one, all right? And this is one of the things to where it helps. When it comes to abundance, I'm gonna tie two things together. Okay, I'm gonna link your logical mind, your emotions, and energy to abundance. So, because when you align all three, okay, there's nothing that you can't attract, right? So, a lot of the themes you're gonna learn secret-wise, it's gonna be hitting the mind, the emotions, and the energy of it. So, inevitability thinking is this: All right. Think about the thing that you want the most in life right now, right? And that can change in, in 3 months, in a year, in a week. Because a lot of times once we achieve what we want, next thing we know, like we have new goals that come up and show up, right? So it's okay to achieve them. And it's okay that this is what you want currently as we speak, right? But inevitability thinking is think about that one thing. You can even put it in the chat. Soulmate, purpose, happiness, wellness, whatever it is. And the more times you guys put this in chat, guess what? You're stamping it into reality. People that are watching this, in this specific event, they're gonna see it, and now there's more energy flowing through what you want to manifest, right? So the thing is, whatever it is that you want, most of the time we think about stuff of like, oh shoot, what if I don't get it? What if I don't experience it? What if I don't have it, right? What if it doesn't happen, right? And with that kind of thinking, not only is it very debilitating, but how often does that work, right? So what if the question changed? Because the thing is, you change your question, you change the questions you ask, you change your life. And that's one of the things that one of my dear friends, Tony Robbins, I do a lot of work with him and his family on the energetic stuff. That's one of the things he says, the quality of your, life, sometimes it changes with the quality of the questions that you ask, right? And the quality of the emotions that you experience. And that's super important. So what if we change the question and it becomes something along the lines of, what are the conditions that I have to set? And if I set these conditions, okay, whatever I want to experience in life, it will happen inevitably. It's guaranteed to happen. Okay? Again, what are the conditions that you have to set in life, okay, that you can set right now? And if you set it, okay, what you want, it's inevitable. It's going to happen, period. All right? So how does this translate? How does this work? I'll share with you an example. I remember when I first met Mandy, she was into fitness, and I was like, oh shoot, I gotta get into fitness because I want to look my best. She's into fitness, I gotta do this, right? And I remember that kind of like got me off the couch, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead, and it was the motivating factor. It was my why to finally get into fitness several years ago. So getting into it, what did I do? Okay, I looked at all the areas of life that is related to fitness to me. I looked at all the possible areas that I can also fail and drop the ball, right? And I set conditions in all those areas so that whatever I wanted, I don't have to motivate myself to do it. Because here's the thing, when you set a condition outside of you, you don't rely on motivation. You've set external parameters outside of you that pull you towards what you want instead of motivation. Because if you're counting on motivation, like we might be able to get it, several times in a month, or you might have a streak, but there are days when you don't feel motivated, right? Because the thing is, I forget who says it, but motivation is like taking a shower. You got to do it daily. You've got to motivate yourself, right? So if you're banking on motivation, you're gonna brass knuckle that, and it's gonna be uphill battle. But if you set conditions, which I'm gonna share with you an example in a second of how to set conditions. When you set conditions, even when you're not motivated, the conditions pull you to be motivated, making success, if you do it right, inevitable in the areas that you want, right? So for me, what did I do? I was like, okay, I knew that part of getting to my best shape was diet. So I'm like, okay, food, I'm gonna screw that up. I can't cook, and I gotta just make it right. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and hire a chef. So at that time, I hired a chef. I made food thoughtless. I didn't have to think about it. I'm like, someone does it, guaranteed. Okay, that's one. I hired a trainer because I'm like, okay, I can't work out consistently. I need somebody to really, put my feet to the fire. So I hired a trainer. Second one, right? The third thing I know about myself, and you guys can see with you all to see how you're wired. For me, I knew if I say my goal, my intention, if I share it with people, there's no going back. There's no going back, right? So I was like, I shared it with as many friends as I could. Hey, this is my goal, this is my goal, this is my goal, right? Because I knew, one, if I shared it, like, okay, and make it public, it's embarrassing not to achieve it. So I know how I'm wired. Again, this might not even work for you, it might, but a lot of this is self-mastery. I know how I'm wired, that if I do something, if I do that one thing, there's no going back. And as I'm sharing with you these things, okay, I want you to start thinking to yourself, if you look at the past, what are some of the things that once you set it in motion, there's no going back, right? For Mandy, when she makes a promise to God, higher power, there's no going back. It's the unbreakable vow when she makes a promise, right? And for you, you might have that to where you're like, in the past, when you've achieved something, when you've had success in an area of life, there's things, there are patterns that show up. And you know that once you do them, you have no chance, you have no other option but to pull through, right? So as I'm sharing this with you, I want you to kind of like start thinking about that, right? So I did that. Third thing I did. The fourth thing I did was I filled my mind and my emotions, and my focus with just all things related to health. So books, videos that I watch, workout videos, examples, like in autobiographies of people that were just like, had the health that I want. Like, I spent time during the day, focusing and lending my mental energy, because I knew how it worked. I knew that your thoughts create energy, your emotions create energy, the time that you spend focusing on something creates energy. So I lent time, and I was almost, some people would call it obsessive, but I just knew how energy worked. The more I focus on it, the more I'm generating energy towards it, the more it comes to fruition. So I did that. And I was spent a lot of time reading blogs, watching videos, following people that inspired me, so on and so forth. So now it's living in my head, emotions are being generated, time's being spent. I've got that. And another thing too is I love feedback. I love results. I want to know if I am winning, right? If I'm on track. Because the thing is for me, it's shoot, sometimes weighing yourself and looking at yourself in the mirror back then, I'm if daily stuff, it's hard to see progress. But I'm the kind of person to where I know myself well enough to where I have to have a scorecard. Personally, again, part of me is if you knew how I'm wired, half of me is very, very logical, and I knew exactly how it was. I'm I have a scorecard. So I called this this was back when we were living in Texas. This mobile it was an underwater body fat testing. They traveled around in this truck, and you dunk yourself in water, and they measure your body fat, and they're like, we recommend you doing it every month or every other month. I'm like, cool, I'll do it every week. They're like, what? I was like, I know myself well enough. I need the feedback. So every week I went there, right? And those are the 5 things that I did, right? And true enough, within 6 to 7 weeks, and I was in the best shape that I've ever been, period, right? And I did that because I absolutely knew what conditions I had to set in place for it to work out. So my question for you, and I want you guys to put it in the chat, okay, is how are you wired? What are some of the things that if you did them, there is no going back, right? And put it in the chat, because that's important to know. And for some of you, you're like, ugh, I know what it is, but I don't want to do it, because if I do it, I know there's no going back, right? You know yourself well enough. So if you know those things, then do them. Because one of the things I want you guys to do today, right, is do that thing to where when you set the conditions, you know you're going to get there. There is no going back. Because why not? You've waited long enough, right? Let me tell you, the thing sometimes that stops you from what you want is one decision you got to make, right? And that decision, why not do it in a high vibration here while we're all together? For some, it's accountability buddy. You promise people, right? I'm reading it here. When you invest money in a program, when you have support and encouragement, okay? Let's see. I have to put things in my diary and calendar, going public with it. I need to make it easy. Let's see here. Making a promise even to myself, okay? All right? So this is make it fun. Call the lawyer, scheduling it in my calendar, strong decision. Okay. So a lot of this stuff, I want you to know yourself. And again, once you know how you're wired, you can't BS yourself out of it. And when you're not getting the results you want, you know exactly why. You're like, okay, yep. And I'm not immune to this. There are times where I like, shoot, I know I have to do something. It's easier said than done. I push it off. Why do I push it off at times? I'm afraid. I'm not gonna own up to it. I'm afraid. I'm afraid of the unknown. I'm afraid of who I'm gonna lose, right? What changes is gonna rock in my world. So there are times where I feel that more in the past than now. Now it's it's rare, but when it happens, I know what it is, and I love myself for it. Okay, I am postponing this decision because I'm afraid, and instead of shaming myself and guilting myself, I grant myself more love, more self-care, more understanding. Like, okay, why? Understand, and then once I heal that part, I'm like, all right, let me do it. And that can happen in an hour, it can happen in 10 minutes, it can happen in a day, right? And the goal is to get you guys to do that in 3 days. Because when you do, that's when everything changes. Okay, everything changes. So inevitability thinking. I want you guys to commit to yourselves. Okay, if you can do one thing today, because I want you to do one thing every single day, one bold move, remember? Today, what's the one thing you can do? Now, if you do it, when you do it, there's no going back. And if you want to give it a shot, like you're like, you know what? Today's my day. Today I'm going to set things in motion. Type, yes, I am in. I'm doing it today. Whatever that one thing you got to do, what condition you have to set. Calendar, making a promise to yourself, making a call, sending an email, like, doing that one thing. Set it in. Because again, as you learned yesterday, intentions matter, but decisions also matter. So what you do today will dictate your next year, your next 10 years, right? The next decades. So if we don't like the past, it was a byproduct of what we did in the past. If you want to change tomorrow, change today. And I want to get you guys into that because yes, it's going to be a balance. We're going to be talking about a lot of energy tomorrow. I'm going to go hardcore, shift gears and into abundance part 2 and energy tomorrow. So it's going to be more on the woo-woo, side of things in a bit. But still practical, very practical. Still, techniques and processes. But now, today, we're still dealing with the mind and the emotions and everything logical. Because the thing is, you need a blend of all, right? The reason why I'm where I am today, and helping the people that I have, same with Mandy, is because we've mastered the mind's emotions and energy. Mind, emotions, and energy. We do all three. Whenever there's something that's stopping us, we pick one area that matters, that's the biggest thing, and we go for it, right? So when you master all three, there's nothing that you can't achieve in life, right? And that's one of the things is really dedicating yourself to that level of mastery. Because the thing is, once you master yourself, and when you master and your vibration, then you're on the island and beyond. Then life is just like, it's like a game now. It becomes like the moment where Neo from the Matrix realizes what he can do and who he is. It's game over, right? Life now becomes fun because you realize, shoot, I came here with gifts to make me win in life in all areas. Now I get to use all of it, right? So one thing is inevitability thinking, number one, okay? Second thing is energetic containers. This is probably one of my favorite ones. Energetic containers. Write it down. Okay? And when it comes to energetic containers, here's the thing. When you're able to generate 60, 70, 80%, 100% of your energy to that which you want, and generate a lot of energy towards it, you will get it. Time will bend for you. Okay? Time will bend for you. So, what does that mean? Right now, let's say one of your goals is like, I'll give you an example. Let's say a goal is, I want to travel. I want to go to France, Italy, Europe, or a vacation. right? Real quick, how many of you guys, that's your goal? You want to travel, do this. I can see the hands. You want to travel somewhere. That is your goal. Okay, let me know where you want to travel in the chat so I can use an example. Okay, where would you want to travel to? What's your dream location to travel to? All right, Mongolia, Croatia, Europe, Italy, okay, Thailand, Hawaii, Maldives, New Zealand, Japan, Iraq, Costa Rica, Greece, Australia. I mean, a lot of places here. Punta Cana, Heartland, there you go, Sedona. Okay, Hawaii, Dubai, Europe. So let's say you want to go to Europe. Right now, if I say, hey, you're going to Europe in a month or two, you're going to Europe this year, what's the initial reaction that you have? Pay attention to that, or insert where you want to go. Insert the place that you want to go. And if I tell you, hey, you've got to go in the next 6 weeks, in the next 2 months, what is the initial self-talk? Tell me. Oh, I don't have time off, right? How? I don't have the money. It's not happening. How am I going to pay for it, right? I love the answer there. Let's go. Okay. Yeah, right. Okay. So there's a mixture of here. Can't do it, none of my budget. I need to save, and I'm terrible at that. Yay, I'm starting to pack right now, right? So, fuck yeah, there you go. All right. I'm in the airport already. All right. So there's mixed feedback. But here's the thing. Whatever you focus on, that's the container that you fill, and it becomes your reality, right? So if that's not where you want to be, choose a different container. What do I mean by that? Okay, if you're running a race, you don't want to focus all your intention on where you're going to be tripping, on the humps in the road, right? If I'm running the race, I don't even want to focus on the finish line because I want to go beyond it. So if I'm running a race, I'm going to focus on what's beyond the finish line. Who's waiting for me there, what I'm going to do after, how I'm going to celebrate. That's where my container goes. Because here's the thing. When you have fractal containers, you're like, okay, I'm going to go to Europe, but I don't have money. I need to get time off. I need to plan, right? What happens is your energy, your manifestation energy gets fractaled. 20% on raising the money, another 30% on I need to get time off, another 20% on planning. It needs 80 to 100% to come to fruition, and now your precious manifestation energy is fractaled in different areas. So it doesn't happen or it takes long, right? But if you get all that and you put 100% in that where you want to be and beyond, everything else will take care of itself. It's a different way of processing things, right? So the way I would do it, if I'm going to Europe and I had no money to go, no money, or maybe had a little money, here's how I would do it from a manifestation point of view. All right. First of all, I would tell friends. I'll make it public. I'm going to Europe. I'm going to Europe. I'm going to Europe this year. I would say it to as many people as I can. Because what? Why is that important? I'm bringing the invisible to visible. Now, I'm not the only one thinking about it. People are now thinking about it. Like, oh, wow, you're going there? It doesn't matter what the reaction is. If they're heightened and be like, wow, it's great, or like, how are you going to do that? Or they're jealous, it doesn't matter. Any emotion that they lend towards your goal works towards your goal, positive or negative, doesn't matter. It generates something to it. It brings it more into this reality. So I'm going to tell as many people as I can, right? Okay, and I would look at the things that if I do them, there's no going back, whether it's promising it to yourself, writing it down, and I would do them, right? Second thing I would do is I would start picking a date. Like, it doesn't even matter if it makes sense. Okay, in December, I'm going to Europe. November, I'm going to Europe. Pick a date. Beyond picking a date, I would ask yourself, okay, what activities would you want to do while you're in Europe? What's your dream? And this goes to any of your locations that you want. And you might be like, ooh, I want a massage. I want to eat in this restaurant over here. I want to tour this. I want to go to this museum over here. I want to go here and there. You're like you. So what you do? Another trick. You book every single one of them as much as you can. So you're making the reservations for dinner. Oh, in 2 months, like, I'll put my name in there. Guess what? Now your name is in a reservation for a restaurant, right? They're helping you manifest. You are now real. You're real. I'll do the museum. I'll book the massage. I'll do all those things. Because logically, your mind will be like, shoot, I've got to go there. I've already booked it. I've already made the, if you want to back yourself out, you want to back out, you're like, shoot, I can't. I already made the Airbnb reservation, the hotel reservation. I already made a deposit on the airline ticket, right? Or I did the airline ticket. I already booked the restaurant and this and that. Now, in your mind, it becomes not even an option to back out, because it's easier to back out when you tell nobody and there's nothing towards it. But it's a lot harder when all the conditions set around you is designed to pull you to that which you want. Way harder, right? Way more obstacles. And when that tilts, now in your mind, you have to make it happen. You have to take the time off. You have to come up with it, and it will happen. I didn't say it was going to be easy as far as battling your mind and emotions. It's going to probably be freaking out. I said, what did I say? I said it's guaranteed. Make it inevitable. Okay? And I would do that, because now, guess what? Where is your container going? You're focusing 100% of your energy to the things that you will experience, that you will enjoy in the trip. Right? That means everything before that is already assumed energetically, mentally, emotionally. It's taken care of. Of course you have to go, right? Now, what would happen if you live fully in that and you start grounding it with those conditions? It will happen, I promise you. Every time I've done it, it's happened, right? So try that out. In the area of life that's important to you, try that out. You can even try it out today, right? Hey, what do you want? Because here's the thing. Like, once you get rid of the freaking out of uncertainty of how it's going to happen and why and how you're going to make it happen, and you now live in that full possibility of it happening, you're going to be excited, right? Super excited. So why not do that? So from an energetic point of view, you just put all your 100% of your focus on what's beyond the finish line. So you will be guaranteed to cross the finish line, and the humps you're not even thinking about. Okay, cool? How many people are going to do that tonight? Give me a shake of hands. Start sending containers. Let's do it. And for some of you, it is a house you want to buy. It's somewhere you want to relocate. It's a new job. It is where you want to travel. It is getting in the best shape of your life, or finding yourself, or becoming the healthiest version of you, whatever it is. Right? Again, manifestation, okay, is you are getting good at really getting the energy at high vibration, setting the intention, and grounding it here. It requires two things, because we're energetic beings in a physical body. What does that mean? We've got to master both. We've got to master being energetic. We've got to master being grounded in this physical reality. People that try to do one or the other experience so much pain in life. If you're too energetic and you're floating and you're way up there and you're not grounded here, you're always going to be floating. You're always going to be wishing things that were happening and they're not happening. Because yes, although it's amazing experiencing our divine nature all the time, we're not meant to live there. That's who we are. We came to earth to bring a gift, to bring our message, to bring light, right? That's why we chose the human form. So we can learn, we can bring enlightenment, we can learn the lessons, we can share our gifts. We're not meant to be there. We're here for a reason. But if you're too grounded and you forget where you are, where you came from, you're too grounded, you lose your divine guidance, you lose access to the best parts of you. So you need both. You need to be able to tap in to your intuitive part of yourself and energy and be able to ground it. And in order to ground it, you need to know the rules of the game when it comes to human grounding stuff. right? Because the thing is, yes, it's law of attraction, but it's also law of massive action. Those two things, law of attraction, law of massive action. If you win the lottery this week, right? If you win the lottery this week, you still have to claim it. It doesn't matter if you won it. It doesn't matter if you're looking at the numbers and like, okay, I won this. You have to claim it. And you've got to drive there and give them your information and claim your winnings. You've got to claim it. Even if you want, because that's the rules here on earth. You manifest a free car, you still got to drive it, right? Maybe not if there's a Tesla, but you still have to be in the car. That's what I'm saying, right? So that's the key. Like a lot of people that do law of attraction, they're like, I want it, I want it, I want it, I want it. And when it shows up, they don't want to get it. Because they don't realize that it takes two skills, law of attraction and law of massive action. Does that make sense? Secret number 3, speed of implementation. Speed of implementation. So this one I learned back in 2007. And back then I wasn't a spiritual activator back then. I wasn't in the closet spiritual activator doing energy healings, but I didn't want the world to know. I was heavy into business, internet marketing, and all that stuff. That was my past life, right? And I remember back then, I was like, you know what, I just wanted to become more successful. So I was learning from people who were really, really successful in the field. And there's this one guy that said, you know what, he interviewed and studied, like hundreds of people who were the most successful in that field and in life in general when it comes to abundance. And he said, you know what they all had in common, Oliver? I'm like, what? Like, speed of implementation. I'm like, go on. And he's like, okay, they all got good at when there's inspiration, when you have when you have inspired ideas that come through. They're all good at taking action on the spot or within 24 hours. Every single one of them. They just did it. But if you think about it, right? Typically, we're inspired to do something, and we wait for a month, 2 months, a year, 5 years, and we build the courage, and we eventually do it. And it changes our lives, right? So it didn't change our lives. It didn't take, 5 years to change your life. It took you 5 years to muster up the courage to do it. And when you did it, because decisions move you further along, more than you can think of, changed everything, right? So you get good at making decisions fast, inspired action, it changes everything. And that's why the top CEOs that are paid the most in the world, okay, they're trained to make these big decisions that most people push off for 3 months, 6 months, a year, 3 years. Several times a day they make these decisions, and they get paid the big bucks because they have the resilience, the fortitude, the insight, the wisdom to make these decisions and do them fast. The uncomfortable ones that people don't want to, they take it on, right? So that's one thing, is speed of implementation. So when I learned this is how I live my life. You can ask any team member. If I have an idea and everybody's asleep, because we have team members from all over the world, that night I am already launched that idea. Next day they're all surprised at the beginning. Not anymore. But when I have an idea, I'm excited. I'm bringing that to fruition because I know if an idea stays as an idea, then that energy stays as an energy. It stays in the ethers, it stays invisible. But if I want to bring it here in the now fast, I've got to set the conditions and ground it and bring it here to this reality as fast as possible. Once I have that divine ping, it's now my responsibility to take action as fast as possible. If I want to have it fast, if I want to have it slow, I know the formula for that. I did it for a long time. I just don't do anything, right? But if you want it fast, get good at making decisions when you're inspired and doing it on the spot or within 24 hours. It's what I do. That's the rule that I've lived by ever since then, and my life has never been the same. And if you look at your life, look at the things that changed your life. They're all decision based. Where to move, what profession to take, I do, I don't, breaking up, right? Having a kid, decision to love yourself, decision to forgive, decision to say yes, decision to walk away, decision to put yourself first, finally, decision to step into your purpose work. Okay? Decisions move the needle energetically. So that's why it's important. And again, I'm giving you this part because a lot of people that teach law of attraction, they don't emphasize this a lot. They don't. But it's let me tell you, everybody who I know who have manifested everything they want in life, then we're friends with a lot of people who teach manifestation. In fact, a lot of the people that taught how many of y'all have seen the documentary The Secret? Do this. Three of the people there from The Secret endorsed Mandy's book. 3. Okay? Because they actually were blown away. They were like, wow, somebody's teaching what manifestation should be now. They were impressed. Okay? And it's because, and I looked at all of them, they all are masters of implementation. All of it. Because the law of attraction has evolved since The Secret. The Secret was a way to open our eyes to how manifesting works. It wasn't the end all be all, it was the introduction. This is the evolution of it, right? No longer is it enough to vibrate to where you want to attract. Like they say, you are what you vibrate on. You have to be open-hearted, like you really receive that and act on it. Okay? So speed of implementation, super important. Secret number 4, faith over fear. This is a big one. Faith over fear. When you are in fear mode, your brain is hijacking you. And you are debilitated. You can't take inspired action. How many times have any of you been in a place where you knew what you needed to do? You knew it. You either you knew it, you felt it in your body, you felt a calling, you just knew you needed to do it. But you were just so debilitated with the fear. What if this, what if that, I'm gonna lose this and that. That internal conflict led to an indecision. Like you just didn't do anything. Do this. I'm curious if you guys have ever been in that place. I have. Or like you're like, shoot, that was the case. Like, when my past marriage, I was like, shoot, I'm unhappy. I want to leave, but I can't. I can't because growing up, divorce was not even an option. Right? I can't because I always save anybody and I want to save this situation. I can't. So internal conflict is the worst because not making a decision is a decision. It is. Choosing to stay invisible when you have to shine your light, it's a decision. Not speaking your truth when you know you should speak your truth, it's a decision. Doing self-care when you know you have to, but you don't, conflict. And that's why Mandy and I have been working on the mind and the emotions and the rules, because a lot of times the conflicts are the beliefs and the rules. And when you get it out of the way, it's easier, but it's not impossible. It's very possible for you to take action in spite of your fear because you have faith. Okay? And that's one of the things that I've learned. When I am divinely guided, when I'm divinely inspired, when the signs are there, and I'm going to talk more about signs tomorrow because it's all about energy and manifesting. When the signs are there, or I'm feeling pulled intuitively, or I'm this divine inspiration, I don't care if there's a path in front of me that's clear. I will take the step even if I can't see. Because when I'm divinely guided, I just flow through. It will happen. How many times have you guys had this situation to where you're about to do something, but you've got a warning in your body, a bad feeling about it? Maybe it's a person, like, oof, like you had a bad feeling about a person or a situation. You were warned, but you did it anyway. And then when you look back, you're like, shoot, should have known. I had a feeling. I knew about it. I just ignored the signs. Happens all the time. Happened to me once. Like, one of the things that I remember very, very vividly, there was a time to where I was heading to an appointment, and for some reason I was like, don't feel good about this. So I delayed going there. I was like, I don't know why, but I'm not gonna go. So I delayed going there, and true enough, by the time I left, because I was like, okay, I don't feel any more heaviness about this, I'm gonna go. By the time that I left, there was an accident. And had I left on time, that could have probably been me. But I followed my intuition, and it's not. How do you explain that? I had no context that there was going to be an accident. All I had was a feeling. But I followed it because I had faith that the feeling that I'm getting, the sign that I'm getting, the intuitive ping that I'm getting is here to guide me so that I can avoid all the unnecessary suffering and I can get to where I want as fast as possible. Right? So for me, that's what happened. So faith over fear. Once you and tomorrow, it's a lot of it is like energy, tuning into your, how do you get the signs so that you know what is, because once you know what the signs are, life becomes easy. You are guided to where you want. And when you're guided to where you want, it's the shortest path to it with the least amount of suffering, because most suffering can be avoided if we listen to the pings. Okay? Does that make sense? So faith over fear. And you guys have known this because you probably have situations in your life where you don't know how you knew or what you felt, but you had unshakable knowing or feeling of something, and it was right. Even if it didn't make a lick of sense logically. Okay? So part of this, is getting you in a high vibration during this weekend. So in that vibration, you can hear the calling, the guidance. And when you do, you'll never forget what it feels like. Okay? So faith over fear. Every single time. Mandy shared with you guys the story of how we even landed here in this retreat center. I didn't want to move here, to be honest. When she had the signs, when she had the visions, I didn't want to go here. We were living where we wanted to be. We were living in a house by the ocean in Laguna Beach that was already on my vision board several years ago. And when we moved there, I was like, holy shit, it's the same house that I had in my vision board that I got off the internet. Right? We were there. It was amazing. Right? And it was and when you are where you want to be in your mind, and you literally aren't in pain anymore. It's like, why do I want to change? Right? Why would you want to change? You're already in a great place. Great to greater, right? But we didn't sign up for life just to settle. We wanted to meet the best version of ourselves because we knew that we were here for a reason. We knew. So when we were there, and it was everything that I wanted, literally, I could have just stayed there in that life and be set in my mind back then. But I've grown so much. It's been 2-3 years. I've grown so much from that. I'm glad I didn't stay there. But it seemed like that was it. That was the ceiling, right? And when she had visions of you got to move to a place where, there's land and you've got clients coming over there and and there's animals and all those different things. I'm like, really? Like I don't even do well with anything under 60 degrees, right? Lived in tropical weather. This is like gets like 10, 20 or 0. I mean, like I never lived in snow, right? But we were called here. We followed the steps, and it's been the best decision that we've ever made. Kids love it. Great food, great environment. Like people's lives that have come here, they've changed for the better permanently. It's been an amazing journey. And I remember the day that she signed the paperwork, right? Her mom called her up and said, "Hey, you don't want a retreat center. There's this thing that broke out. It's coronavirus broke out. The world's gonna shut down. Don't get a retreat center." Mandy said, "Mom, God brought me here. God will see me through." That's faith over fear. Because we didn't know. The world was telling us one way, right? But we were guided the other, and it was the best thing we've ever done. And the thing is, with faith over fear, you don't see the next steps. You don't. Because how often has your mind been right? How often has your mind led you to the life that you want? Your mind cannot predict the future. Your soul can, your gifts can, energetic space, but your mind cannot. That's not what your mind is designed. Your mind is designed for what? Our minds are probably the most primitive part of us. It's a part of our minds, our brains. It's still stuck in 20, 30, 40,000 years ago. Survival. Really. You're getting chased by a saber-toothed tiger, right? And you're surviving in that area. So our minds are still in fight or flight survival. I've got to survive and replicate mode. Got to stay safe. So it's a huge part of it is for us not being in danger, us getting our needs met. It's good at looking at patterns of the past, to-do lists, patterns, looking at the past, remembering memories. But how often has your mind been right about finding true love, being super duper successful and having it all, being where you want to be in the future? How often has it been dead on versus keeping you to where you are, right? So to our mind, it's a great tool. I use it a lot for things that it is good at. Grocery lists, right? Seeing patterns, like, doing things, like remembering things, sure. When it comes to what I want to manifest that I've never even created, that my mind doesn't even have a context or paradigm or box to put in, forget it. You can't. That's from the soul. That's from higher power, right? The life that you want, you don't even know how to get there because your mind might make it complicated. It might give you 1,000 steps. So what if it's just one step, really, that gets you there? But your mind thinks it's 1,000 because it hasn't been upgraded enough to know that there was one step, right? So that's the key. That's why faith over fear. When you learn to act despite your fear, you don't let your mind get in the way of what you want. Because sometimes your mind and your heart, they're in conflict. Your heart may be right, and your mind may be wrong. But your mind will win because it thinks it's right. Only for you later on to realize, shoot, that was not the right decision, right? So that's one of the things. Once you have mastery over your mind and realize what it's here to do, that its sole purpose at times is to keep you safe, which is a good thing. That means but you've got to put it into context. Because your mind will keep you safe at all costs. And it will even keep you safe from your dreams and goals, right? That's why there's times where your mind is powerful and the times where you're like, I love you. I appreciate what you're doing. I know you are looking out for the best, but you're not the best part. You're not the most qualified for this job right now. So I'll take a break, listen for the signs, and when the signs come, even if you're freaking out, I'm going to do what needs to be done. Does that make sense? Okay? I'm not dissing on the mind. I just know its strengths and its weaknesses. I know where it will thrive and I know where it will fail. Okay? All right. So number 5 here is environment. Environment. How many of y'all, let's see, show me in the chat, you're in an environment that lifts you up? Curious. You're in an environment that lifts you up versus you're in an environment that drags you down. Don't worry, they're probably not here, so they don't know. Right? They can't see the chat. Right? See? It's like 50-50 or no, 60-40. Some are in great environments, some aren't. Environment's everything. Like think about yourself in the environment. This is day 2. Positive environment, growth-filled environment. Nobody drags you down. You get a feeling of what the potential of life can be. Environment is so important. Okay? It can either slow you down or lift you up. If you put me in a city right now, it doesn't matter if I have all the spiritual techniques. I'll spend a lot of time trying to be what I'm feeling right now naturally in this higher vibration. I have the tools. I might spend an extra 3 to 4 or 5 hours every single day just to be where I am. That naturally happens when I wake up in a higher vibrational place. Right? And the times where I was in places that were in so high vibration, because yeah, you're like all over, it's easy for you to say, you just can't move to Colorado. I can't do that. And I was there, and when I was in that situation in the past, guess what? If I did not like the environment that I was in, I expanded my environment. Because some of you, it may be somebody you're living with. It's not so easy, or is it, to change, make a decision, right? And in those cases, expand your environment. Do what you're doing now. Like how many of y'all here, even though you're in a low environment, in the last 2 days, you felt great. You've almost forgotten about it in a way because you're in a higher space, right? Let me know in the chats. How many of y'all, environment dragged you down, but in the last day or two, dang, this environment here beat that. See, a lot of people here, a lot. That goes to show that environment is what you energetically are focusing on, are a part of, right? Not really the location. Location helps, but it's not the end all be all. If you have supportive people helping you on the same path, makes a big difference. So I want you guys, when you're in breakout rooms here, you might meet a friend or two, lifelong friends. Stay in touch. Because again, we can't choose our blood family. We can't. That's why we have soul family. Right? Because sometimes the people that we're born in blood families with, they don't really get us, understand us, know what we know or love what we love or support us in the journey that we're going through. Right? That's why we have people, the soul family, like we have a lot of them here to where they get you, they support you, they know who you are because that may be their story as well. Does that make sense? Environment is super important. So make it a goal to, even if you're in a negative environment, it can be, make new friends, make them from here, from the breakout rooms that you can stay in touch with. It's about what you focus on. That means environment is also what you learn. When I moved here from the Philippines, and I didn't know how to socialize and didn't have friends, like it was the books I was listening to, it was the programs I was attending. What y'all are doing now. Okay, because even it doesn't matter what your environment is for the last 2 days and even tomorrow, you're gonna be the highest that you've ever been, despite your environment. And here's what happens. It starts to flip. It starts to flip. At first, your environment affects you, right? And how many of you guys are empathic here? Raise your hands. Meaning to say you walk in the store, You feel what people are feeling. You get overwhelmed. Someone's mad on the phone, you feel it. Feel it. How many? Okay, there's a second part of that story. More tomorrow on Energy Day. But the second part is this. At first, people affect you. You walk into that store, grocery store, the mall, the concert, the airport. When you first walk in there, everyone's affecting you. You raise your vibration, right? Like the people that you've seen in the inspiration panel, they've all been where you are right now. You raise your vibration, it's going to be the flip of that. You walk in that store, you are lifting up everybody that's negative. Think about light, how light works. A room is only dark until you turn the light on and the darkness ceases to exist, right? But when we are light within and we're hesitant to do that because we don't know what we're light, we think, oh, wow, there's a lot of darkness. Darkness is all there is. We don't realize that the light within us is a solution to the darkness around us. It is. We are that light. There's nothing to fear about the darkness. And once we realize who we are, what we're made of, and what we came here to do. Okay? And I want you to really hear that. Because once you get it, and you turn your light on, and you raise your vibration, your environment has no match. You will start shifting your environment. You will start affecting your environment. You become a force for good on this planet, not just something that gets tumbled around, reactive to anything that happens. No, you become rooted in who you are, grounded in your love and light, and you will wake up and affect so many much more people than you will ever realize just by being you. Okay, so there's two parts to your empath story. At first, it may all be darkness until you realize that you're light and you learn how to turn it on and to embody that. And when you do, everything changes. Okay, who's ready for part 2 of their empath story? Okay, everybody here, great. And it changes, I promise. I was in the darkest points in my life. Times when I thought to myself, this should just probably... I wasn't suicidal, but those thoughts of like, shoot, if I didn't wake up tomorrow, that wouldn't be a bad thing. I had those thoughts of like, why so much pain? Like, why was this given to me? So I had those moments. And back then I was just like, shit, I did not have perspective. Not at all. Looking back now, I can look at it with loving eyes, with gratitude, knowing that, you know what? Thank God I went through that. Darkness, that pain, because it gave me empathy. One, the biggest gift from that is that I did not break. Didn't break me. It gave me empathy. I knew what darkness was. And when I turned on my light, it gave me perspective to where I can go where it's dark, where people are having a lot of pain, to where there's a lot of suffering. Instead of scaring the heck out of me, I can stand in the fire because I've been there. And I can pull people out longer than a lot of people can because I know what it's like to be in that darkness. And I have empathy for human suffering, right? And that's the gift. Because sometimes the things that we experience in life, they're clues to our purpose work. They're clues to what we're ultimately here to do on this planet. Sometimes the biggest pain we've experienced in life is the very thing we're here to solve, is the very gift we're here to give, okay? And that's when the second chapter comes in, right? So everybody that's empathic, that's really what's next, is the second chapter, okay? So who here is already in your second chapter? I'm curious. And who here wants to be? I'm looking at the chat. All right, second chapter, let me know if you are. Second chapter, okay. You got some people here that are. Second chapter, ready to go there. I want to be. Okay, great. Amazing. So, big day today. Okay? Because so here's what's happening. Tomorrow is Energy Day, right? And today it's big decisions for y'all. Today is Container Day. That means the container that you want, you're going to make that decision today in the area of life that you want. The one thing that you have to do, the no going back. Let's do it today. Okay? Because as you do it, things might come up. And we can address it tomorrow as it does. But might as well do the biggest decisions in your life on a high point when you guys are supported. For those of you who are up for like extra experience, I'm going to do a bonus, not mandatory, bonus abundance meditation for anyone that wants to be there. I just want to go a little bit extra for you guys tonight because I know you are going to be making the biggest decisions of your life, and I want to make sure you're supported momentum-wise with that. All right, so I'll go extra tonight. All right, so I know a lot of you guys have been asking in the chats, and we've been getting a lot of emails. Like, people are like, what are the programs that you guys have? So I want to take a moment here, okay? And if this resonates for y'all, I want to invite you to this, okay? And it's my special announcement to people that are here, and it's called Quantum Creation, right? Quantum Creation. And think about it this way. If you've gotten this much in 3 days, imagine what your life will be like in 8 weeks, right? Because the reality is we could have gone, there's so much more to teach, right? There's only so much we can do in 3 days. So we picked the best of the best that we can do. But for some of you, you're like, you know what? The Soul University, it's too much of a commitment. It's too much time. Can I still keep the momentum going? Because I enjoy this. I enjoy the format of this. I enjoy the energy of it. I enjoy how it makes me feel. That's why I want to invite you to the Quantum Creation experience. Okay, so let me go over what it's about. Okay, Quantum Creation is the most advanced way to manifest what you want. This is what me and Mandy do. We make sure that daily our vibrations at the highest that it can be, and when it's in the highest that it can be, right, things come to us. It's almost like a reverse manifestation. Like the miracles, the things that we want flow to us before we can even think about, before we can even intend. So it really is not designed for you to live a life always wanting to manifest. That is the human version of it. The higher version of it, the soul version of it, is you are always in that vibration daily, and it's the natural state of being that you're in, to where you're manifesting all the time, coming to you before you can even think about it, before you can even intend it. It just comes and flows to you. Okay, so that's what it is. It's 8 weeks to master your vibration. If you can do this in 3 days, and gosh, like I looked at all the hands of people that wanted to share their breakthroughs. We've had probably 60 plus more people that had their hands raised that we weren't able to call. We'll call on you later, but we weren't able to call because there's just so much success stories and breakthroughs just from this 3-day event. Can you imagine what 8 weeks can do, right? So this is an 8-week immersion experience that we're going to have. And you're going to get weekly lessons from Mandy and I, every single week for 8 weeks. And each lesson is going to be jam-packed, 30 minutes, an hour, some of them longer. And they're going to be designed to remove all mental and emotional and energetic blocks that you have, right? So if you just want to receive the coaching to shift your mind, your emotions, your energy, right? This is the program for you. You're like, I just want you to go deeper than the 3 days. It's amazing. Want to go on? This is the program for you. Okay. Also, on top of that, you're going to receive group energy clearings and healings that I'll be doing. I'll be facilitating, and they're designed, to raise your vibration, stamp it there so your vibration is always high, and program abundance in your vibration. Like really get the vibration of abundance and program it into your system so that it's there. When you wake up, when you go to sleep, it's just the new status quo, okay? And this is the program in 8 weeks, right? We're gonna finally release all the blocks holding you back. So manifestation isn't something you think about. It's just something that you exist and vibrate on the entire time. You're not gonna need any other, let me manifest. No, it's the master course, the deepest dive in manifesting and creating the life that you want, okay? And the cool thing about that in those 8 weeks, because we want to make it successful, we love the format of this, we're going to throw in a live virtual event, just like this, in the middle of the program. So we can create more momentum, and that's the format, is like build a foundation, immerse yourself like in a few days, like, and really dive deep, like, and focus on people that are there, right? Just to make sure that you guys get what you need. And then afterwards, there's going to be more advanced principles, just to make sure that whatever it is that you've learned, you're living it. And that's kind of the format that's worked for us a lot. Is there's always this live component in the middle, a live event that works really, really well. And the retail price of this is $6,000. So it's gonna closer to January. It's gonna go closer to $6,000. The event price right now that we have for this event, for all of you that are here, is one payment of $2,222, right? Or 5 payments of $499. So you'll save like close to $300 if you do the one payment, or if not, you can do 5 payments of $499. But this is probably, as we've thought about it, this is the first time that we're doing this, and we're doing this program as a result of this event. Okay, because we're looking at the chats, we're tapping into the energy, and some of you are like, okay, Soul University is great, certification is great, like, I want to eventually be able to do that, but for some reason there's a conflict, or I don't resonate, or I don't want to be certified, or time, or money, whatever. So we're doing this live. It's a pilot program, right? And once we've done this a few times, the price will be like, will probably double, and it's going to be worth it, and people will still get the results. That's how we always do it. When we launch a new program with a live class, it's always on a pilot price. And once the success stories roll in, people love it, people see it, the price goes up, goes up, goes up. Okay? But it's 8 weeks, and they're intense lessons every single week for 8 weeks. And then in the middle of it, it's going to be like this. We're going to do a live event in the middle of it. But the weekly lessons look like we're going to, do a lesson on an important principle, whether it's mind, emotions, energy. There's live Q&A. There's interaction, right? And that's one of the things that we're planning it in a way to where if you join Quantum Creation and you play full out, and you go and you really dedicate the time, and you take action, that we're crafting it so it's inevitable that you succeed, right? You're going to succeed if you follow the formula, and we're going to craft it to where the conditions are set to where it makes success inevitable. Okay? So it's not every day for 8 weeks. The way we do these longer 8-week programs is that one main lesson a week, we're going to go either we do live or we do Zoom lesson a week, and then there's live Q&A, and then there's that entire week of you get to practice, and there's homework every single week that you have to do before the next week to make sure that you're really implementing the lessons that you've learned. And there's a lot of, and so it's going to be very immersive in a way. And this is the format that we used in the past that worked really, really well for certifications. Now we're just doing it towards manifestation, so that you guys can manifest, like, if you just want to manifest in 8 weeks, and you're like, that's just what I want. I want a deep mastery crash course on manifestation. I want to go deeper than 3 days. Then this is for you. Okay? The link, that when you click it, it takes you directly to the page to where you can sign up for Quantum Creation, like, 8-week experience. If you like the 3 days, it's the tip of the iceberg. We go way deeper, and imagine what 8 weeks would look like for you. Okay? So, looks like that is about it. I'm going to go deep dive into energy. All right? It's going to be really, really fun. A lot of practices, a lot of experiences, a lot of things that you're going to learn. Come with notes, an open mind, open heart, and get ready to rock when it comes to energy. All right? So, thank you all. If you haven't yet, there is still time for you to make action and make decisions and take action on a high vibration. Do it now. I'll see you guys. All right.
Wanna let loose. I was dreaming of bigger things and wanna leave my old life behind. Not a yes sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat.
Wow, you all are still here. Amazing. Okay, if you guys can see me and hear me, just give me this. I can see you visually. If you can see me and hear me, amazing. All right. So first of all, troopers to everybody that's here. I mean, how many hours have we been going? Long time. Okay, long time. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to do a bonus session, because again, like, the hardest thing for me and Mandy is that we could have gone on 30 days 60 days, 90 days straight, every single day, 7 to 8, 10 hours a day, and still not make a dent in what we want to teach. So condensing everything that we know into 3 days, it's a challenge. It's a lot, right? It's a lot. But I wanted to do more, especially for this specific day, when you're making big decisions and containers, and you're doing things that will change your life, right? Things that, like, when you look back 3 months, 6 months, a year from now, you're gonna be like, wow, that was the day. That was when everything changed. I want to make sure you all are supported, that we're doing our best and we're giving it our all, right? Because one of the things that me and Mandy, like, harder to do with 6,000, easier to do with when we have 30 or 50 people or 100, is we have this rule when it's a smaller group, nobody gets left behind. Like, and again, there's parameters to that. Like, if you're serious, you're all in, you do the work, you're 100% motivated, then we give our 2,000% to make sure that, like, you have everything you need: the environment, the support, the knowledge, the techniques, the tools, everything, right? So that's kind of like our goal. So tonight, again, is a big night. Big decisions you're gonna make big decisions. Some of them it's the one decision that you gotta make, right? But you're gonna do them all tonight. So it gives us tomorrow to really, as more come up and you have questions or or things that come up because of your decision, then we can, like, hopefully the content tomorrow can help with it. But it does, by making decisions, typically it brings about new things to sort through, to learn through, to love yourself through, and then it would be better to do that and come in that space of progress tomorrow. All right, so I'm gonna end today, right, with a abundance meditation. And the goal that I have here is for you to feel, because here's the thing, right now, I'm a big believer in this, is there is a version of you that has everything you need, everything you want, the life that you desire. There's a version of you that's experiencing it, right? And they've proven this in a lot of we're friends with a lot of quantum physicists and people in that field, to where there's, like, the multiverse, multiple realities, like infinite number. So in an infinite number of realities, there's one where you have it all, or the things that matter to you, right? And the easiest way at times to get what you want, right? Experience what you want, is to tap into the version of you that has it all, experience the energy of it first. Because here's the thing, when you experience the energy, sometimes you might not know what the steps are. You don't need to know the steps. You might not have a framework. You might not know what it looks like. It doesn't matter. If I had a choice of, I could have only one thing. Let's say I want to be I want to tap into the version of me that's help heal 1 billion souls, right? If I had a choice, do you want to know what they think? Do you don't want to know what they feel, like emotions they feel? Do you want to know their daily routine? Or do you want to experience their frequency? Which one do you think I'd choose? Which one? Comment below. 1, 2, 3, or 4. Or you can do this, or this, or this. Right? Wow. Look at this. Unanimous. Frequency. Why is that? Because frequency contains all of it. It contains 1, 2, and 3. Right? The way I look at frequency, it's like a download of a USB drive. I'm putting into computer, put 500 gigabytes into this. You don't know what's going on in there when it transfers in 5, 10, 20 minutes. But when you plug into the other computer, you might still not know. But when you start clicking the folders and seeing what it is, then you start seeing what it has. So when there is an energetic transference of frequency of energy, and you're experiencing the frequency, the energy of the version of you that has it all, You might not know what it means. You might not even have things that come up. But that energy is downloaded to your energetic system, to your field. And once it's in your field, it unlocks whenever it's ready. It unlocks whenever it's needed. So sometimes people have dreams, and during dream time, they experience a lot of downloads, for example, right? And after they experience the downloads, they don't know what it is. They're tired. They don't know what it is. They think it was nothing because, they just didn't experience anything. They don't know what it means. And then the next day or a few days later or later in the week, they're jogging, driving, taking a shower. They're doing something where they don't have pen and paper, and then ideas start coming. They're like, oh shoot, I can't write it. Or they wake up in the middle of the night and with an idea. They don't know where it came from. A lot of times, I'll tell you where it comes from, right? It's already been downloaded when you're sleeping or random times throughout the day to your energetic field. And it has divine timing. It knows what's in your field. It unlocks when it's ready to be unlocked, right? But at least you have it. And that's how we've been able to speed up manifestations, is access. To be able to access frequency of that which we have no context for. And when you do, it starts showing up in your life in just the most beautiful and craziest and miraculous of ways, right? So my intention for this abundance meditation and experience is for you, think about the version of yourself, right? That has what you want. And my intention for the highest good of all is for you to experience the frequency, to tap into it. So you may hold it in your heart and experience it. Okay? Ready? All right. Get into a relaxed and meditative space. You can close your eyes, you can lay down. Just get in a relaxed space. We'll get some music on. All right. Take some deep breaths. Inhale for 3. Hold it for 3. And then exhale for 3. Do it a few more times. There's a secret to breath work. When it's mixed with intentions, it's one of the fastest ways to access higher frequencies as well. Especially when it's done with patterns, like 333 or 555. So take a few more repetitions of that. As you breathe in, hold the intention in your heart as you're doing this. As you hold it, and as you exhale, as you're doing the process, set the intention that you're ready to access the frequency that has everything you want. Now, the best way that this works is that you open your heart to receiving. Because when it comes to abundance, 90 to 95% of the battle at times is your heart. It's just too much stored in there. Things that need to be released, or it's not ready to receive. So set the intention, even if you don't know how, even if your mind fights you on it, that your heart is ready to release everything that's ready to be released now, that's not serving you for your highest good. And that it be replaced with what's needed. So we're gonna use color again with intention, because color and light and color, they're vehicles for energy and frequency to travel. They're one of the many. They hold energy information at the highest levels, and they can travel potently and quickly. So set an intention. God, higher power, universe, whatever you believe in, that you want to experience the energy of the version of you that has it all right now. So let's try a few different types of light and colors to see which one resonates with you the most in this exercise. Okay, first we'll try white. Intend for the color white to come down from the sky. It's coming down from the part of you that has it all. So you can intend for it to happen. For some of you can visualize, you can see it happening. For some you can hear it happening. For some you can feel it happening. Imagine it coming down, white and pure, coming down, strong, touching the top of your head and filling your entire body up with the energy of the version of you that has it all. Fill yourself up, head to toe, from your head to your eyes, fill it in your ears, your throat, your back, your chest, your neck, stomach, your glutes, to your legs, to your fingertips and your toes. Let it go deep, beyond just your organs and your muscles. Intend for it to go down to the deepest levels of your being. DNA level, cellular level, all the way down to subatomic particles and things that you have no name for, but just pure energy within you. And when you're ready, try purple. Imagine purple light coming down, carrying potency of information, filling your body up to the deepest levels. And it doesn't matter if you don't understand what's happening. It is happening. You can notice the difference that it makes even. What's the difference between purple and white? You can even just smile knowing that this is the moment that changes everything. In a world that's all energy, you're finally connecting to one that is you and also has the key to everything you want to experience in life and more. let's try gold. Imagine golden light coming down from the heavens. Bright gold, filling you up. Head to toe. Where there's darkness in your body, now it's just light. Where there's pain, it's just love. And last, pick whatever color intuitively comes to you. The first thing that comes in your mind, even though you don't know why you choose it sometimes. Have it fill you up. And have it go deeper than you ever have before. See, the thing with abundance, it's a frequency. And I'm not talking about just abundance with money. Abundance in all areas of your life, where you get to experience things at the highest and most excited levels. And once you tap into this frequency, it starts to change your reality faster than your mind can sometimes be ready for it. A lot of times when you do energy work like this, your mind can't explain it. Your friends and family definitely won't be able to explain it. You might even be in denial. But it doesn't stop the fact that when you're playing at the energetic level, things change, even if your mind and emotions are not in line with it. This is the power of playing at the soul level. So take this energy with you. And for the next 30 days, do it as often as you can. You wake up, before you go to sleep, and as many times as you're called to during the day. The more that you experience the frequency of your highest self and the version of you that has it all, the more you ground it into the reality, the here and now. And it changes everything. Do it for 30 days, life will never be the same afterwards. That I can promise. So take this energy with you, knowing that whatever you feel, that is coming from you. Thank you so much for allowing me to serve you at the deepest and highest levels today. I love you all, and remember, when you heal yourself, you heal others, and you also heal the world. I'll see you all tomorrow.